a settlement attempt, and she was also warned, she says, to back off in case she doesn't want to get into trouble. Today is going to be critical in this case, and Republic TV will keep you way ahead.
Well, the AIADMK has now raised serious objections to the DMK chief and Tamil Nadu's chief minister M.K. Stalin for having flagged off a ship that has a casino on deck. Now, the DMK, of course, has questioned whether this is the kind of message that the chief minister wants to send across to the youth. Is he trying to promote gambling? Those are questions that the AIADMK has asked. Also going on then to condemn the move.
பாண்டிச்சேரி என்பது வந்து ஒரு சுற்றுலா நகரமாக இருந்தாலும் இது வந்து மிகப்பெரிய ஆன்மீக பூமி. ஸோ நாங்கள் சுற்றுலாவை நம்பியே தான் இங்கே இருக்கிறோம். அதில் எந்த மாற்று கருத்தும் கிடையாது. அது சுற்றுலா கப்பலாக இருந்தாலும் எங்களுக்கு எந்த விதத்துலையும் ஆட்சேபமே கிடையாது. ஆனால் எங்கள் கட்சியை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் சூதாட்டமோ இல்லை ஆன்லைன் லாட்ரியோ இதேமாரிலாம் வந்து முற்றிலுமாக நாங்கள் வந்து எதிர்க்கக்கூடிய சூழ்நிலை தான் எங்கள் கட்சியோடைய கொள்கை இருக்குது. அந்த அடிப்படையில் அந்த க்ரூஸில் வந்து பார்த்திங்கன்னா கிட்டத்தட்ட ஒரு 500 பேர் உட்காரக்கூடிய ஒரு சூதாட்டம், அதாவது கசினோ என்கின்ற இருக்குது. அது மிகப்பெரிய வந்து ஒரு அழிவை தான் புதுச்சேரி மக்களுக்கு கொடுக்கும். ஏற்கனவே இங்கே இருக்கிற கல்ச்சர்லாம் மாறிட்டு இருக்குது. ஸோ அந்த கல்ச்சர் மாறக்கூடாதுன்றதுக்காக அந்த க்ரூஸுன்ற அந்த கப்பலுக்குள்ளே இருக்கிற கசினோ எங்களுக்கு வேணாம், கசினோ இருக்கிற ஷிப் எங்களுக்கு தேவையில்லைன்றது தான் எங்களோட கோரிக்கை. இதை வந்து நாங்கள் வந்து எப்போ வந்து தமிழக முதல்வர் வந்து இதை வந்து மரியாதைக்குரிய தமிழக திமுக முதல்வர் வந்து அவர் வந்து இதை செஞ்சாரோ அப்போவே நாங்கள் கண்டனம் தெரிவித்தோம். ஏன்னா வந்து ஒரு முதல்வராக இருந்துன்னு ஒரு சூதாட்ட கப்பலை வந்து திமுக தலைவர் ஸ்டாலின் அவர்கள் வந்து தொடங்கி வச்சது வந்து மிக கண்டனத்துக்குரியது. ஏன்னா அவரே வந்து ஒரு முதல்வர் போய் ஒரு சூதாட்டத்துக்கு முன்னுதாரணமாக இருக்கிறதுன்றது மிகப்பெரிய தப்பான ஒரு விஷயம். ஸோ அன்றைக்கே நாங்கள் கண்டனத்தை தெரிவித்தோம். புதுச்சேரியில் நாங்கள் கூட்டணியில் இருந்தாலும் எங்களை பொறுத்தவரை மக்களோட இதுதான் முக்கியம். ஸோ மக்களோட கல்ச்சர் தான் முக்கியம். அடிப்படையில் நாங்கள் கூட்டணியில் இருந்தாலும் அவங்களுக்கு இங்கே முதல்வர் அவர்களுக்கு நாங்கள் வந்து இதை வந்து அறிக்கையின் வாயிலாகவும் முதல்வருக்கு நாங்கள் தெரிவித்தோம். அன்றைய தினமே துணைநிலை ஆளுநர் வந்து இந்த கோப்பு வந்தாலும் நான் அனுமதிக்க மாட்டேன் அப்படின்னு சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. ஸோ இது வந்து பாண்டிச்சேரிக்கான ஒரு பாலிசி டிசிஷன். துணைநிலை ஆளுநர் அப்ரூவலோடு தான் இது வரணும். ஆனால் இன்றைய மதியானம் வரைக்கும் கோப்பு ஆனால் துணைநிலை ஆளுநர் அறிவித்த பிறகு தான் கோப்பே தயார் செஞ்சப்பட்டு முதல்வர் அலுவலகத்தில் இருக்குது. இன்னைய தேதி வரைக்கும் முதல்வர் அலுவலகத்தில் இருக்குது. நாளை காலையில் கப்பல் வர இருக்குது. இந்த சூழ்நிலையில் முதல்வர்
Apurva is reporting on this from Chennai. Apurva, good morning. The AIADMK has had a considerable backlash against the DMK, saying that this is not what the ruling party should be promoting. They're also planning a wide range of protests. Can you take us through those?
Well, the luxury cruise liner there, Empress of the Cordelia Cruises, has just entered into the territory of Pondicherry waters. In fact, as my video journalist can, show you from the visuals, it is returning back into the international waters as well. What the state government had been saying is that they will not be allowing anyone, to be entering into these waters as well, but that this will cause a harm for the welfare of the Puducherry people, given that the Empress liner does have the casino there in full function. This, given that the state government has said that they will not be giving any kind of permissions for the cruise to enter into Puducherry waters. Remember, up to 12 nautical miles is the territory of Puducherry waters, beyond which is the international waters. The Cordelia Cruise had already in its website advertised that they will be putting up anchoring here at Puducherry, just outside inside 1 mile of Puducherry waters, wherein they will be letting tourists enter into Pondicherry for the day as a part of their tour package. But now the cruise has just made a U-turn and is returning back into international waters. This, even as the state is trying, time and again to ensure that this does not become a major controversy.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Good evening and welcome, viewers. So,
the same people who led the outrage on Nupur Sharma are now defending Asaduddin Owaisi and Saba Naqvi. Now Saba Naqvi, known for her indiscriminate, perpetual, unstoppable trolling, and Owaisi face FIRs along with people like Ilyas Sharafuddin for spreading hate, for making insightful comments, for being disrespectful towards others, towards other religious beliefs, and suddenly the entire group that jumped up and down in a manic way, joining hands with Qatar and Saudi Arabia in questioning their own country, that whole group has gone silent. They don't want to talk about this now. They want to discuss anything else. The Rajya Sabha elections or even the weather, they don't want to talk about this now. They don't want to talk about who's spreading hate now. They don't want to talk about who's facing an FIR now. And since we are and have been on the subject of respecting religious beliefs, let me on Republic Tonight add a much necessary angle to this. What about respecting Hindu religious beliefs too? What about respecting Hindu sentiments? What about respecting Hindu values too? Hindu history too? Hindu traditions too? And the Hindu way of life as well? How about it? How come, whether in movies, social media, or politics, the Hindu religion and Hindus are a target? Not an innocuous target, not an unconscious target, but a deliberate target. Think about it. When was the last time a chief minister or a state government arrested people for hurting Hindu sentiments? What about Hindu sentiments? Do they matter? In a country where if you even tweet about a politician, you get put in lockup. How come you can abuse and constantly abuse and deride Hindu gods and Hindu beliefs in the filthiest of ways and just get away with it? I ask you tonight, viewers, where is the sensitivity there or then? Or are Hindus expected to soak it in, be tolerant about it, and carry on? Think about it. In a country where equality is the guiding principle, can we also start with giving Hindus and Hindu beliefs and Hindu sentiments equal sensitivity to start with? Think about it, ladies and gentlemen. And Mr. Owaisi, if you're watching tonight, the nation wants to know. We're debating this tonight, viewers. This is our top debate.
This morning, elections for 16 Rajya Sabha seats across 4 states scheduled for today. Maharashtra to witness a contest in the Rajya Sabha polls with 7 candidates in fray for 6 seats. AIMIM lends support to Mahavikas Aghadi government and Maharashtra says move to defeat the BJP. In Karnataka, 6 candidates filed nominations for 4 seats. Will new alliances be the last resort in Karnataka? Prime Minister Modi to visit Gujarat today will lay foundation stone of projects worth over 3 crore rupees. Good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning in. You're watching the Morning Express and I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Starting with a news break coming in from Assam where 1 person was killed and 12 others injured during a clash between 2 groups over a land dispute in Kamrup district, which happened on June 9. So that's the latest that we are learning of the clashes that broke out in Assam, where one person was killed and 12 others injured during the clash that broke out between two groups over a land dispute. And a statement also coming in by the SP of the area, who said that the incident took place in the Santoli area and that we've arrested 4 persons in connection with the incident. So clashes that broke out in Assam, and those are the visuals as well, the aftermath of the clashes that broke out in Assam's Kamrup, and one person, we are told, was killed and 12 others injured in these clashes, and the police also saying that 4 have been arrested in connection with this incident. Moving on then, Delhi Health Minister Satyendra Jain will remain in the custody of the Enforcement Directorate till 13th of June. Now, a Delhi court has extended the custody of the Aam Aadmi Party leader and Arvind Kejriwal's key minister after taking into account voluminous evidence in the money laundering case.
A Delhi court has extended the Enforcement Directorate custody of Delhi Health Minister Satyendra Jain by 4 days in a money laundering case.
Sensational details have now emerged in the investigation that has been carried out by the Enforcement Directorate regarding Delhi Health Minister Satyendra Jain. In fact, Republic TV has now accessed exclusive documents which goes on to indicate the grounds under which Satyendra Jain was sent into Enforcement Directorate's custody.
Moreover, the ED says that Arvind Kejriwal's key minister is still evasive on questions over recovery of hoards of cash and gold coins from his associates.
The executive agency is essentially saying that Satyendra Jain is yet to explain the unaccounted cash of about 2.85 crore rupees. And not just that, also the recoveries that have been made in terms of gold coins and gold biscuits. We are being told that the Enforcement Directorate in the coming few days would be confronting Satyendra Jain with his accomplices. In fact, Vaibhav Jain and Ankush Jain, these are people who have now come under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate.
After his association with the trust, which is under scanner for money laundering, the ED argues that it's pertinent that he stays in their custody.
Even more sensational is the mention of a trust in the documents that have been accessed by Republic TV. The agency has indicated that Satyendra Jain has been part of these trusts, and once he became the minister, it is his accomplices whose names were mentioned in controlling these very trusts. Keeping all of that in mind, the Enforcement Directorate has said that so far Satyendra Jain has been evasive with his responses, and that is the reason why further custody of the minister becomes extremely important in this investigation.
And tracking closely all the updates coming in with respect to the Rajya Sabha polls, the visuals we are getting to you right now is of Chief Minister Gehlot, who is en route to the Vidhan Sabha, we are told. So these are the latest visuals coming in. Very shortly, the voting for the Rajya Sabha polls is slated to begin. A very heated contest that will take place for the Rajya Sabha polls today. And Gehlot also saying that the election is unnecessary. That's the statement coming in by the Chief Minister of Rajasthan. This just ahead of the Rajya Sabha polls, which is slated to begin very shortly. And these are the live visuals that we are getting right now.
मानसिकता है कि हमने चारों उम्मीदवारों को जिता के लाना, ये हमारी जवाबदारी है।
नाना का कोटा बढ़ाया गया है, नाना क्या कोटा बढ़ाया गया है?
बिल्कुल आपको पता है।
अब तक बैठक में नहीं पहुंचे, ना वो मुंबई पहुंचे हुए, उनकी मुख्यमंत्री पर नाराजगी, आपके कान पे कोई खबर?
हमें कोई खबर नहीं है, और राष्ट्रवादी के एमएलए है वो आ जाएंगे।
नाना क्या कोटा बढ़ाया गया है 42 से 44 हुआ?
अरे देखो, आज की जो संख्या बल है, अगर 2 को अगर वोटिंग के राइट्स नहीं मिलते हैं तो 41 का कोटे में ही कैंडिडेट चुन के आ जाएंगे। 42 का जो कोटा है और उतना संख्या बल हमारे पास है, उसके आधार पर हम लोग हमारे चारों उम्मीदवार जीतेंगे।
So, a big claim there by the Maharashtra Congress President Nana Patole, saying that they have more numbers than the BJP.
मार ही खानी पड़ी इन लोगों को, अब फिर इस बार मार खाएंगे लोग। ओके, थैंक यू सर।
And those are the live visuals that we are getting to you right now. These are the Rajasthan MLAs who have left for the Rajya Sabha polls. The polling will begin very shortly. The Rajasthan MLAs there all set to cast their votes. This is with respect to the Rajya Sabha polls, the polling for which will begin at 9 a.m. And Gehlot also saying that they are confident of their victories and that these elections are forced. This is the remark that is coming in by the Rajasthan Chief Minister, calling the Rajya Sabha elections as unnecessary and saying that these elections are forced upon. So the live visuals that are coming in of the Rajasthan MLAs who have left for the Rajya Sabha polls, and a lot of reactions also that are coming in at this point in time.
हम जीत रहे हैं कंफर्टेबली और उनको अपना घर संभालना चाहिए क्योंकि भगदड़ मची हुई वहाँ पर है। इन्होंने जिस प्रकार से 30 उम्मीदवार खड़ा किया उसको उनकी पार्टी के विधायकों ने लाइक नहीं किया। अनावश्यक हॉर्स ट्रेडिंग से दूसरा उम्मीदवार जीतने की क्या तुक थी। ये मतलब हालात पूरे प्रदेश में रिएक्शन है। अनावश्यक चुनाव करवा दिए वरना चारों सीटें 3 हमारी 1 बीजेपी आराम जीती थी। ऐसे एक्ट को कोई लाइक नहीं करता। पहले भी इन्होंने ऐसे ही किया था, पिछले चुनाव में मार की खानी पड़ी इन लोगों को। अब फिर इस बार मार खाएंगे ये लोग। ओके, थैंक यू सर।
And these are the visuals that we are getting to you, and Gehlot, they're saying that they are confident of their win, calling the election unnecessary. Live visuals that are coming in of the Rajasthan MLAs who have left to cast their votes. The voting for Rajya Sabha polls is slated to begin at 9 a.m. So the MLAs there who have left, all eyes on the Rajya Sabha polls. It will be a heated contest. Rajasthan Congress there claiming that they have the numbers. And on to updates coming in from Maharashtra. In a meeting that was held late last night at Pawar's residence, Shiv Sena, we are told, is disappointed with Sharad Pawar's decision. Now, sources say that Pawar has increased NCP's vote quota to 44 and that this is a safe game being played by the NCP. We have Alisha reporting live from Mumbai. Alisha, it will be a heated contest. In the latest, we are told the AIMIM has also decided to give support to the Mahavikas Aghadi. How crucial is the AIMIM support for the Mahavikas Aghadi at this point?
Well, Samaksha, it's very important to know that each and every point, the vote, whether it is from the other party, the small party or the independent MLA, is very important at this point of time because it's been after 2 decades where this Rajya Sabha has been conducted in Maharashtra, because earlier where it was, mostly where the candidate that has been appointed has been won that election, the Rajya Sabha election unopposed. But this time where the BJP and Shiv Sena has fielded an extra candidate. We have been showing you the visuals in and around of the Vidhan Bhavan where the security has been beefed up here because all the MLAs it's been reaching here. We also saw the visuals of Shiv Sena MLAs that has been leaving from Trident Hotel, and also the Congress MLAs that were stationed at Renaissance Hotel in Powai. They have also left for the Vidhan Bhavan. Also Maharashtra HM Dilip Walse Patil have already reached here and also speaking to the media, where MPCC Chief Nana Patole has clearly stated that there is no misunderstanding between the party. They are being taking into the meeting. But what our sources have suggested that yesterday, the meeting that was held in Sharad Pawar residence late night, they have decided to go with the 44 votes. That is a very safer for the NCP to get their candidate, that is ex-Union Minister Praful Patel, who have been candidate for the NCP in this Rajya Sabha election, will get that. And that is the reason might be this decision some of the other other way had disappointed Shiv Sena. But we have to wait and watch, because this is an open ballot election that is going to be held, and that every vote has to be shown to their party representation. We even know that Shiv Sena has already issued a whip to the party MLAs, and everyone has to, it's been said that the vote has to be given to the party. So let me now take it to the number of members. We know that in Maharashtra there are 288 members strong assembly. Shiv Sena with 55, because it was earlier 56, but with the sad dismissal of Shiv Sena MLA Ramesh Tokte, where Shiv Sena has now only 55, whereas NCP is 53, Congress is 44, and BJP, which is an opposition party in Maharashtra, has 106 MLAs. So they have been making a strategy, and what is the informed that there are 12 independent and the small parties MLA that has been supporting Mahavikas Aghadi, and also there are 9 independents and other small parties that is been supporting BJP. A short while back, where Nana Patole has spoken to media, we'll listen to it, what he has actually said of the Rajya Sabha election that is going to hold it.
Absolutely. Alisha, so yes.
राष्ट्रवादीचा कोटा वाढवल्यामुळे मुख्यमंत्री नाराज असल्याची देखील चर्चा आहे. काय सांगाल?
काही नाराजी नाहीये महाविकास आघाडीची.
And Alisha continues to be with us. Alisha, we just heard the soundbite of Nana Patole saying that they are quite confident, in fact, of their win. If you could take us through some of the more reactions that are coming in just ahead of the polls.
Well, we saw specifically talking about this Rajya Sabha elections. We saw that there was a resort politics that all started with the Shiv Sena, and this comes after where the BJP has made a claim of there are some cross voting that is going to happen with the Mahavikas Aghadi. Some of the leaders, they are not happy with it. But yes, whether it is BJP, whether it is Shiv Sena, NCP or Congress, they have been very confident enough to get at least 3 seats. This is a battle of a 6 seat. There's a battle of a 6 seat where BJP is being fielded. They have already fielded the 2, whereas Amit Montke and Piyush Goyal. We'll continue to show you the visuals where the MLAs has been reaching here continuously. This is Ashok Chavan, who is a cabinet minister, Congress cabinet minister Ashok Chavan, who has already reached here. And of course, we know that the Congress has also been very much confident about. So now we have to wait and watch what are the really strategy that has been made by the Mahavikas Aghadi, because importantly the Congress has only 44 seats, and to win one RS seat the one party need a 42 seat. So the other 2 plays, because today in a tweet that has been tweeted by Imtiaz Ali, who clearly said they are going to give a support to the Mahavikas Aghadi, and that support will be for the. Now we can see the bus. We have to see whether which party bus has already reached here, because so these are the BJP MLAs who has reached to Vidhan Bhavan. We can see it's a BJP MLAs that were stationed at Taj President in Kaf Parade since yesterday, and now we can see they have been brought here to the Vidhan Bhavan. BJP, who has been very much confident enough, we can see the BJP MLAs who have been very much confident enough to win this 3rd seat as well, because this is a race for Dhananjay Mahadik, the 3rd candidate that has been fielded by the Bharatiya Janata Party. And actually this can be, we can say it's a really a litmus test for Mahavikas Aghadi with the BJP and Shiv Sena fielded, and the candidate. And here we can see the NCP candidate Praful Patel, ex-Union Minister Praful Patel, who has already reached here. Sir, how confident you are? How confident you are of winning the
We will win 100%.
So that was Praful Patel speaking to media, who clearly stated that we will win. This is the statement coming in from Praful Patel, NCP candidate, who
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Kashmir was shot dead. Another targeted killing of a Hindu. My Kashmiri brothers and sisters in Kashmir and outside, do not stay silent. Raise your voice. End the Omar Mehbooba type of hypocrisy. Don't say this is part of the Kashmir problem. Pakistan is the problem, and talking to the problem is never a solution. The government has to do a real crackdown. Just close down Kashmir and clear up the mess. Eliminate every single terrorist and every single terrorist supporter. Some people in India, mostly politicians and in the media, are saying now we should learn secularism and human values from Saudi Arabia. There is an Al-Qaeda threat now. Will terrorist organizations now teach us communal harmony and human rights? Will we draw the line? We have to rise above. Will we say at one point that when it comes to the security and unity of our country, we will unite and answer as one? And I ask you, what do you think? The nation wants to know. What you think today, viewers, the nation wants to know. In Kashmir was shot dead. Another targeted killing of a Hindu. My Kashmiri brothers and sisters in Kashmir and outside, do not stay silent. Raise your voice. End the Omar Mehbooba type of hypocrisy. Don't say this is part of the Kashmir problem. Pakistan is the problem, and talking to the problem is never a solution. The government has to do a real crackdown. Just close down Kashmir and clear up the mess. Eliminate every single terrorist and every...
Now, Congress seems to be in a bit of a soup here just ahead of the Rajya Sabha polls. We are told that last-minute try by the Congress to convince Bishnoi has failed. Last evening, Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Baghel met Bishnoi, who is still not convinced. We have Anuj reporting live. Anuj, if you could give us more details. It seems a last-minute try by the Congress to convince Bishnoi has failed.
Well, exactly. That's something what we have been told, that this was the last minute try by the Congress party. Let me tell you that Congress party is in huddle, is in trouble, because they are understanding that some of their loyalists are not going to vote for them. Today is the day when Rajya Sabha election is going to held. Although we have seen the resort politics, but Kuldeep Bishnoi is playing the major role, one of the important role. And let me tell you, in Chandigarh itself, this was none other but Chhattisgarh CM Bhupesh Baghel, who met with Bishnoi in a hotel in Chandigarh. This was a try to convince him to stay with the Congress party, to go with the Congress party, but that has failed, what we have been told. So this is going to be big trouble for the Congress party again, because Bishnoi has made in his mind clear that he is not going to come up. He is going to go to the other direction. That is something what we have been told, and this is going to be the problem for the Congress party. Congress party if we talk about Ajay Makhan is the candidate, let me tell you, let me remind you, Ajay Makhan is someone who is contesting for the Rajya Sabha polls from Haryana, and today in Chandigarh Assembly the polling will be starting any moment from now. It is going to be 5 or 10 minutes from now when the assembly session will start, when the election will start. But on the other hand, the resort politics seems to be failed because the loyalist of the Congress party is not with the Congress. Yes.
People in India, mostly politicians and in the media, are saying now we should learn secularism and human values from Saudi Arabia. There is an Al-Qaeda threat now. Will terrorist organizations now teach us communal harmony and human rights? Will we draw the line? We have to rise above. Will we say at one point that when it comes to the security and unity of our country, we will unite and answer as one? And I ask you, what do you think? The nation wants to know what you think today, viewers. The nation wants...
And these are the live visuals that we are getting right now. We are told that Devendra Fadnavis has reached the Vidhan Sabha. We have Alicia reporting live from the location. Alicia, what are the scenes you are seeing right now?
Well, Samisha, we saw that Devendra Fadnavis was already reached Vidhan Bhavan, and it was an important meeting that held yesterday. Yesterday in Taj President in Kaf Parade, where the BJP, all the BJP MLAs that was stationed at this place. We'll show you the visuals continuously, what is happening in and around where we can see all the MLAs that has been coming in right away since the morning. And well, of course, the BJP MLAs, the bus that has arrived, where all the BJP MLAs, in total it has been said that 106 BJP MLAs is going to reach to this Vidhan Bhavan to cast their vote. But importantly, if you look at the numbers, there are total 288 members strong assembly, out of which now it is 287 because of the start dismiss of Shiv Sena MLA Ramesh Tokte, and after which Shiv Sena has now 55 MLAs, whereas NCP has 53, Congress has 44, and the BJP, which is an opposition party in Maharashtra, has 106 MLAs. But what has been also been claimed, whether it is Mahavikas Aghadi or BJP. So Mahavikas Aghadi claims that they have the support of for 12 independent, and the BJP has 9. We'll continue on this big story after a short break.
In Kashmir was shot dead. Another targeted killing of a Hindu. My Kashmiri brothers and sisters in Kashmir and outside, do not stay silent. Raise your voice, end the Omar Mehbooba type of hypocrisy. Don't say this is part of the Kashmir problem. Pakistan is the problem, and talking to the problem is never a solution. The government has to do a real crackdown. Just close down Kashmir and clear up the mess. Eliminate every single terrorist and every single terrorist supporter. Some people in India, mostly politicians and in the media, are saying now we should learn secularism and human values from Saudi Arabia. There is an Al-Qaeda threat now. Will terrorist organizations now teach us communal harmony and human rights? Will we draw the line? We have to rise above. Will we say at one point that when it comes to the security and unity of our country, we will unite and answer as one? And I ask you, what do you think? The nation wants to know what you think today, viewers. The nation wants to know.
Elections for 16 Rajya Sabha seats across 4 states are scheduled for today. Maharashtra is to witness a contest in the Rajya Sabha polls with 7 candidates in the fray for 6 seats. The AIMIM lends its support to the MVA government in Maharashtra, says the move to defeat the BJP. In Karnataka, 6 candidates filed nominations for 4 seats. Will new alliances be the last resort? And Prime Minister Modi is in Gujarat today. Will be laying the foundation stone for projects worth over 3 crores. Good morning and welcome. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri, and joining me in the broadcast from Delhi is our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor. Good morning, Abhishek.
Very good morning, Nupur. Big day. 14 seats of the Rajya Sabha going to polls, and we have seen all the drama and political machinations as a build-up to the day with many parties, particularly the principal opposition Congress party, needing to herd its MLAs from Haryana to as far as Chhattisgarh, in the case of Maharashtra, in some hotels, even in Rajasthan, despite the fact that the chief minister, very powerful chief minister, there in Jaipur, the MLAs had to be taken out and put up in a hotel, as it is called in Rajasthan, Bada Bandi. And we have seen pictures of Congress MLAs being given a lota namak, as is the tradition in some pockets of Haryana, when you have to give an oath of loyalty. This kind of, this kind of picture you see, and MLAs had to be given an oath of loyalty by the Haryana Congress so that they could just stick to the party and vote for the candidate. Prestige battles lined up for all parties, in fact, I would say, Nupur. And so, for example, in Haryana Congress party senior leader Ajay Makan, who also is connected to the Huddas, he is fighting with his back to the wall. In the case of Rajasthan, Congress party has paratrooped 3 senior leaders, none of them from Rajasthan, and the chief minister there acquiescing because the diktat came from the Gandhis, obviously. Mukul Wasnik, Ranjit Surjewala, Pramod Tiwari, and because there are 6 seats in Rajasthan and 7 candidates, it's going to be 4 seats in Rajasthan, I beg your pardon, and 5 candidates. It's going to be that much more difficult for the Congress party. I think a struggle for one, though of course the chief minister earlier, when we
saw his, when we heard his soundbite, was sounding very confident. Amandeep joins us from Chandigarh, tracking the developments in Haryana. Amandeep, if you can tell us what is the status of Kuldeep Bishnoi, because there hangs the fate of the Congress candidate.
Well, absolutely, Abhishek. The point is that Congress is counting Kuldeep Bishnoi's vote into for their Rajya Sabha nominee. And in fact, when we speak with the Kuldeep Bishnoi just a while back, just when he was entering in Haryana Vidhan Sabha to cast his vote, he clearly said and did not confirm his vote to Congress party. He said that he will cast his vote by his antaratma and his inner soul. This is what his statement. The single line statement reveals so many things and breaking down the Congress confidence. Just because Congress was having 31 MLAs, but now they are very much into a tough situation. They are not able to complete the 30 votes in the Congress, and that is the reason all MLAs have been taken to the Raipur and from Raipur yesterday evening to Delhi, and now all the MLAs in 2 different buses, they are en route from Delhi to Chandigarh, and in fact before reaching to Haryana Vidhan Sabha they will be having a breakfast invite at Hooda's residence, so that every MLA should ensure their vote to Ajay Makan, Congress nominee. And in fact, if we talk about the independent candidate Kartikeya Sharma is already having 28 votes in his hand, and in fact he just required 2 votes to be the Rajya Sabha member, and even those 2 votes came from cross voting from the Congress party. And this is the tough situation, Abhishek, for the Congress party. Kuldeep Bishnoi has already made it clear that he will vote by his inner soul, and Kuldeep Bishnoi is the one who actually did not participate in the initial meetings held at Bhupinder Singh Hooda's residence. And in fact, I can show you the visuals, Abhishek. Chief Minister waving, and his face waving, and he's waving to everybody with a smile, with the confidence that yes, BJP is in a surplus, just because JJP coalition is having 50 MLAs and 31 MLAs has already decided to cast the vote to Krishnalal Pawar, that is the candidate of BJP, and the surplus MLAs will be diverted their votes to Kartikeya Sharma, an independent candidate. So that is the reason Manohar Lal Khattar, after holding 2-day session in Sukh Villas Resort in Mohali, it is very much confident, no cross-voting threat, no poaching threat, and even the BJP, JJP is providing the unconditional support to independent candidate Kartikeya Sharma. But yes, Congress party is in a very complicated and a tight situation, and in fact they are continuously counseling their own MLAs so that at least cross-voting should not be happen. Yes, Abhishek.
Yes, I'm going to go across, I think, to Ankit right now. He's joining us from Mumbai. Ankit, you know, we've seen it all in Mumbai, whether it's allegations of horse trading or it is resort politics, it's all out there. And at the heart of it is the fact that there are just 6 seats and we have 7 people in fray. Give us a sense of how high octane a drama is this going to be today?
That has just come to the Vidhan Bhavan. Just a short while before that, we saw how the BJP bus was also here. And a little while before that, Devendra Fadnavis, the leader of the opposition, also arrived. We heard from the BJP candidate, that is Anil Bonde, who was confident that the BJP would get all 3 of its candidates elected. The fight here is between the BJP 3rd candidate and the Shiv Sena 2nd candidate, that is Sanjay Pawar of the Shiv Sena and Dhananjay Mahade of the BJP. And there are 7 candidates in total who are in the fray. Now the question mark is whether there are enough votes from both parties, from the independent and smaller parties, independent MLAs and smaller parties, because both the BJP and the Mahavikas Aghadi each need somewhere in between 10 to 15 votes from independents and smaller parties to ensure that their candidates get through. And so that is where the fight is currently. It's really pitched at the moment. We've seen leaders coming every couple of minutes. Patel, who is the NCP's candidate, he came a short while earlier and he spoke and he said that he was confident that the MPA would win.
महाविकास आघाड़ी के पास पूरी संख्या है, नंबर्स है, स्ट्रेंथ है। ये तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी को बताना पड़ेगा कि उन्होंने अपना उम्मीदवार कौन से बेसिस पे दिया। शाम को आप देखिएगा महाविकास आघाड़ी के सारे कैंडिडेट जीत के एमआईएम समाजवादी ये पहले से महाविकास आघाड़ी के साथ थे। ये चैनल के कुछ माध्यमों से चलाया गया, परसेप्शन क्रिएट किया गया कि महाविकास आघाड़ी के आमदार नाराज है। कभी कहते हैं कि उनके पास संख्या नहीं है, कभी कहते हैं कि ये जो उनके सपोर्टर हैं वो उनके साथ में नहीं है। आज सब कुछ क्लियर हो गया। जो महाविकास आघाड़ी के साथ जितने नेता थे वो पूरे के पूरे उनके साथी हैं।
भाजपने आरोप केलेला आहे महाविकास आघाडीची जी बी टीम आहे ती एमआयएम आहे झालं.
आपली बी टीम है वो.
असं आहे की जेव्हा हे सरकार स्थापित झालं त्या दिवशीपासून एमआयएम सरकारच्या सोबत आहे. तर याच्यात काय झालं, सरकार बरोबर ते भारतीय जनता पार्टीला बाहेर ठेवण्यासाठी आहे. ते आजचं काय भारतीय जनता पार्टीला आज दिसत आहे, ते डे वन पासून या महाविकास आघाडी सोबत आहे.
सर हाऊ अफ्रेड आर यू ऑफ क्रॉस बॉर्डर? तुमचे नेते म्हणतायत की एमआयएम कडे आम्ही मदत मागितली नव्हती.
कोण म्हणतोय असं?
तुमचे नेते म्हणतायत.
Coming from outside outside the Maharashtra Vidhan Bhavan, in fact, where Alisha is reporting from. Alisha, over to you. What's the scene out there? Can you see a sense of confidence amongst the MVA leaders, or are there some jitters?
Well, Abhishek, we know that whether it is Mahavikas Aghadi or whether it is BJP, everyone is very much confident about to winning the 6th seat. Actually, it's a litmus test for Shiv Sena, for the Mahavikas Aghadi, with BJP and Shiv Sena fielding the extra candidate. We'll continuously show you the visuals in and around of the Vidhan Bhavan. But yes, talking about the BJP and now talking about the numbers, because there are 288 member strong assembly, and out of which one Shiv Sena MLA that has with a sad disnip, the number has been went to 287, where the Shiv Sena has 55, NCP has 53, Congress has 44, and the opposition party that is
केंद्रीय तपास यंत्रणा त्यांना अधिकार हा मिळू देत नाही. हे सरकार व या घटनेचे मालक कोण आहे? या लोकशाहीला कोणी नवीन मालक निर्माण झालेले आहेत का? हा हायकोर्टाकडून आमच्या अपेक्षा आहेत. न्यायदेवता न्याय देईल अशी आमची अपेक्षा है.
सर, अनिल देशमुख और नवाब मलिक के मैटर में हिंदी में एक बार बता दीजिए कि
देखिए, उनको पूरा अधिकार है. नवाब मलिक तो आज भी कैबिनेट मंत्री है, अनिल देशमुख भी विधायक है. दोनों विधायक को अधिकार है कि विधानसभा में आकर अपना वोट कास्ट करें. संविधान ने उनको अधिकार दिया है. उसने कोई मर्डर नहीं किया है या हत्या नहीं की है. अब तक उनको कन्विक्शन नहीं हुआ है, वो अंडर ट्रायल है, चल रहा है पूरा मैटर. फिर भी अगर उनको रोका गया है, उसका मतलब है कि किस दबाव के नीचे केंद्रीय एजेंसी काम कर रही है.
All right. I think we've got Ankit has got something to share with us. Yes, Ankit, over to you. We have just seen that comment that's come in from Sanjay Raut over there, sounding extremely confident, but yet, you know, there was a little edge in his comment that he made there.
No doubt, because no one can be very sure from what we have heard so far. Both the parties, both the coalitions rather, the BJP as well as the MVA are very confident that they will get their candidate to sail through. The BJP has a bit of a prestige battle on its hands because the accusation is that this is the BJP that has driven a competition for a Rajya Sabha seat in Maharashtra for the first time in 24 years. Otherwise, it used to be uncontested. And Devendra Fadnavis did not say anything to the media. He was one of the few leaders who did not say anything to the media when he went in. Apart from that, we have heard the BJP's second candidate, Anil Bonde, who is confident of getting through, for whom they do have the numbers. He said that there will also be a third BJP candidate who will join him in the Rajya Sabha. However, on the other hand, we've heard the MVA allies as well. Nana Patole came and he spoke and he said that the MVA would get its candidates through. And we also saw Praful Patel, who is in fact the NCP's candidate, who is assured of a seat who also said that the MVA will get its numbers in. Now here it's very important to make note of the fact that the BJP has enough numbers to get 2 candidates in. The Shiv Sena, the NCP and the Congress have enough to get 1 each. And so the contest is between the 3rd BJP candidate and the 2nd Shiv Sena candidate. And that is where the independents and also the smaller parties are going to prove extremely critical. The Maharashtra Navnirman Sena's lone MLA, for instance, is assured of voting for the BJP, is what we are given to understand. Ravi Rana is going to vote for the BJP. On the other hand, the AIMIM's 2 MLAs are likely to vote for the MVA, is what we are being told. However, until it happens, we don't know for sure. We just saw Aslam Sheikh, Congress leader and minister, who we asked whether or not he is afraid of cross-voting taking place. He didn't really answer that, but he expressed confidence that the MVA would get its candidates through. So it is a pitched battle right now in Mumbai, in Maharashtra, for the 6th seat, the 6th out of the 6 seats that are going to be going to the Rajya Sabha between the 7 candidates, and it is Dhananjay Mahade of the BJP versus Sanjay Pawar of the Shiv Sena, between whom this final seat is going to be contested. Remember, once again, the first contested Rajya Sabha election in Maharashtra in 24 years.
Right, Ankit. So the contest is between Shiv Sena's Sanjay Pawar and BJP's Dhananjay Mahade. Alisha, BJP with its 106 MLAs wins 2 seats and has 22 votes to spare, and because of which it feels that it can have a go at the 3rd seat. Similarly, if you look at it, the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi has 16 votes spare, and that means for the 4th seat, it needs 26 extra votes. You think they are anywhere close to getting that number and make their candidate win, Alisha?
Well, Abhishek, we have to wait for the evening, because it's every minute we see the changes of the strategy that has been made by Maha Vikas Aghadi. Now, what are the sources that has been said that Shiv Sena is upset with the decision that has been taken by the NCP chief Sharad Pawar yesterday in a meeting that held at his residence, where they have been planning to go with the 44 seat. That is a safer seat, is what has been said. But yes, the 2 seats that has been got for the from AIMIM, where Imtiaz Jalil, who yesterday with another MLA has reached Mumbai, he meet to the ministers, the leaders of Maha Vikas Aghadi, and after which they extend the support. Even earlier we know that OVC, talking to the media, has clearly stated that if BJP need to be get defeated only if Maha Vikas Aghadi comes in support and ask for a openly support, after which the support has already been given by the AIMIM. But we have to wait what are the further strategy, because the number what we saw, and also it will be very important to wait for the High Court hearing that is going to be held at 10:30, because Nawab Malik and Anil Deshmukh has already filed a plea. They have challenged the order of the special Mumbai court, session court, that has rejected the plea for a temporary, because that too voting will also be very important to know what has happened. Right. Even if that doesn't happen, even if there is no relief from Bombay High Court as well, so that too vote of AIMIM will be considered to the NCP, because someone NCP who has a 53 votes, who has a 53 MLA, is still going up with the 44 seat. So this really makes it disappointed for the Shiv Sena and the strategy that has been made, because on the other hand, where the BJP has clearly stated there are some vote that is going to, there could be the possibility of the cross voting, but this election, the Rajya Sabha elections, will be an open ballot, so that whoever votes will have to show their vote to the party representative, so it will be very visible who have been turned out. And Shiv Sena has already given a whip. Looking at to this, the Shiv Sena has already issued a whip to the Shiv Sena MLAs, so that they have to vote for their candidate. And of course, Sanjay Raut was going to definitely win. But yes, it is a fight between, it's a litmus test for Maha Vikas Aghadi, with the BJP and Shiv Sena fielded their extra candidates.
Right. Alisha, Ankit, Amandeep and Anuj, stay there, all A's. The aces there in the field. And as we continue our rolling coverage today of the Rajya Sabha polls, in Maharashtra, where 6 Rajya Sabha seats are up for grabs, the battle is intense. It's a prestige battle for all the parties and individuals, from parties huddling over their flock to alliances, holding strategy meetings, to bickering over who has the best chance. The state saw it all. Now, the big question is, who will win this battle of prestige? Here is a report.
It's poll day in Rajya Sabha, ballots, voting and a mega result. In the lead up, every political party across states and ideologies has packed and guarded their flock.
An interesting fight in Maharashtra today because perhaps for the first time in 2 decades you have an election for the Rajya Sabha from Maharashtra because estranged allies, estranged former allies that is, both BJP and Shiv Sena are fielding candidates for the first time who will be facing off directly. Mahadik versus Sanjay Pawar of the Shiv Sena, and both parties, that is the BJP on one side with a surplus of about 22 plus 7 independents, about 29, needs a little of over 40, and the Mahavikas Aghadi has about 26 surplus votes, and they will be banking on other independents to ensure that their candidate sails through. Now the fight is symbolic because every vote matters in Maharashtra.
As polling action will pick up between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. today, here's a roundup of the mega build-up and the way things stand in Maharashtra. In Maharashtra, there are 7 candidates battling it out for 6 seats. And it's a direct fight between the Mahavikas Aghadi coalition and the BJP.
Priyanka Vadra aide Imran Pratap Gahi, while Shiv Sena candidates are Sanjay Raut and Sanjay Pawar. NCP has put forth ex-Union Minister Praful Patel. On BJP side, Union Minister Piyush Goyal, Dr. Amit Monde and Dhananjay Mahadik has been put forth. But what has been seen as a litmus test for Mahavikas Aghadi government is the 6th seat, with the Shiv Sena and BJP fielded an extra candidate.
Each side claims to have the numbers in this prestige battle.
शिवसेना कोई रिजॉर्ट पॉलिटिक्स पे नहीं है, ये हम उन लोगों को सबक सिखाने आए हैं जिन्होंने पैसे के बल पे और अपने सेंट्रल एजेंसीज को इस्तेमाल करने के बल पे इन लोगों ने इस तरीके का माहौल बनाया।
भाजपा के लिए आप कह रहे हैं?
और कौन है?
उनकी सत्ता कौन से खंबे पे खड़ी है वो जरा आकलन करे। अभी राज्यसभा का चुनाव है, तभी भी क्या स्थिति है वो सामने आएगी।
Shiv Sena's MLAs were packed together at the posh Trident Hotel in Mumbai. BJP called its MLAs to a posh 5-star hotel in South Mumbai, and the NCP called an all-MLA meet in Worli. And each of them claimed to have the numbers.
Special court in Mumbai has already rejected the plea that was filed by Anil Deshmukh and Nawab Malik seeking permission for a day temporary bail to give a vote for the Rajya Sabha election.
Which way will the big Maharashtra Rajya Sabha poll swing? The countdown is now on. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
All right, these pictures coming in from Haryana, from inside the assembly. In fact, where voting is to take place, voting compartment there where all the MLAs would be participating. And this is a tough contest for the Congress party. There are 2 seats, 1 each from the BJP and the Congress party, and 1 independent candidate. From the BJP, Krishnalal Pawar, from the INC, Ajay Makan, and the independent candidate in the picture there, Kartikeya Sharma. And what is important is that each seat can decide the fate of a bill. I mean, that's how it works. And also because every seat in the Rajya Sabha adds to the heft of the party in the upcoming presidential polls as well. In fact, Anuj Kumar joins us from outside the residence of Bhupinder Singh Hooda. Anuj, if you can tell us, is calm prevailing or are there tensions there on the ground outside the Hooda residence? Remember, it's a prestige battle for Bhupinder Singh Hooda. There is a personal relationship that exists between the Hoodas and Ajay Makan, and perhaps that's the reason why the Congress party pushed Makan from Rajasthan or Delhi to Haryana. What is the sense you are getting from the ground?
Well, exactly, Abhishek, as you pointed it out very rightly, that this is the prestige battle for Hooda. But on the other hand, this is the worrisome situation for the Congress party. This is also, which is very important to mention. Let me tell you that yes, we have seen the resort politics. We have seen how all the MLAs of Haryana, the Congress MLAs, were taken to national capital earlier, where they met Hooda in the national capital, and after that they were shifted to Chhattisgarh, and from there last evening they came back to national capital. And now at this point in time when we are talking is en route toward Hooda's residence in Chandigarh from where I am reporting. Well, let me tell you, when we are talking about the numbers, then I am saying that yes, this is a worrisome situation for the Congress party. Playing the resort politics, some of the members of the Congress party, which include Kuldeep Bishnoi, was missing from that very places wherever these MLAs has visited. And last evening, let me tell you, Abhishek, this was at the last minute try and last attempt by the Congress party when Bhupesh Baghel, Chhattisgarh CM, met with Kuldeep Bishnoi in a hotel in Chandigarh to convince Kuldeep Bishnoi. Kuldeep Bishnoi, let me tell you, is the MLA of the Congress party who has just reached a Vidhan Sabha therein, and he again repeat the same line which he took earlier, that he is going to listen to his inner soul. So inner soul is going toward Congress party or it is going toward the independent candidate. That is going to be very, very important. But what we have been told that Kuldeep Bishnoi till now is not convinced. Last minute attempt was done by the Congress party last evening in Chandigarh itself. This was Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh, Bhupesh Baghel, who tried it. But what we have been told, the attempt is failed. On the other hand, if we talk about the Congress party, then yes, as I was mentioning it earlier also, that this is a worrisome situation, that who is going to go there, where, because the Congress loyalists are not seen on the same page, and there we are seeing the differences. Today early in the morning, let me remind you, this was a tweet which was made in by Kuldeep Bishnoi, again coming out with the same line, but later it was deleted. So there is something which is going on, and Congress party itself is understanding. On the other hand, Ajay Makhan, yes, Ajay Makhan is the candidate for the Rajya Sabha polls from the Congress party when we are talking about Haryana. So this is to wait and watch what exactly will be coming out. But yes, Congress is in trouble in Chandigarh and in the assembly. We are seeing. Back to you.
Right, Anuj, as you're pointing out, of course, extremely interesting. And one of those interesting battles is going to be Kartikeya Sharma. The media baron, of course, says that he has the numbers right now. That's what we've been hearing. So, Amandeep, perhaps you can shed some light on that aspect of it.
Well, absolutely, Nupush. The way Anuj was explaining the situation, exactly the situation on the ground is similar. And in fact, Congress is in a very tight position just because the way Kuldeep Bishnoi has revealed that he will listen to his inner soul while casting the vote for the Rajya Sabha nominee. That a clear-cut indication that he is not going to extend his support to the Congress party. That means that Congress is now reducing to 30 votes from 31 to 30. And in fact, Kartikeya Sharma has already having 28 votes. And in fact, now this is the matter of just one vote. Either that vote will be reduced from the Congress party and diverted to Kartikeya Sharma. That means both the candidates will be standing on 29 votes. And 30 votes is a requirement for the Rajya Sabha MP to be the Rajya Sabha MP in Haryana, in fact. And even this is a matter of now just one vote. Either this will go for the Congress or it will be reduced from the Congress to and gained by Kartikeya Sharma. Then the second preference option will be availed by Election Commission as well. So that is the complicated and a very tight situation for Congress party as well as for Bhupinder Singh Hooda. Just because yesterday evening, Bhupinder Singh Hooda, Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel, Kuldeep Bishnoi, they all trio have arrived at Chandigarh, and in fact, Bhupesh Baghel and Bhupinder Singh Hooda repeatedly attempt to negotiate and convince Kuldeep Bishnoi to vote for the Congress party, but that not turned to be happened. And in fact, that is the reason Kuldeep Bishnoi came alone. He was not a part of Congress party. He did not came with the delegation of Congress party who was coming from Delhi to Chandigarh at Hooda's residence for the lunch.
Right, Amandeep.
Yes,
right, Amandeep. Those are the intricacies of Haryana politics. We'll keep going back to Haryana, of course, also to Rajasthan and Karnataka. But then let's take a listen to what Praful Patel had to say in Mumbai.
We will win 100%. We will win 100%.
The Hindu working in Kashmir was shot dead. Another targeted killing of a Hindu. My Kashmiri brothers and sisters in Kashmir and outside, do not stay silent. Raise your voice. End the Omar Mehbooba type of hypocrisy. Don't say this is part of the Kashmir problem. Pakistan is the problem, and talking to the problem is never a solution. The government has to do a real crackdown. Just close down Kashmir and clear up the mess. Eliminate every single terrorist and every single terrorist supporter. People in India, mostly politicians and in the media, are saying now we should learn secularism and human values from Saudi Arabia. There is an Al-Qaeda threat now. Will terrorist organizations now teach us communal harmony and human rights? Will we draw the line? We have to rise above. Will we say at one point that when it comes to the security and unity of our country, we will unite and answer as one? And I ask you, what do you think? The nation wants to know what you think today, viewers. The nation wants to know. Working in Kashmir was shot dead. Another targeted killing of a Hindu. My Kashmiri brothers and sisters in Kashmir and outside, do not stay silent. Raise your voice. End the Omar Mehbooba type of hypocrisy. Don't say this is part of the Kashmir problem. Pakistan is...
Right, welcome back, viewers. On a day of 16 Rajya Sabha seats going to polls in 4 states, prestige battles lined up with all the parties having put in their best effort to make sure that their flock remains together. Our ace team of reporters there in the field from Chandigarh to Jaipur to Mumbai to Bengaluru, and of course we'll have to see how the day really pans out. Nupur.
Absolutely, Abhishek. So it's a day that we are keenly watching, and you please stay with us, viewers, on our rolling broadcast. Here's a quick look at the top headlines at 9:30 this morning. Elections for 16 Rajya Sabha seats across 4 states are scheduled for today. Maharashtra is to witness a contest in the Rajya Sabha polls with 7 candidates in fray for 6 seats. AIMIM lends support to the MVA government in Maharashtra as has moved to defeat the BJP. In Karnataka, 6 candidates filed nominations for 4 seats. Will new alliances be the last resort? And Prime Minister Modi is in Gujarat today, will be laying the foundation stone of projects worth 3 crore rupees.
All right. Let's go back to Mumbai, and if I could go to Alisha, because she was there when Praful Patel came in, the NCP leader who's set to come back to Rajya Sabha. Of course, he's a sitting member of parliament, and these are biennial elections. Alisha, if you are getting me, Praful Patel gave a cryptic one-liner on being confident that they would win, but would the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi really manage the numbers?
Well, Abhishek, we have to really watch, because now we can see the strategy that has happened yesterday, the strategy that was made by the National Congress Party chief Sharad Pawar with his MLAs and the leaders that were present at his residence. At that during point, what the sources are suggest that to win a single seat, the party needs 42 seats. But what to play a safer side where the NCP is going to take a 44 seats. So now this has something might create a problem for the Shiv Sena. But at the end of the day, where we are seeing the MLAs and the minister that has been coming in the Vidhan Bhavan clearly stating that we are being confident enough that we are going to win this fourth seat as well. Because of course now if we talk about the numbers, where the Shiv Sena has 55 MLAs, whereas NCP has 53 MLAs, and the Congress has 44. Each party who has fielded their candidates can win very easily. Whether it is Praful Patel from NCP that has been put forth, and from BJP where the Piyush Goyal and Amit Monke. But the race that is going to be between Shiv Sena, and of course it will be a litmus test litmus test for Maha Vikas Aghadi, with the BJP and Shiv Sena fielding the extra candidate. From Shiv Sena, where it will be Sanjay Pawar, and from the BJP it will be Dhananjay Mahadik.
All right, let me just also go to Ankit, because Ankit mentioned the fact that the prestige battle is actually between Shiv Sena's Sanjay Pawar and Dhananjay Mahadik of the BJP. Ankit, the BJP also needs 20 more votes. They have, I believe, independents going with them, but still remaining 7 votes. Where would they come from? Any guesses?
Well, Abhishek, the BJP has said multiple things about how many votes it needs. When asked earlier about how the Mahavikas Aghadi has a smaller number of independents to get, a BJP leader said, no, we also have just the same number. So it's somewhere in the region of about 10-ish kind of MLAs that they need. They have Ravi Rana, who is more than likely to vote for them. They held deliberations with Raj Thackeray, we saw just a few days ago. And so the lone Maharashtra Navnirman Sena MLA is also likely to vote for the BJP. And we just saw a short while back the 4th BJP bus arrive here with MLAs. We saw its MLA Rahul Narvekar was the first to get out of the bus, and he didn't speak to the media. He went straight in because a number of MLAs have already reached, and I presume that the procedures have started. And the procedure is extremely important to the BJP, because one thing that we have heard from Devendra Fadnavis is that he doesn't want any BJP MLA's vote to be declared invalid because they have filled the form wrong. And so that is one of the things that they were taken through while they were at the hotel yesterday, is how you fill the form and how you make sure that your candidate is getting your vote, and your vote doesn't lapse in any way, shape or form. And so it is most definitely a battle in that regard.
Ankit, also even as the MVA struggles to get Anil Deshmukh and Nawab Malik to the polling booth, to the assembly, I think some good tidings for the BJP that Devendra Fadnavis tested negative for COVID yesterday, so he would be coming. Also, you mentioned Navneet Rana, so the Rana couple would be voting for the BJP. So the numbers sort of tilting some way.
Well, that can be said. On the other hand, we have heard how the Samajwadi Party has 2 MLAs and they are likely to vote for the Mahavikas Aghadi, and so are the 2 AIMIM legislators. And so it's really a seesaw battle, and there are a number of independent MLAs who at this moment we don't know how they're going to vote. There are also some very small parties with a few MLAs who we don't know how they're going to go. And so really speaking, I can only sum it up in Anil Bonde's words. Anil Bonde, the 2nd BJP nominee who is likely to get his Rajya Sabha seat, he said that one Sanjay will get into the Rajya Sabha. That we know for sure. That is, of course, Sanjay Raut at this stage, because Sanjay Pawar, the second Shiv Sena candidate, his seat is still up for grabs at the moment. So at the moment, from the BJP side, that is a statement that they have made. So even they are not willing to venture guesses as to the numbers, but they are, both sides are espousing confidence that their candidates will make it through. And with that confidence, they have sent their busfuls of MLAs into the Vidhan Bhavan, and we are expecting more buses to continue to arrive.
All right, let's also bring in Amandeep right now. Of course, Maharashtra extremely interesting, but so is Haryana, isn't it, Amandeep? You know, we've got 3 people in the fray over there for 2 seats. It's what's it looking like right now? Of course, some of them have been hoarded into these resorts and are being brought back.
They will win by big margin. That is for sure.
Right. The big fight one sees as the 6th seat, which is between the BJP and Shiv Sena, which was probably going to, Sambhaji Raje, who wanted that seat. But now there is a fight between...
I don't want to go in that nitty-gritty for the simple reason. We are all focused and we know for sure our 4 candidates are going to win with the big margin. That's it.
भाई महाविकासचे आमदारांचा कोटा ठरवण्यामध्ये काहीसं गोंधळाचं वातावरण आहे, त्याबद्दल काही अजून?
आता हे दिवसभर तुम्हाला असंच चालवायचं असतं. तुम्हाला आठवत असेल 2 दिवसापूर्वी तुम्ही हे चालवत होता. काँग्रेसचे 10 आमदार आले नाहीत, 12 आमदार आले नाहीत. आमचे सगळे 44च्या 44 होते. मी स्वतः दिवसभर काल होतो. सगळे आमचे नेते एच के पाटील साहेब, खारगे साहेब, बाळासाहेब थोरात, अशोकराव चव्हाण, आम्ही सगळे तिकडे होतो. त्यामुळे तुम्हाला जेवढी काळजी आहे त्याच्यापेक्षा जास्त काळजी महाविकास आघाडीला आहे आणि महाविकास आघाडी ह्या 4 जागा जिंकून विरोधकांना धूळ चारणार आहे, हे नक्की.
त्याला समजतंय आणि अशा वेळेला भारतीय जनता पार्टी ही एकमेव पार्टी अशी की ज्यांच्यामध्ये एकवाक्यता आहे, एकमुखी मार्गदर्शन होत आहे आणि शिस्तीमध्ये 1% पण इकडे तिकडे होत नाही. दिलेल्या प्रेफरन्स प्रमाणे मतदान होणार आणि आपण बघाल की स्वयंशिस्तीनं भारतीय जनता पार्टीचं मतदान 0% सुद्धा इकडे तिकडे होणार.
जे प्रतापगडी काँग्रेस त्यांना देखील 44 मतांचा कोटा द्यावा असं काँग्रेसने म्हटलेलं आहे आणि शिवसेनेकडनं कोणी आमदार विधानभवनात दाखल झाले नाही. हे म्हणता येईल का महाविकास आघाडीसाठी धोक्याची घंटा आहे?
आपण एकीकडे म्हणतात ते की आमच्यामध्ये विसंवाद नाही आणि येण्यामध्येच त्यांच्यामध्ये संवाद नाही आहे. त्याशिवाय एकमेकांवर विश्वास नसल्या कारणानं कोट्याच्या बाबतीत एकवाक्यता तिघं मिळून होत नाही.
Well, of course, the MVA over there continuing to be very, very confident. We had Bhai Jagtap earlier on saying that they're extremely confident that they're going to go ahead. So, Ankit, as you've been pointing out, of course, it's a very neck and neck battle there, but it's also a battle of prestige for the BJP because it does have the highest number of legislators. So, it's something that will go down to the wire and also be tricky.
Absolutely, and it's a prestige battle both ways. I'll tell you why. For the MVA, for the simple reason that they are a coalition of 3 parties who each speak individually a lot of the time, and they are the ruling party, and so they cannot afford to be seen losing. And on the other hand, it is, like you said, a prestige battle for the BJP because it is the single largest party. The BJP maintains that it has won the mandate of the people to actually govern the state, but it has not been allowed to do it because 3 smaller parties have come together. And also the onus is on the BJP in many ways because the claim is that it is the BJP that has caused this election to be contested. Since 1998, no Rajya Sabha election in Maharashtra has been contested. After a gap of 24 years, we are seeing a battle for this 6th and final seat in the Rajya Sabha. The background to that is there is a descendant of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj who was likely to contest as an independent and get that 6th seat. However, he didn't seem to have the numbers with him, and because of that situation arising, it was the BJP allegedly that decided that they will contest, and Devendra Fadnavis was behind that decision to decide to contest the 6th seat. That is Chhagan Bhujbal's claim. Chhagan Bhujbal, who was also here a short while ago, and he reposed faith that the MVA would win, had claimed that Devendra Fadnavis had been approached to not contest this election on behalf of the BJP, or rather not have the BJP contest the 6th seat, but he denied it, and now that is why we are seeing a pitched battle where all the various independent MLAs and all the smaller parties who have 1 seat, 2 seat, like the SP has 2 seats, the AIMIM has 2 seats, the Maharashtra Navnirman Sena has 2 seats, 1 seat rather, and so their votes become extremely crucial, and because you need 42 to get your MLA elected, there is a gap for both these parties, both the BJP as well as the MVA, that they have to breach.
All right, we just a while back also getting pictures from Karnataka, where again, like other 3 states, it's going down to the wire, with Siddaramaiah appealing to the JDS MLAs and Kumaraswamy appealing to the Congress MLAs. So that's how it's really panned out now. Going back to Haryana, where Anuj is reporting from outside Bhupinder Singh Hooda residence, where all the MLAs would be brought in for a breakfast and perhaps another round of loyalty oath. Anuj, what's with Kiran Chaudhary, for example? I mean, we're just getting into Haryana politics. The fact that Randeep Surjewala, the all-powerful media and communication in charge of the Congress party, had to go out of his home state and to neighboring Rajasthan. Why so? I mean, why would such a powerful leader not be in his home state and get elected?
Well, exactly, Abhishek, that is the bigger question, and that is what we call internal tussle within the party. This is the strategy which has been made in by the top brasses of the Congress party, but that is exactly becoming the question. This is something which has been raised internally by the party members, by the leadership of the Congress party, why it is happening. Why the people from Haryana is being sent to Rajasthan, and why somebody from outside is coming to contest election from Haryana. So that exactly is the bigger question, and the strategy of the Congress party is being always disturbing for the leadership of the Congress party itself. That is something what we have seen when we are talking about the internal tussle within the Congress party. First, we were talking about the MLAs who are going to land here, who are going to come here at Hooda's residence. I'll give you the visuals. Let me show you the arrangements also. Let me show you the security and the kind of things which is happening right now at Bhupinder Singh Hooda's residence in Chandigarh, and this exactly is going to be the place where both the buses will be coming, what I've been told, and all the MLAs are already en route from national capital to Chandigarh, and from this particular residence of Bhupinder Singh Hooda, everybody will be leaving to Vidhan Sabha. And let me also tell you that when we are talking about the Haryana politics or the Rajya Sabha election of Haryana, then yes, Congress is in trouble. That is something what we are understanding, because last minute meeting was held between Bhupesh Baghel, the Chhattisgarh CM, who is already here, because all the MLAs were taken to Chhattisgarh, and this is going under the leadership of Bhupesh Baghel, if we talk about the movement. On the other hand, a last minute meeting with Bishnoi, the movement could be clearly seen. The people are coming here, meeting Bhupinder Singh Hooda just before leaving for Chandigarh Vidhan Sabha, and there the candidates have already reached, but Ajay Makhan is still missing. Ajay Makhan has not reached to the Vidhan Sabha. He is also, like we have been told, maybe that will be going with the MLAs only who are going to arrive here any moment from now. Early in the morning they left from the national capital. We were talking about the trouble which is mounting on the head of the Congress party, and why it is becoming worrisome situation for the Congress party. We need to understand that Kuldeep Bishnoi, the Congress MLA, is not interested with the Congress party. So that's why this is again and again attempt. Yes,
right, Anuj.
Yes.
Interesting developments through the day ahead in Haryana, like of course in Rajasthan, in Maharashtra, in Karnataka. But let's go to Rajasthan, which we have not touched yet. Piyush Mishra, in fact, now joins us from outside the Leela Hotel on the outskirts of Jaipur. Piyush, we are getting pictures of Ashok Gehlot, I think already there at the assembly and getting his hand inked and go to vote. But you are outside the Leela Hotel. Is the internet working? Because we were told that internet services were shut down Thursday evening so that the MLAs could not be contacted. That was the kind of fear that the Congress party had of its MLAs quitting on the party when it comes to Rajya Sabha elections. Now, of course, they have been taken, I believe, already to the assembly. Piyush, what's the scene on the ground?
Yes, absolutely, Abhishek. Like you rightly mentioned that yes, MLAs have been taken, but there are 109 MLAs of Congress party. Those were kept here at Leela Palace. I'm also trying to show you the pictures. There are 2-3 buses also left, and we can see few MLAs now boarding the buses, and those are all set to leave from Leela Palace. We are showing you live pictures from inside Leela Palace, and also this movement is taking place amidst heavy security. We are now zooming on the pictures coming in of this last bus, which is now leaving from Leela Palace. Earlier, 2 buses have already left in which the MLAs were sitting. So to accommodate all the 109 MLAs, the Congress party has arranged 3 buses, and this is, we believe, is the last bus in which these MLAs are now leaving for Vidhan Sabha. The first bus which had left from here, in that particular bus, Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot was sitting, and this is the last bus in which the remaining MLAs are now leaving from Leela Palace. And Mukul Wasnik can be seen. Mukul Wasnik is the one who is sitting there on the front seat. Remember that he is also one of the candidates who has been named by the Congress party for Rajya Sabha polls. And you can see Mukul Wasnik sitting there. He's now waving at all his supporters who have also gathered here. And we are showing you these pictures of these MLAs who are now leaving from the Leela Palace. If you talk about the mathematics, what the Congress party is saying, Abhishek, is that it has 109 MLAs, and if we talk about the entire mathematics here in Rajasthan, there are 5 candidates who are trying their luck. Out of these 5, 3 are from Congress party: Pramod Tiwari, Mukul Wasnik, Ajay Makar. On the other side, there is one candidate from BJP, Ghanshyam Tiwari, and then there is independent MLAs, Subhash Chandra, media baron Subhash Chandra. What Subhash Chandra believes, Abhishek, is that he has got support of 30 remaining BJP MLAs. One candidate for Rajya Sabha poll needs 41 votes. So BJP has 71 MLAs in its kitty, and 40 votes after voting for Ghanshyam Tiwari, BJP's candidate. 30 MLAs would be remained, and then Subhash Chandra is now claiming, and the independent candidate is now claiming that he has support of independent MLAs, BJP MLAs, and few MLAs from BJP.
Of course, as you're pointing out, this is also a litmus test for the Chief Minister over there, who has the onerous responsibility of making sure that all their 3 candidates actually win. But at the moment, Piyush, Alisha, Amandeep, as well as Ankit do stay with us. We're going to take a quick look at more news surrounding the Rajya Sabha elections. The polling to elect the members of the upper house of Parliament for the 16th Rajya Sabha seats spread across 4 states is taking place today amid speculation of horse trading and fears of cross-voting. Polling has begun and will conclude at 4 this evening. The Haryana Congress MLAs who were lodged in a resort in Chhattisgarh's Raipur are en route towards Chandigarh. They have left from Delhi early morning by bus. These are the early morning visuals that we are showing to you as they are now set to cast their ballots in the Rajya Sabha elections. Maharashtra's Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar reached the Vidhan Sabha early this morning ahead of the Rajya Sabha elections. Notably in Maharashtra, the Congress party has fielded Imran Pratapgarhi for the polls, while Praful Patel has been fielded from the NCP. Shiv Sena Sanjay Raut and Sanjay Pawar have been given a run in the polls. The BJP has fielded Dr. Anil Bonde, Piyush Goyal and Dhananjay Mahadik for the state. Interestingly, there will be 7 candidates in the fray for 6 seats.
And viewers, we remain live and reporting from Mumbai and also on the Rajya Sabha elections in Karnataka, Haryana, Rajasthan as well, apart from Maharashtra. We'll be back with all the details because all the states, the 4 states, are seeing a tight contest for the 16 seats that are up for grabs. Stay with Republic through the day, viewers. We'll get you through the Rajya Sabha elections today.
Dana Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Working in Kashmir was shot dead. Another targeted killing of a Hindu. My Kashmiri brothers and sisters in Kashmir and outside, do not stay silent. Raise your voice. End the Omar Mehbooba type of hypocrisy. Don't say this is part of the Kashmir problem. Pakistan is the problem, and talking to the problem is never a solution. The government has to do a real crackdown. Just close down Kashmir and clear up the mess. Eliminate every single terrorist and every single terrorist supporter. Some people in India, mostly politicians and in the media, are saying now we should learn secularism.
Cordelia Cruises luxury liner Empress is inside the territory of Puducherry. Puducherry is a union territory here in India, where the Cordelia cruise that you can see right there is trying to move back into the international waters. Up to 12 nautical miles is the territory for Puducherry, following which it is the international waters, with the state government having yet given approval for the Cordelia to enter into Puducherry waters and enter into where it will be welcoming passengers from the Cordelia Empress into Puducherry, yet to be decided. This Cordelia cruise ship was all set to enter into Puducherry, where tourists will be arriving here for the day, visiting the tourist and temple town of Puducherry and be returning back. But 7 a.m. that the cruise has entered in, and sources and port authorities say that from 12 nautical miles outside of international waters, it has now reached somewhere inside 4 to 5 nautical miles inside Puducherry.
As Swapna Suresh gold smuggling case takes massive twists and turns with each passing day, Republic World is tracking each and every happening in this case. What is going to happen? We are on the ground tracking every happening. Stay tuned to Republic World.
As the term of President Ramnath Kovind is about to complete on July 24th, and the Election Commission of India yesterday announced the date for the upcoming presidential elections, Chief Election Commissioner Rajiv Kumar said that the elections for the new president will take place on July 18th and the counting of votes, if required, will be held on July 21st. The Mumbai police has directed officials not to book individuals under the POCSO Act without recommendation of the ACP and permission of the zonal DCP. The National Commission for Protection of Child Rights commented on the development and stated that the order will cause a serious infringement upon the right of victims of sexual abuse and cause undue delay for the victim to their access to justice. The police in Telangana are considering filing a petition with the Juvenile Justice Board to treat the 5 juveniles who have been arrested in the Jubilee Hills gang rape case as adults. 6 people have been arrested in connection with the case, with 5 of them being minors. The chief of the police in Kerala has constituted a 12-member SIT with regards to the gold smuggling scam in which the prime accused Swapna Suresh has made accusations of involvement against the state's Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. Headed by Kerala's crime branch chief, the team has been instructed to expedite the probe in the case and file a report within a fortnight. In more emulgent news, on the debate with Arnab last night, Swapna Suresh promised to release explosive audio clips that she claimed would make the whole country understand. The NIA conducted raids across 5 locations in Chennai in connection to Nadir Sadiq Busha, who runs an outfit named Khilafat Party of India, and now, in a massive revelation, an ISIS terror plot has been allegedly unravelled in the case. Sadiq Basha and Mahmood Pasha formed a terror group for spreading the ideology and activities of ISIS through its offshoot outfit known as Al-Hind in Bengaluru. They were also conspiring over terror attacks in the region as per inputs. The BBMP municipal body in Bengaluru said that the body had already instructed additional zonal officers to look into the potholes in the city. The development comes about a day after a stretch of road with several potholes was reported on the Bengaluru-Mysuru highway.
Quick roundup from the world of sports. David Miller carried his sensational IPL form to international cricket as South Africa made a mockery of the Indian bowling attack to gun down their highest ever run chase and race to a 7-wicket win in the opening T20. New Zealand captain Kane Williamson, ahead of the second test at Trent Bridge, said his side took some positives from the first test defeat to England, but he underlined that the tourists are also looking to improve on their individual performances.
Elections for 16 Rajya Sabha seats across 4 states scheduled today. Maharashtra to witness contest in the Rajya Sabha polls with 7 candidates in the fray for 6 seats. AIMIM lends support to MVA government in Maharashtra, says move to defeat the BJP. In Karnataka, 6 candidates filed nominations for 4 seats. Will new alliances be the last resort in Karnataka? Prime Minister Modi to visit Gujarat today will lay foundation stone of projects worth over 3 crore rupees. And welcome to this rolling coverage of the Rajya Sabha polls, crucial polls today in the upper house. I'm Rukma and with me is Shavan. It's over to you, Shavan, to take us through all that's happening right now.
In fact, the race to Rajya Sabha we've been tracking very closely. And why exactly are the Rajya Sabha polls this time so very crucial for both the parties, be it the BJP or for that matter, the opposition parties also? Remember, ahead of the 2024 elections, the BJP essentially, we are getting in.
हमारा बच्चे है इधर
Sir, all eyes are on Karnataka and Rajya Sabha because there's a three-way contest for the all-important fourth seat.
Yeah, it's a very good example, classic example how election needs to be managed very successfully. Among the 4 seats to be elected to Rajya Sabha, 3 of our candidates are going to get elected. We are very extremely happy about this issue. All of us have been participating in the election process very systematically. We have been very well advised. Even nothing goes wrong.
Well, the curious case right now in the state of Haryana. Breaking news coming in. Kuldeep Bishnoi, which way will he really swing? Remember the comments that he's been making over the last 48 hours. First saying that he is not going to vote against his inner conscience. In fact, that was the latest comment that came in from Kuldeep Bishnoi. Perhaps we could play that out in a short while from now. Also, what's really expected from multiple states? On your screens right now, the key candidates as far as the state of Rajasthan is concerned will quickly keep moving to the other states, so also Maharashtra as well as Karnataka. Now, the political potboiler right now in at least 2 states. Maharashtra, let's begin with Maharashtra. What's really happening? A late night meeting that takes place at NCP Supremo, Sharad Pawar's residence, doesn't seem to have really gone down well with the Shiva Sena camp, because what is exactly the Shiva Sena really looking at right now? The number that is essentially required right now in the Rajya Sabha as far as Maharashtra is concerned. But before that, let me quickly go across to Karnataka right now, because these are the latest images that are coming in of the Chief Minister. That's the Chief Minister, Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai casting his vote. A short while back, we also had images coming in from Rajasthan, where Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot has also cast his vote. These are the latest images. Let's quickly keep moving with these images right now. I'll ask our producers also to keep moving around as far as the latest details now coming in from Karnataka. If we can go across to our reporters on the ground in Karnataka, we'll go across to
we adopted very systematically in our party how the vote needs to be transferred.
Sir, the opposition has been attacking. Nirmala Sitharaman, she's getting again and again elected from Karnataka, but her contribution in the for Bangalore per se or Karnataka at large?
See, always she's a leader of of statesmanship. Being in a final.
The latest images now coming in from the Congress camp right now. Siddaramaiah as well as DK Shivakumar, as you can see right now, all in the house. That's the latest details coming in. On our panelists joining us right now, Sandeep Ghosh as well as Deshratan Nigam and my colleague Rukma and Ankit. Ankit is right now in Mumbai. Let me first go across to our reporters, get a quick update, and then perhaps also bring in our panelists who are joining us right now. Ankit, what's the situation like? Late night developments in the NCP camp, not really going down well with the Shiva Sena?
He rejected that, he returned the letter. He returned the letter to my MLAs that actually I have not written any letter to anybody. He today clarified. I don't know actually yesterday why his letter was circulated in all the WhatsApp and even he tweeted on his account officially. Yes, but now today is actually rejecting that request. I have not requested anything. He is telling now. This shows his double standard.
And they are saying that it's a secular vote. JDS should support a Muslim candidate this time is what Siddaramaiah.
What secular vote? They know the meaning of secular? In this country, this secular strength was totally demolishing by these Congress people.
Sir, last question, sir. Out of 32 MLAs, all 32 are with you, or Srinivas Gowda has already given a statement?
Actually, we have 32, 31 votes. We have confidence. Srinivas Gowda already expressed it in media he will going to vote for Congress. Let us see.
Sir, morning CT Ravi met with Siddaramaiah.
That shows advancedly CT Ravi went to Siddaramaiah to meet to congratulate him.
He says by mistake.
For his cooperation for the BJP candidate victory.
So he says by mistake I entered.
Yeah, is it actually anybody? If he tells like that, anybody agreed for that? He is a general secretary of BJP. How we enter Congress office?
Fine, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Well, that's the latest news now coming in from Karnataka. Kumaraswamy is once again hit out at the Congress party. Remember, Kumaraswamy, who spoke to Republic TV about a little less than 24 hours ago, essentially hit out at Siddaramaiah from the Congress party. He says that the JDS does not have a problem in a working relationship with the Congress party. The problem essentially lies with Siddaramaiah particularly. Of course, given the fact that they've had a long history, Siddaramaiah, who himself was from the JDS, and right now, that has really not gone down well with both the parties, the JDS and the Congress. Let's quickly move to the other state, Maharashtra. What's really happening in Maharashtra? We'll go across to our reporters on the ground. But before that, staying with the breaking news now coming in from Karnataka, that was Kumaraswamy once again saying that it is time to defend secularism and bringing them together. Ankit, as far as the state of Maharashtra is concerned, a lot of developments actually taking place. It does appear that the Sena seems to be a little worried with that late night meeting that has taken place at Sharad Pawar's residence at Silver Oak. What more are you picking up?
So the Shiv Sena is rightfully worried because they need 42 votes to get a candidate into the Rajya Sabha. Now what the NCP has decided in this late night meeting is allegedly to have a margin of 2 votes. So they will have 44 of their MLAs vote for their own candidate, that is Praful Patel, and then the remaining seats that they have, the remaining MLAs that they have, will vote for the Shiv Sena's second candidate, that is Sanjay Pawar. Now the NCP, remember, also is shorn of 2 votes because Nawab Malik and Anil Deshmukh have not been allowed to vote. It remains to be seen whether they can get any relief on that front from the High Court. But as of the Sessions Court verdict yesterday, or the Special Court's verdict yesterday, they are not allowed to vote. So that is 4 MLAs of the NCP who will not be able to vote for the Shiv Sena. The NCP will not be able to give Shiv Sena those 4 votes. And in an election where every vote is important, where every independent vote is important, every small party MLA's vote is important, this is a blow to the Shiv Sena. They are going to have to make up those numbers. Also, we are hearing, and Alisha has more information on this, that the Congress has also decided to have a margin of 2 votes. That means 44 of its MLAs will vote for Imran Pratapgarhi, who is the Congress candidate, and they will not vote for the Shiv Sena candidate. And so the Shiv Sena is looking at a potentially 6 vote shortage from its allies, the NCP and the Congress. Potentially, it remains to be seen. We'll only find out at the end when the results come if that happened. But potentially there are 6 votes that the MVA could have given to the Shiv Sena, which may not be able to be given. And so that makes this contest even tighter.
And coming to you, Alisha, when we talk about Maharashtra, well, the AIMIM coming out and expressing support for that they will be voting for the Mahavikas Aghadi. How does that change the contest? Has that changed the contest in any way at the last minute?
See, for the Rajya Sabha election, and at this point of time, it's a litmus test for Mahavikas Aghadi with the BJP and Shiv Sena affiliate their extra candidates. It's very important of every vote that been getting, whether it is for Mahavikas Aghadi or whether it is for BJP. Well, talking about AIMIM, even earlier when we heard Asaduddin Owaisi, which clearly stated that to defeat BJP in Rajya Sabha election, where they have to, Mahavikas Aghadi has to come in open support, asking for an open support with AIMIM, and that meeting has really seems to be successful, where Imtiaz Khatri in his Twitter account and in social media clearly stated that there are 2 MLAs in Maharashtra of AIMIM which are going to cast vote for Mahavikas Aghadi, and that support is to be getting to the Congress. But yes, The Congress, which has 44 MLAs in Maharashtra, clearly stated that all those votes that is going to be given to the Congress candidate, that is Imran Pratap Ghai, but extra the candidates, what we have been.
Alisha, requesting you to stay on with us. We'll come back to Maharashtra. It seems there have been some developments in the state of Haryana. Let's take a look at some of the latest visuals now coming in from the Haryana Assembly. BJP as well as JJP MLAs have now arrived. There you have it. The legislators stepping out of the bus. What's very interesting is that even in the state of Haryana, we've seen the resort politics essentially taking place. And the reason why now all of the legislators being brought in, ushered inside the assembly. Now, what's going to be very, very worrisome is for the Congress party, at least in the state of Haryana, because what role does Kuldeep Bishnoi essentially play? That's going to be crucial in this seesaw battle that we are essentially looking at right now. Similar sort of scenes also playing out in the state of Rajasthan. But Rukma, just to take our viewers through the latest details that we are getting right now. As far as the BJP and the JJP, BJP seems to be a little bit more comfortable as far as Haryana is concerned. But many also raising this question that if in this round also the NDA, it does appear, could perhaps lose about 3 to 5 seats is what they are saying. But if all put together with the allies, can they really touch the milestone of 100 is what they had just about a few months ago?
Well, as you were saying, Shavan, we've seen resort politics, as you mentioned, the entire drama playing out there. Of course, as you said, anything can happen. Amongst the key states that will decide the breakup of the Rajya Sabha seats is Haryana, where 2 seats are up for grabs. The Congress and the BJP are both eyeing them, but who will swing it? And what have they done to up their chances so far? There's more in this report. Take a look.
MLAs across parties have been bundled and huddled at various resorts ahead of today's big Rajya Sabha poll. The mega preparations for 2 seats in Haryana has seen resort politics galore.
Well, as dates for Rajya Sabha elections come really close, the state of Rajasthan is seeing, like several other states, the whole resort politics, where the BJP and the Congress both are trying to contain their MLAs, their MLCs together.
The Congress took its MLAs to a resort in Raipur.
और आप ये सब विधायकों को लेकर चंडीगढ़ ही जा रहे हैं, जितने जाएंगे देखते जाइए.
The BJP, JJP has protected their flock so far at a swanky spa resort on the outskirts of Chandigarh. As for independent MLAs, sources say that even they have been checked in with the BJP flock.
तो 2 दिन यहीं रहने वाले हैं.
2 दिन एक ही दिन है, परसों तो वोट डाल रहे हैं.
तो यहीं से जाएंगे.
कल का दिन है, कल हम यहाँ रहे.
But here's what the numbers look like.
If we talk about the House of Vidhan Sabha having 90 seats of the total number, out of which 40 with the BJP, 10 with JJP, and the collation of BJP and JJP is resulting to 50. Congress party is also having 31 MLAs in the House. The situation is actually very complicated for the Congress party, where independent candidate Kartikeya Sharma is also getting the support from the Congress MLAs.
From union ministers to CM Khattar checking in to the 5-star facility himself, the battle for the 2 Haryana seats has seen an extreme guarding of flock amid poaching threats, even though the BJP looks like it will sail through. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And we now go across to our correspondent Aneri, who joins us from Karnataka with all the latest that's happening there. Aneri, we were just listening in to what Kumaraswamy of the JDS had to say. He was hitting out at the Congress and speaking about how questioning their stand on various issues, lambasting them for their stand on secularism in particular. Clearly, well, the JDS here not likely to vote in favor of the Congress.
Well, definitely, Rukma, we have been seeing a lot of twists and turns in regard with the Karnataka Rajya Sabha elections. We have been seeing the polls are underway. The voting is underway for 4 seats in Karnataka, and Nirmala Sitharaman, who is one of the big face here in the state, also is in fray for the BJP. And also at the same time, we see that the Kumaraswamy has hit it out at the Congress party. Big twist coming in, but also at the same time we see just some time back Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai had casted his vote here at the Vidhan Sabha, and as we continue to report, I'd like to show you how the arrangements have been put in place. There are security personals, and also at the same time we see that the BJP is likely to win 2 seats here as the voting is underway for 4 seats, but also Rajya Sabha's 3rd seat is expected to be won by the BJP, as we also see at the same time that there are a lot of twists, and Kumaraswamy also just some time back had hit it out at the Congress party, saying that he speaks about secularism as well, and says who is secular we all have been seeing. And also some time back he had stated that they are going to cast near about 30 to 31 votes, so we'll have to see how this goes forward, as BJP is also pretty much confident of winning the seats here in Karnataka Rajya Sabha elections.
करू म्हणून आम्ही एक निर्णय घेतला. खूप मीटिंग्स घेतली आम्ही, चर्चा केली. सरकारमध्ये बसलेले जे मोठे मंत्री आहे, नेते आहे महाविकास आघाडीचे, त्यांच्यासोबत चर्चा केली आणि अनेक मुद्दे त्यांच्यासमोर प्रस्तुत केले. आणि त्याच्यामध्ये जे 3 प्रमुख मुद्दे आम्ही त्याच्या बाबतीत चर्चा केली. एक तर हे आहे की महाराष्ट्रामध्ये जे वक्फ बोर्डाची जे जमीन आहे त्याच्यावर अनेक ऑफिसेस, सरकारी ऑफिसेस आहे, ते कुठल्याही प्रकारच्या रेंट देत नाही. तर आम्ही सरकारला हे सांगितलं की एक नियम आणा की जे वक्फ बोर्डाची जमिनीवर सरकारी ऑफिस आहे ते रेडी रेकनर रेट प्रमाणे वक्फ बोर्डाला ते रेंट देतील. दुसरा म्हणजे MPSC महाराष्ट्र पब्लिक सर्व्हिस कमिशनमध्ये दरवेळी एक मायनॉरिटीचा एक मेंबर असायचा, पण या सरकारमध्ये नाही आहे, ते नियम आहे. तर आम्ही त्यांना आठवण करून दिली की एक मायनॉरिटीचा मेंबर MPSC मध्ये टाका. आणि तिसरी आमची एक मागणी होती की मुसलमानांच्या रिझर्वेशनच्या बाबतीत अनेक वर्षापासून हे मुद्दा प्रलंबित आहे, त्याच्या बाबतीतही आपण सकारात्मक विचार करावा.
Let me also quickly bring in Alisha right now. There has been a development in the state of Maharashtra. A comment now made by the AIMIM leader who said that discussions with the MVA government over the reservation for Muslims before agreeing to vote for the MVA candidates. Now, Alisha, it does appear that some sort of conditions are being put across by the AIMIM. We've already heard AIMIM's Chief Asauddin Owaisi talking about the reservations. If the reservations are given to the Marathas, then why not for the Muslims? We've seen in the past the Congress government, when they were in power, they had essentially moved a resolution as far as reservation for Muslims as well as for the Marathas are concerned. So it seems right now a tough position for the Mahavikas Aghadi.
Because it's been after 2 decades where we are witnessing the Rajya Sabha elections in Maharashtra, because earlier it was always an unopposed election that has held in Maharashtra. But this time we can see it's a battle for a 6th seat, and the 7 candidates has been placed, 1 from the Shiv Sena and 1 from the BJP. Putting every strategy, and yesterday there was a meeting at the Taj President where Piyush Goyal, who is the candidate for Rajya Sabha for the MP, and of course Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnav, who was also present, who has been an observer in this for this election. So that was the meeting where the strategy has been put forth, and BJP is very much confident enough that they have enough votes, because BJP in Maharashtra has 106 MLAs. With that, it has been said that there are 9 independents and small parties, MLAs that has been getting a support. Even yesterday we saw Ravi Rana entering the same hotel where the BJP had a meeting. But again, like coming back to the Mahavikas Aghadi, because Congress has 44 MLAs and they clearly stated that all votes will be given to their candidates, that is Imran Pratap Gahi, and whether the other parties, small parties, if they have a support, so the second preference will be Shiv Sena. Whereas Shiv Sena has 55 MLAs and NCP has 53. So we have to wait and watch what are the further course of action, because the Shiv Sena has been some of the way managing the votes, and of course it has also been said there are 12 independent and small parties MLAs that are going to support Mahavikas Aghadi, including AIMIM, which already stated that there are 2 MLAs that will be given support.
Amandeep, these elections, Amandeep, coming to you, these elections are, even before they began, and there were so many speculations, they were being said to be an acid test for many top leaders of all major political parties in the fray. In Haryana, among them, Bhupinder Singh Hooda. Your thoughts?
Well, absolutely, Rukma. The point is, Bhupinder Singh Hooda's prestige is on stake during this Rajya Sabha elections, just because it is the matter of one vote in this entire situation. Just because Kuldeep Bishnoi, who has already given his statement that he will cast his vote according to his inner conscience, and in fact, that is a clear-cut indication that he is not going to cast vote to the Congress party, to the Congress candidate Ajay Makhan. And in fact, Kuldeep Bishnoi is coming separately from the Congress MLAs who are basically en route from Delhi to Chandigarh in 2 buses, and all the Congress MLAs will be coming together to Haryana Vidhan Sabha to cast their vote, just because they are having a very strong apprehension of the cross voting to independent candidate Kartikeya Sharma. And in fact, it is just matter of one vote, Rukma. I am again saying it is just matter of one vote, just because 19 JJP BJP MLAs have already extended their support to the independent candidate Kartikeya Sharma, and all independent MLAs, 6 independent MLAs are already into the fold of Kartikeya Sharma, and in fact Gopal Kanda and Abhay Chautala, IND MLA, they both have extended their support to the Kartikeya Sharma. And in fact, if we just make a calculation for all these votes, he is actually standing on 28 votes of the MLAs out of 90, and the requirement of one Haryana Rajya Sabha seat is 30 MLAs. And in fact, Congress is earlier claiming 31 MLAs, but now Kuldeep Bishnoi is reduced. They are just sitting on 30 MLAs. And in fact, it is just one vote. If one vote is shifted from Congress to Kartikeya Sharma, that means the second preference option will be obeyed by the Election Commission itself, just because the number of...
Right, Amandeep, stay with us. We'll be coming right back to you, but we're getting in more live inputs, inside scoops from Maharashtra, for example. Let's listen in to some of the reactions coming in on this crucial day.
लगना स्वाभाविक है, चारों को जिताना ये भी महाविकास आघाड़ी के तीनों घटक पक्ष की जवाबदारी है। वो शिवसेना का उम्मीदवार है, इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि हम लोगों ने उसको हराने का, हमारी पूरी मानसिकता है कि हमने चारों उम्मीदवारों को जिता के लाना, ये हमारी जवाबदारी है।
कोटा बढ़ाया गया है।
बिल्कुल आपको पता है,
अब तक बैठक में नहीं पहुंचे, ना वो मुंबई पहुंचे हुए, उनकी मुख्यमंत्री पर नाराजगी, आपके कान पे कोई खबर?
हमें कोई खबर नहीं है, और राष्ट्रवादी के एमएलए है वो आ जाएंगे।
नाना, क्या कोटा बढ़ाया गया है 42 से 44 हुआ?
अरे देखो, आज की जो संख्या बल है, अगर 2 को अगर वोटिंग के राइट्स नहीं मिलते हैं तो 41 का कोटे में ही कैंडिडेट चुन के आ जाएंगे। 42 का जो कोटा है और उतना संख्या बल हमारे पास है, उसके आधार पर हम लोग हमारे चारों उम्मीदवार जीतेंगे।
हमारा सब नियोजन हुआ है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का तीनों सांसद चुन के आएगा।
महाविकास आघाड़ी जो हमारी है, उद्धव ठाकरे जी की लीडरशिप में हम सब मिलकर 4 उम्मीदवार चुनाव में हमारी लड़ाई जारी है, और 4 ही उम्मीदवार हमारे जीतकर शाम को 7 बजे आपको पता चलेगा कि हमारे पास पूरे आंकड़े हैं 169। एक हमारे विधायक का दुखद निधन हुआ है, उनकी मृत्यु हुई है, तो एक उम्मीदवार हमारा कम है, लेकिन उनसे भी ज़्यादा अगर आंकड़ा हमारे पास अगर आपको दिखता है तो मेरी ईश्वर से प्रार्थना है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी को दिल को चोट न लगे या धक्का न बैठे। पूरा मजबूत सरकार है हमारी और पूरा समर्थन हमारे पास है।
सर, राष्ट्रवादी शरद पवार यांनी प्रफुल्ल पटेल
हम जीत रहे हैं कम्फर्टेबली, और उनको अपना घर संभालना चाहिए, क्योंकि भगदड़ मची हुई वहाँ पर है। इन्होंने जिस प्रकार से 30 उम्मीदवार खड़ा किया, उसको उनकी पार्टी के विधायकों ने लाइक नहीं किया। अनावश्यक हॉर्स ट्रेडिंग से दूसरा उम्मीदवार जीतने की क्या तुक थी? ये मतलब हालात पूरे प्रदेश में रिएक्शन है, अनावश्यक चुनाव करवा दिए, वरना 4 सीटें 3 हमारी, 1 बीजेपी का आराम जीती थी। ऐसे एक्ट को कोई लाइक नहीं करता। पहले भी इन्होंने ऐसे ही किया था, पिछले चुनाव में मार के खानी पड़ी इन लोगों को। अब फिर इस बार मार खाएंगे लोग. ओके,
थैंक यू सर.
And we continue to report from all 4 states, viewers, where the Rajya Sabha elections are going on. 16 seats are at stake from 4 states in Maharashtra, Karnataka, Rajasthan and Haryana. And we'll get you all the updates and the on-ground situation as the MLAs vote for the Rajya Sabha polls. Stay with Republic all day today.
Good evening and welcome, viewers. So, the same people who led the outrage on Nupur Sharma are now defending Asaduddin Owaisi and Saba Naqvi. Now, Saba Naqvi, known for her indiscriminate, perpetual, unstoppable trolling, and Owaisi face FIRs along with people like Ilyas Sharafuddin for spreading hate, for making insightful comments, for being disrespectful towards others, towards other religious beliefs, and suddenly the entire group that jumped up and down in a manic way, joining hands with Qatar and Saudi Arabia in questioning their own country. That whole group has gone silent. They don't want to talk about this now. They want to discuss anything else. The Rajya Sabha elections or even the weather, they don't want to talk about this now. They don't want to talk about who's spreading hate now. They don't want to talk about who's facing an FIR now. And since we are and have been on the subject of respecting religious beliefs, let me on Republic Tonight add a much necessary angle to this. What about respecting Hindu religious beliefs too? What about respecting Hindu sentiments? What about respecting Hindu values too? Hindu history too? Hindu traditions too? And the Hindu way of life as well? How about it? How come, whether in movies, social media or politics, the Hindu religion and Hindus are a target? Not an innocuous target, not an unconscious target, but a deliberate target. Think about it. When was the last time a chief minister or a state government arrested people for hurting Hindu sentiments? What about Hindu sentiments?
Elections for 16 Rajya Sabha seats across 4 states scheduled today. Maharashtra to witness contest in Rajya Sabha polls with 7 candidates in the fray for 6 seats. AIMIM lends support to MVA government in Maharashtra, says move to defeat the BJP. In Karnataka, 6 candidates filed nominations for 4 seats. Will new alliances be the last resort in Karnataka? Big twist ahead of polls. Kumaraswamy hits out at the Congress as Congress destroyed secularism in the country. Prime Minister Modi to visit Gujarat today will lay foundation stone of projects worth over 3 crore rupees.
Let's quickly shift our focus now to Rajasthan, where my colleague Piyush has been tracking. It appears that there's been some development there. The legislators moving towards the House. What's really happening on the ground, Piyush? Take us through.
Well, yes, Shravan, you would remember that for the last many days, Congress MLAs, around 109 Congress MLAs and few independent MLAs were stayed there at Leela Palace in Jaipur, which is there on the outskirts of Jaipur. And now these MLAs are being taken to assembly as the voting for Rajya Sabha polls to take place today. Let me straight away try to show you pictures. My video journalist Anil Sharma can focus and try to show you the pictures of these MLAs who are now en route to assembly. You can see the massive security arrangements also being made for these MLAs who are now going to assembly to cast their vote. Remember that earlier two buses left in which in the first bus Ashok Gehlot, Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot was also there.
Well, these are the latest shots now coming in from Karnataka is what we are being told. Let's go across to Adiri also to get us the more details as far as Karnataka is concerned. Remember, earlier in the day, Kumaraswamy essentially hitting out at the Congress party, taking umbrage over the letter that Siddaramaiah has now written to the legislators.
Anyway, JDS may not be able to make it. So he has requested the JDS MLAs for Congress second candidate. He has requested that you vote to our candidate on a conscious voting. So I am confident that that may happen. That may happen. So both our candidates may win.
So Mr. C.T. Ravi home today and it said that he congratulated Mr. Kumaraswamy. Says that the BJP, the Congress and BJP have together in destroying JDS.
See, no political party can be destroyed by another party. It is the people who has to decide. The mandate is given by the people.
Naturally, 32 JDS is there and 32 BJP also. Second preference vote, we will get another one. That's why we will win the election.
Sir, but we also see that there is a tussle going on between the Congress and the JDS where Kumaraswamy just happened to speak to us and said that what does secularism mean to them, but also at the same time we see that BJP says they are confident of winning.
The two parties not secular. They are Muslim based parties. They are not secular. Always they support one-sided. In Congress also, Tipu Jayanti and hijab, every time they supported Muslim community. They are not a Samajawadi.
One question, sir. There are 4 seats, but there are six candidates who are in fray. How is BJP confident?
No, we are not approaching anybody. Congress is approaching. We are not approaching. We are comfortable majority is there.
So as we continue to stay here and report from the Vidhan Sabha here in Bengaluru, we see that the BJP is confident of winning, and also at the same time we see that the polling is underway right now at Vidhan Sabha here in Bengaluru, and also BJP says that both the parties, that is the Congress and the JDS, are not secular, whereas the BJP will win with a comfortable margin is what the leaders of the BJP have been seeing. The first 2 seats, however, there are 4 seats, but there are six candidates who are in fray for the Karnataka Rajya Sabha elections, where we have been seeing a massive tussle between the Congress and the JDS also going on. We'll also try and speak to the leaders here and also know what exactly they have to say. Sir, what do you have to say on the elections, and how do you see this?
What do you mean? We have just casted our vote. As a party, we are hopeful all our 3 candidates will win. And this is the vote for development. This is the vote for our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji.
We see that there's a tussle going on between the JDS and the Congress. How do you see that?
That is their internal affairs. They were always, for external world, they look like friends, but they are politically, ideologically way apart. So they cannot come together any day.
So, as we continue to report and as we see that the BJP says they are very much confident of winning this elections, whereas the Congress and the JDS, which as the tussle goes on between the Congress and the JDS, the BJP says that there's always a tussle and there's always an issue with both the parties, but BJP is still confident of winning this 4 seats in Rajya Sabha elections here from Karnataka.
Well, in fact, Anirudh, trust you to keep us ahead of the story and track the developments in the state of Karnataka very closely. But staying with the state of Karnataka, who are the key candidates? Remember, big names as far as the Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned. Nirmala Sitharaman from the BJP, Jagesh from the BJP, Lahar Singh Siroya from the BJP, Jairam Ramesh from the Congress Party, Mansoor Ali Khan from Congress and Kovendra Reddy from the JDS. But clearly, as the BJP is now hitting out saying that as far as JDS and Congress are concerned, they appear to be friends on the face of it, but ideologically they are completely separated. And it does appear that there have been some ripple effects of the statements that have been made in the last few days by former Chief Minister of Karnataka, Siddaramaiah, and the fact that all is not well between Kumaraswamy and Siddaramaiah. These are the latest pictures now coming in from the Vidhan Soudha in Karnataka. We'll move to the other states that we have been closely tracking. Let's also go across to Amandeep right now to get us the latest, what's really happening on the ground. How's the numbers really looking like by this evening? What's really going to be the fate of the Bharatiya Janata Party in the upper house? Remember whether the balance is going to be created or not, because that is going to be very, very crucial for the BJP ahead of the 2024 elections. Because remember, as far as the legislation, key legislations are concerned, whether they are going to be tabled and the numbers, how they stack up, is going to have a direct impact on those very legislations. But Amandeep, what's the situation on the ground? Any movement from your side?
Well, Shravan, all BJP and JJP MLAs has already arrived at Hiranya Vidhan Sabha and their casting vote process is underway. And in fact, the most interesting part is that they all are having collation of 50 MLAs, and in fact 31 MLAs are going to cast the vote for the BJP candidate Kishan Lal Pawar, and surplus 19 votes will be diverted to independent candidate Kartikesh Sharma. And in fact, even the Congress, Kuldeep Bishnoi and Kiran Chaudhary, and in fact 3 other MLAs has already arrived inside the Vidhan Sabha, and rest of the Congress MLAs are coming in a bus together. First they will be reaching to Huda's residence for the breakfast, and later they all will be taken to the Haryana Vidhan Sabha here all together in 2 different buses, just because they are en route from Delhi to Chandigarh. And the strong threat perception to the Congress party for the cross voting, just because independent candidate is the game changer in this entire scenario. In fact, he is the one who has actually gathered all the support of the independent MLAs as well, and even from the side of the Congress. Now the Congress is trying to quantify and codify their own MLAs in one line, so that at least they all will be voting for the Ajay Makan to make him win as a Rajya Sabha candidate. But that is not happening on the ground. Kuldeep Bishnoi, one of the apprehension that Kuldeep Bishnoi is remain separate from the Congress line, and that is what happening. Kuldeep Bishnoi says that he will vote according to his inner conscience. That means straight away he is not going to cast vote in the favor of Congress party to the Congress candidate as well. That one vote reduced. Congress is having 31 MLAs in the House, Shravan, and in fact if we just reduce Kuldeep Bishnoi from that turned to be the 30, and every single Rajya Sabha nominee required 30 votes of the MLAs, and in fact Congress is now just jam-packed with their votes, and in fact one single vote will be reduced from the Congress line, that turned to be the independent, that the second preference option will be availed by the Election Commission. And in fact the scenario is very much tight between independent candidate as well as Congress candidate Ajay Makan and Kartikesh Sharma. These are the 2 candidates. Just because BJP is having a smooth way along their candidate with 31 votes, just because one candidate required 31 votes and other candidate required 30 votes to be the Rajya Sabha Sabha member, and that is the reason. Just because Kartikeya Sharma independent
Right, so the
candidates is
numbers
having 20
looking very interesting as far as Haryana is concerned. And Amandeep, you were also explaining to us how it's a prestige issue as far as former Chief Minister Bhupinder Singh Hooda is concerned. We are getting some visuals there from outside his home, and it appears there's some action there that's happening. Anuj, when we come going across to you, what details can you give us?
Well, at this point in time, let me tell you, just before leaving to the Vidhan Sabha, Bhupinder Singh Hooda is here, and recently this is Bhupesh Baghel, who has just reached Chhattisgarh CM, let me tell you, who is looking into the matter and who is dealing with all the MLAs, as all the MLAs were taken to Raipur earlier, and yesterday he landed in the national capital. He talked to Bishnoi also to convince him. We are giving you the visual right from outside Bhupinder Singh Hooda's residence in Chandigarh, and there, let me tell you, Hooda is inside. At this point in time, Ajay Makhan, the candidate, he is also inside. On the other hand, this is Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel, who just reached at the residence of Hooda in Chandigarh. So what we have been told, this is going to be the MLAs. The bus is already en route toward this particular residence of Hooda in Chandigarh. All the MLAs will be coming here, and accompanying all the MLAs, this is going to be Hooda, this is going to be Ajay Makhan, this is going to be Bhupesh Baghel, who will be leaving toward the Vidhan Sabha of Chandigarh. There the voting has already started, but yes, as Amandeep was pointing out very clearly, that this is the prestige issue, and that's why we are seeing every meeting and everything being held at the residence of Bhupinder Singh Hooda, where from I am reporting at this point in time, this is going to be very, very important meeting just before leaving to the assembly, before casting the vote. Kiran Chaudhary, let me tell you, is also inside. So this is going to be very, very important, that who all are going to be on the same page and will be voting for the Congress candidate, that's Ajay Makhan. But Kuldeep Bishnoi, let me tell you, has already casted his vote, and after casting his vote, what I am being told that he has already left for the national capital. So this is going to be very, very important, that what exactly is the inner soul saying, because that is the statement, that is the line which has been taken by Kuldeep Bishnoi earlier also, and today also Kuldeep Bishnoi mentioned the same, stated the same.
Right. So Kuldeep Bishnoi and Kiran Chaudhary, even as Bhupesh Baghel has arrived there, leaders of political parties still going into huddles, even as well the voting has already begun. Let's take a look at the national stories we're tracking at this hour. Polling to elect the members of the upper house of Parliament on 16 Rajya Sabha seats spread across 4 states takes place today amid speculations of horse trading and fears of cross voting. Polling that began at 9 a.m. will conclude at 4 p.m. Haryana Congress MLAs lodged in a resort in Chhattisgarh's Raipur en route towards Chandigarh. They have left from Delhi early morning by bus. These are the early morning visuals we have accessed as they are set to cast their votes in the Rajya Sabha elections. Haryana polling will take place for 2 seats.
We are confident that our candidate, Shri Ajay Makhan ji, will win with more than required number of votes, and with number of votes more than our strength.
Sir, but the independent
candidate
Kartikeya Sharma has got also support from JJP and BJP. So, do you think that
we will win, and the number of votes hold in our favor will be more than our strength.
And Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar reached the Vidhan Sabha early in the morning ahead of the polls. Notably, in Maharashtra, the Congress party has fielded Imran Pratap Garhi for the polls, while Praful Patel has been fielded by the NCP. Shiv Sena Sanjay Raut and Sanjay Pawar have been given a run in the polls as well. The BJP has fielded Dr. Anil Bonde, Piyush Goyal and Dhananjay Mahadik from the state. Interestingly, there will be 7 candidates in the fray for 6 seats in the state. In an early morning tweet, AIMIM State Unit President Imtiaz Jalil had affirmed that their party has decided to vote for the Mahavikas Aghadi candidates in the Rajya Sabha elections. In Maharashtra, Jalil said the decision was taken to defeat the BJP, but the party's political and ideological differences with the Shiv Sena, a partner in the MVA government, will continue. On the eve of elections to 6 Rajya Sabha seats in Maharashtra, senior BJP leader Devendra Fadnavis held a meeting with MLAs of his party. He advised them to ensure that their votes do not turn invalid due to some mistake. The former chief minister was speaking to the BJP MLAs at a hotel. After more than 2 decades, Maharashtra will witness a contest in the Rajya Sabha polls as there are 7 candidates in the fray for 6 seats. And we are getting you an exclusive political scoop from Maharashtra, where 7 candidates are in the fray for 6 seats. We have been told that in a meeting held last night at Pawar's residence, Shiv Sena is disappointed with Sharad Pawar's decision. Sources say Pawar has increased NCP's vote quota to 44. A safe game being played by the party. However, only 42 are required to win 1 Rajya Sabha seat. If this happens, it will be -2 for Sena, and Congress may also play safe game like the NCP. And breaking news coming in now, curfew imposed in Bhadrawah town of Doda district in Jammu. Internet services were suspended on Friday following tensions over some social media posts. The tensions flared on Thursday after a purported video went viral in which instigating announcements were being made from a mosque in Bhadrawah in Jammu. Following this, a case was registered at Bhadrawah police station. Here's a ground report filed by my colleague Gursimran Singh.
Tension has prevailed in the Bhadrawah area of Doda district after 2 communities came in front of each other over the hate speech controversy. Right now we are in the Bhadrawah area and there's a heavy security deployment. Those persons who were sitting here for long have now removed the matting is being removed. There is a heavy deployment of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, Indian Army and the CRPF, and what they are saying is that they will be acting on those who shared some cartoons which offended the people from minority community, and now the police has assured them that strict action will be taken. Now we see that heavy deployment of the police can be seen. The police are ready to tackle all possible situations, and even the administration was having talks with the protesters, and they have assured protesters that strict action will be taken against the culprits as the FIR has already been launched and the probe is underway. This is Jeevan Kumar, Gursimran Singh for Republic Media Network.
That was Dipendra Hooda. Let me give you the sense of the MLAs also. MLAs coming out now. MLAs, all the MLAs are coming out from the bus. Ma'am, क्या कहेंगे आज क्या उम्मीद है? थोड़ा रास्ता.
देखिए बहुत अच्छा रहने वाला है. कांग्रेस पार्टी के हमारे प्रत्याशी हम लोग बहुत ज्यादा अच्छी वोटों से जीतने वाले हैं.
मैम, कुलदीप बिश्नोई जी को लेकर एक बड़ा डिस्कशन चल रहा है. वो वोट भी डालाए हैं. क्या लगता है कि सब लोग साथ में हैं कांग्रेस पार्टी?
बिल्कुल 100% सब लोग साथ हैं. कांग्रेस पूरी मजबूती के साथ अपना चुनाव लड़ रही है.
तो these
A federal aviation accident investigator will be sent to Hawaii to investigate after a tour helicopter crashed on a remote Big Island lava field, injuring all 6 on board. The Bell 407 helicopter left Kona International Airport about 5 p.m. on Wednesday on a sightseeing tour and crashed about 30 minutes later near the southernmost tip of the island. All 6 on board were injured. US President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris met with Caribbean leaders at the Summit of the Americas to emphasize deepening US-Caribbean ties and strengthening the partnership with America's neighbors. The meeting was an important opportunity for the President and Vice President to connect with the Caribbean community leaders to talk about the challenges the nations face and the best way to collaborate with these regional partners. The new president of Somalia has warned that his country faces another famine as it remains gripped by a prolonged drought. Hassan Sheikh Mohamud issued the warning after his inauguration as the country's new president earlier this week. UN humanitarian agencies also warned of a historic fourth consecutive failed rainy season in Somalia. The president also spoke of the security challenges posed by extremist groups in the country. A man opened fire at a business in Western Maryland, killing 3 people before the suspect and a state trooper were wounded in the shootout. The Washington County Sheriff's Office says a 4th victim is critically injured. The suspect then fled in a vehicle. He was tracked down by Maryland State Police. The suspect and the trooper were also wounded in an exchange of gunfire. Both were being treated for their wounds. A wildfire in southern Spain forced the evacuation of 2,000 people amid fears that torrid weather may feed the blaze. Emergency agencies deployed almost 1,000 firefighters, military personnel and support crews to fight it as water-dropping helicopters could be seen in the area. Emergency centers have been set up to help those evacuated, including in Benahavis.
As the term of President Ramnath Kovind is about to complete on July,
BJP, Shiv Sena, NCP or Congress, there's a battle of a 6 seat. They've been very confident enough to get at least 3 seats. And every vote, whether it is from the other party, the small party or the independent MLA, is very important at this point of time.
Breaking news coming in. BJP Telangana President Bandi Sanjay Kumar put under house observation over a protest on RTC fare hikes in Telangana. Bandi Sanjay Kumar has been in the news for all the wrong reasons in the past few days. Aneria, our correspondent, to tell us more about this latest development as far as Bandi Sanjay Kumar is concerned. Aneria, it's over to you for all the details regarding Bandi Sanjay Kumar. We believe he's been put on house observation now.
Well, that's right, Rukma. We have been seeing that there is a lot of tussle which has been going on between the BJP and the TRS here in the state, and also at the same time we see that now there is an house, Bandi Sanjay, who is the BJP chief, has been put under house arrest. Well, last evening also we had seen that the BJP leader was put under house arrest was blocked by the police officials. But now we see that there is a massive war of words between the BJP and the TRS, and also at the same time, Mr. Bandi Sanjay has stated that there is a hidden conspiracy which has been going on, and also they will continue to protest over this. And also at the same time, we see that the BJP chief Bandi Sanjay has been blocked, and there's a massive police deployment at his residence as well.
It's a litmus test for Maha Vikas Aghadi government with the BJP and Shiv Sena fielding an extra candidate. Republic will keep you ahead with a minute-to-minute update on Rajya Sabha election. Tune to, we will be right back after a short break.
Quick roundup from the world of sports. David Miller carried his sensational IPL form to international cricket as South Africa made a mockery of the Indian bowling attack to gun down their highest ever run chase and race to a 7-wicket win in the opening T20. New Zealand captain Kane Williamson, ahead of the second test at Trent Bridge, said his side took some positives from the first test defeat to England, but he underlined that the tourists are also looking to improve on their individual performances. Two-time Olympic medalist PV Sindhu and World Championship bronze winner Lakshya Sen progressed to quarter-finals of the Indonesia Masters Super 500 badminton tournament. With contrasting wins, Sindhu was made to toil hard for over an hour by Gregoria Mariska of Indonesia before winning in the second round. The president of the Russian Olympic Committee claimed that his organization received information that Russia was not admitted to the General Assembly of the European Olympic Committee. The International Olympic Committee had earlier recommended international federations ban Russian athletes as well as Belarusian competitors from all international competitions amidst the war in Ukraine. Croatia's players trained in Copenhagen ahead of Friday's Nations League match against Denmark. Croatia have just 1 point after their first two games. Both played at home, a 3-0 defeat to Austria and 1-1 draw with the world champions France.
Luhansk's governor has said on Thursday that fighting was continuing in Severodonetsk, the eastern Ukrainian city that is key to Moscow's efforts to complete the capture of the industrial Donbas region. With the war in Ukraine now having gone on for over 100 days, a pitched battle is ongoing in the Donbas, where Russia is intent on accomplishing its strategic objective. Two British citizens and a Moroccan were sentenced to death on Thursday by pro-Moscow rebels in eastern Ukraine for fighting on Ukraine's side. A court in the self-proclaimed and Russia-recognized Donetsk People's Republic found the three men guilty of working toward a violent overthrow of power, an offense punishable by death in the unrecognized republic. Russia's state news agency reported that Aiden Aslan, Sean Pinner and Saudun Brahim were set to face a firing squad. They have a month to appeal. Putting Islamabad in a tight spot, the International Monetary Fund has asked Pakistan to renegotiate the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor energy deals before making payments of around 300 billion Pakistani rupees to the Chinese power plants. The multilateral lender
Welcome viewers. Prestige battles, political alignments lined up as 4 states vote for 16 Rajya Sabha seats. And in the pictures we see elections for 16 Rajya Sabha seats across 4 states scheduled today. Maharashtra to witness a contest in the Rajya Sabha polls with 7 candidates in fray for 6 seats. AIMIM lends support to MVA government in Maharashtra, says move to defeat the BJP. In Karnataka, 6 candidates filed nominations for 4 seats. Will new alliances be the last resort in Karnataka? And falling out happening between partners. Big twist ahead of polls. Kumaraswamy hits out at the Congress, says Congress destroyed secularism in the country. And in other news, Prime Minister Modi to visit Gujarat, his home state today, will lay foundation stone of projects worth about 3 crore rupees in south and central Gujarat. All right. All right, viewers. Reports coming in that the Rajya Sabha elections in Rajasthan are getting mentioned in the topmost court of the country. Someone has approached the Supreme Court and
we have to get to the development. The Supreme Court has declined a special. Justice M.R. Shah says we have no difficulty. We inquired from the registry. They have communicated the same to CJI. They have not received any reply. If the CJI consents, we will hear. Essentially, somebody wanted a petition to be heard on the Rajya Sabha elections in Rajasthan, but the topmost court of the country denying it. In the Supreme Court, Rajasthan Rajya Sabha elections, Madam mentioned again, but Justice M.R. Shah, his bench, saying that we have no difficulty if it comes to us, but then we have inquired from the registry and that we have been communicated that they have not received any reply. If the CJI consents, we will hear. That's a report coming in on some Rajya Sabha petition for Rajasthan coming up before the Supreme Court, which the bench says has not been communicated to them. Let's go to Piyush Mishra, who's reporting from ground. In fact, he's outside the hotel where the Rajasthan MLAs were herded by the Congress party government there. It's their own MLAs. Piyush, what's the situation now? Are all the MLAs in the assembly already and voting going on, or some of them still at the hotel where they were put to some loyalty test?
Well, Abhishek, what you are now given to understand is that the last bus in which the MLAs are travelling is on its way to the assembly. 2 buses have already reached. In the 2 buses, we saw Ashok Gehlot, Randeep Surjewala, Mukul Wasning, along with the MLAs of Congress party going towards the assembly. Right now, I can also show you the pictures of the last bus, which is now en route to assembly. We believe that we have almost reached. The bus has almost reached, and right in front of is also assembly. So any minute from now, the bus will be entering inside the assembly, and that's the last bus which is now going inside. If we talk about the mathematics here in Rajasthan, there are 200 MLAs out of 109 belong to the Congress party. BJP has 71 MLAs in its kitty. What is mathematics? The mathematics here is that they need 41, a particular candidate needs 41 support of 41 MLAs, and out of these 3 candidates who have been announced by the Congress party, 2, which means Randeep Surjewala and Mukul Wasnik will have a cakewalk, but the last one, Pramod Tiwari, is likely to face a problem because Subhash Chandra, who is also a media baron, he has also entered into the fray. In fact, he is claiming the support of good number of independent MLAs, and that is why he is saying that he is going to get the support and win the Rajya Sabha polls. We can update to our viewers that the last bus has also reached. In fact, it is entering, and my video journalist Anil Sharma is showing to our viewers the pictures also. Congress party is claiming that all its candidates, Mukul Wasnik, Randeep Surjewala, and also Pramod Tiwari, they are going to win, but at the same time BJP is saying that Ghanshyam Tiwari and also the another one, Subhash Chandra, who is also independent and supported by the BJP MLAs, he will win from the BJP side. But right now what we can tell to our viewers is that all the MLAs of the Congress party have reached there. We are right now showing you the pictures of these MLAs who have entered inside the assembly. Remember that this is the convoy also which we are showing, and that's the last bus which has just entered inside the assembly. All the MLAs of the Congress party, they have already gone inside. Before that, the BJP MLAs entered. So the fight is getting interesting minute by minute. All MLAs of Congress party have reached here. If you talk about the Congress side, what Congress is saying is that it has not only support of 109 MLAs but also the support of 13 independent MLA, 2 CPM MLAs, 2 BJP MLAs, but Subhash Chandra is now claiming that he has got support of remaining 30 BJP MLAs out of 71. At the same time, he has also got support of 2 BJP MLAs and also the few independent MLAs. We'll have to wait and watch how the voting is going to take place. Last bus has also just entered inside the assembly. Nupu.
Absolutely, Piyush, as you're pointing out, and 5 p.m. is the time when we'll know what's really happened, or when the counting will be done. Let's, I think, go across to Ankit, who joins us from Mumbai. Ankit, you know, Maharashtra is essentially at the center of a lot of political back and forth. Now, give us a sense of what's happening right now. We've heard a lot since the morning, but what's your sense of how will this go down really to the wire?
Absolutely, that is the sense. About half of the voting has taken place so far. About 140 MLAs have voted out of the 288 total. There are actually fewer than that because some seats are now vacant and two at least are in jail at the moment. We just saw two senior leaders, Jayant Patil, and then also a little while later, Aditya Thackeray go in. No one spoke to the media, at least Aditya didn't. Jayant Patil did speak and he reposed faith that the MVA would win. But until now, if the numbers are concerned, the BJP has had the maximum number of MLAs so far vote. The Congress slightly behind the BJP. But the two big regional powerhouses, the Shiv Sena and the NCP, they have not yet voted in any big numbers. So now that senior leaders of both parties have been arriving, we are expecting any time now that their MLAs are also likely to come here, whether they take buses or whether they come in individual vehicles. That remains to be seen. The BJP had got 4 buses so far. We've seen 2 buses of the Congress already. And so now we await to find out whether the NCP and the Shiv Sena will be coming here shortly. Back to you.
All right, Ankit, thank you there. Keeping close tabs of developments in Maharashtra with Rajya Sabha polls taking place across 16 seats in 4 states. Ankit, Piyush, Alisha and Anuj continue to report from the ground on the minute developments, on political alignments, on prestige battles. If I could come to Alisha also. Alisha, earlier we had Ankit mentioning the fact that AIMIM has now decided to vote for the MVA and possibly the Shiv Sena candidate might sail through. What is important is that there has been a charge always leveled against AIMIM that it is the B team of the BJP. If it is B team of the BJP, why is it voting for the MVA? Does it not expose that charge or the hollowness of that charge? All right, we're not getting Alisha. I think there's some audio issue there. If I could take that question back. All right, Alisha is back. Alisha, my question was, AIMIM has decided to vote for the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi and help the Shiv Sena with 2 votes that they have. In this case, this charge against AIMIM that it is the B team of the BJP that some Congress-aligned parties put on it, or the so-called secular parties put on it, that stands exposed. If AIMIM is supporting the MVA on the grounds of secularism, then surely it's not B team of the BJP. Alisha?
Well, Abhishek, it's very interesting, and specifically now at this point of time where more than 145 votes that has already been casted by the MLAs of MVA and independents and other parties, and also the opposition party in Maharashtra, that is BJP. At this point of time, whether it is Maha Vikas Aghadi or whether it is BJP, everyone has been counting a single vote, and every support from a smaller party or from the independent MLA is very important to them. As of now, what has been said that the Maha Vikas Aghadi government, and specifically Shiv Sena, which has 55 MLAs, and also NCP has 53 and Congress has 44. Congress has already decided that all the 44 votes will be given to their candidate, that is Imran Pratap Gahi, whereas the NCP, we have to see how many votes has been remaining from NCP and as well as from Shiv Sena, because it's actually a litmus test for Maha Vikas Aghadi. In this 2 decades, it's never happened there is a Rajya Sabha in Maharashtra, because it always went as an unopposed. But this time, where the BJP and Shiv Sena has already fielded an extra candidate candidate, whether the BJP, who has 106 106 MLAs, with that the two MLAs, the two MP will be very easy for them to get elected. But the question arises, and it's a very prestigious battle for Shiv Sena and as well as for Congress itself, because this will really show the trust over the Mahavikas Aghadi which they have been showing since 2.5 years. But this elections and this Rajya Sabha elections is actually a test, we can say, for the Uddhav-led government, because not only the MLAs from Mahavikas Aghadi, but they are also claiming there are 12 other independent and also the small party leaders, the MLAs that is ready to give their support. But interestingly is what we can see, there are senior leaders inside, because we saw many MLAs that has already come out. But Maharashtra Home Minister Dilip Walse Patil, now even Aditya Thackeray has went inside. So the senior leaders are still waiting inside, because this is an open ballot where the party, whoever gives the vote, has to show their vote to the party representative. So everything will be open here and everything can be seen what exactly has been happening in Vidhan Bhavan. And of course the BJP leaders has also been witnessing who all been giving all this vote to MLAs, because BJP at one side having 106 MLA support, and other they have been saying they had 9 independent MLAs and small party, but even Manse has the shows support to the BJP, but still there are number that has to be shown before the.
सर इस तरफ घूम लो, साहब इस तरफ घूमो ना, बस सर यहीं सर, बस। Well, we are now seeing Sachin Parrott, who has just come out of the assembly, is going to speak to media. Let's try to listen in what Sachin media is going to say. Remember that today is a very crucial day of Rajya Sabha polls. Sachin.
आराम से, कोई जल्दबाजी नहीं, ओके।
वोटिंग चल रही है, क्या उम्मीद है 3 सीटों के लिए?
आज जो राज्यसभा के चुनाव हो रहे हैं, हम सभी जानते हैं क्यों हो रहे हैं। अधिकांश राज्यों में ये चुनाव बिना कंटेस्ट के होते हैं, क्योंकि जिस पार्टी के पास जितना संख्या बल है उसके आधार पर अपने उम्मीदवार खड़े करते हैं। क्योंकि कुछ राज्यों में भाजपा ने जितनी उनकी स्ट्रेंथ थी उससे ज़्यादा लोग खड़े करे हैं। आज राजस्थान में चुनाव है 4 सीटों पर, और यहाँ पर कांग्रेस ने 3 उम्मीदवार खड़े करे हैं। भाजपा ने 1 उम्मीदवार खुद का खड़ा किया है और 1 कथित रूप से निर्दलीय है, लेकिन वो भाजपा के 10 विधायकों ने उनका समर्थन किया उनके नामांकन में। कांग्रेस के पास हमारे खुद के विधायक, हमारे सहयोगी दलों के विधायक और हमारे निर्दलीय जो हमारे को समर्थन कर रहे हैं पिछले 3.5 साल से, उन सबकी संख्या बल मिलाकर 125 से ज़्यादा होती है। और अब जब मतगणना होगी शाम को, तो मुझे लगता है कि जितनी हम लोगों को उम्मीद थी उससे ज़्यादा वोट हम लोगों को मिलेंगे, और हमारे तीनों प्रत्याशी मुकुल वासनिक जी, रणदीप सुरजेवाला जी और प्रमोद तिवारी जी अच्छे बहुमत के साथ, जितना हम अनुमान लगाते हैं उससे अधिक मतों के साथ जीत कर जाएंगे। और तीनों ऐसे नेता हैं जिनको सोनिया जी, राहुल जी ने राजस्थान में भेजा है, ताकि अपर हाउस में, राज्यसभा में एक प्रबल आवाज़ बनकर भाजपा की सरकार का विरोध कर सकें। क्योंकि राष्ट्र पार्टी होने के नाते हमें ज़रूरत है ऐसी मुखर आवाज़ों की जो राज्यसभा में राजस्थान की बात को रख सकें। इसलिए तीनों उम्मीदवार जीत कर जाएंगे, इसमें किसी को कोई आशंका नहीं होनी चाहिए। और जो विधायकों को साथ रखने की बात कई बार कही जाती है, मैं मानता हूँ ये आवश्यक इसलिए हुआ क्योंकि कोई भी विधायक नहीं चाहता था उस पर कोई दबाव पड़े, और अब लगभग हर दल, हर पार्टी, हर राज्य में, हर चुनाव में ऐसा करने के लिए विवश हो गई है। ये परंपराएं पहले नहीं थी, लेकिन दुर्भाग्यवश ऐसी स्थिति पैदा हुई है पिछले 5-7 सालों में देश में कि अनावश्यक दबाव बनाया जाता है। तो अपनी इच्छा से सब विधायक ने ये चाहा कि हम इकट्ठा रहें, हम सब इकट्ठा रहे। 5-6 दिन उदयपुर में, कल जयपुर आ गए थे, लेकिन अच्छे माहौल में एकजुटता से सभी विधायकों ने अपना वोट आज वो कास्ट कर रहे हैं। शाम तक मतगणना हो जाएगी और राजस्थान में कांग्रेस की तीनों हमारे उम्मीदवार भारी मतों से जीत कर
बीजेपी कह रही क्रॉस वोट हो रहे, बीजेपी कह रही क्रॉस वोट कर रहे हैं,
की आवाज पर वोट हो रहे हैं, क्रॉस वोटिंग।
तो भाजपा कुछ मर्जी कहती रहे, लेकिन हम सब जानते हैं कि ये राज्यसभा के चुनाव शुद्ध रूप से संख्या बल पर निर्धारित होते हैं। ये अफवाहों पर या क्लेम पर या प्रलोभन पर कोई समझ नहीं होता। हमारा जो कैंडिडेट्स हैं वो हमारे विधायकों की जो स्ट्रेंथ है उसके आधार पर आला कमान ने यहाँ पर भेजे थे, और तीनों कैंडिडेट, मैं फिर रिपीट करना चाहता हूँ, हमारे तीनों कैंडिडेट अच्छे वोटों के साथ जीत कर जाएंगे और राजस्थान की आवाज़ को बुलंद करेंगे दिल्ली के।
ईडी और सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक पहुंच गई बीजेपी, आपको क्या लगता है?
अब देखिए, देश में जो एजेंसीज हैं, वो इनकम टैक्स है, ईडी है, सीबीआई है, तमाम एजेंसीज का खुलकर अब दुरुपयोग हो रहा है। अब जो केस पहले बंद हो गया था सोनिया जी का, राहुल जी को, दोबारा खोला गया है, सोनिया जी को बुलाया गया है, राहुल जी को बुलाया गया है। इसके विरोध में पूरी कांग्रेस पार्टी देश में लोगों को जागरूक करेगी कि इस प्रकार का दबाव बनाकर आप विपक्ष की आवाज़ को नहीं दबा सकते हैं। और अब सब जानते हैं कि एजेंसीज का दुरुपयोग किया जा रहा है और धड़ल्ले से किया जा रहा है। इसके विरोध में कांग्रेस पार्टी है, पूरा देश भी है। मैं नहीं समझता हूँ किसी प्रकार का दबाव या प्रेशर काम करेगा। अपनी आवाज़ को हम रखेंगे और कितना भी दुरुपयोग करें, हमारे विधायक हमारे साथ हैं और रहेंगे। निर्दलीय विधायक जो हमारे समर्थन में पिछले 3.5 साल से हैं, सरकार का साथ दिया है, हमारे साथ रहे हैं, कोई वजह नहीं है कि वो हमारे को वोट नहीं देंगे। उन्होंने सामूहिक रूप से, व्यक्तिगत रूप से अपनी इच्छा जाहिर करी है कि वो कांग्रेस के साथ वोट डालेंगे और सभी विधायक हैं जो निर्दलीय हैं, उनमें से एक ने भी सुभाष चंद्र जी के प्रपोजल नहीं बने हैं, वो कांग्रेस के साथ थे और रहेंगे। I'm absolutely confident all the three candidates of the Congress party will win with more than expected votes. Rajya Sabha elections are a pure response to how many assembly members we have in the state. We have more than enough numbers to secure 3 Rajya Sabha seats. Unfortunately, BJP has put up one candidate and supported another independent. But no matter how much they try, no matter what pressure and what allurements one might come forward with, the Congress party candidates will win in Haryana and in Rajasthan.
सर, सुभाष चंद्र ने आपको लेकर कहा था। सर,
मैंने भी कह दिया।
So Sachin Pilot.
All right, that's Sachin Pilot, senior Congress leader, Deputy Chief Minister of Rajasthan, one time, and making a specific charge against the BJP that it has forced a contest by fielding in an additional candidate. Guests joining us on the show, we have Karan Verma, political analyst and author, joining us from Lucknow, and Binay Singh, another political analyst, joining us from New Delhi. Now let's discuss Sachin Pilot's charge against the BJP in Rajasthan, that the BJP has forced a contest by fielding an additional candidate. If you look at the names and numbers, 200 seats in Rajasthan, 4 seats, 200 MLAs in Rajasthan, 4 seats up for grabs, 5 candidates, 1 independent, 3 of the Congress party and 1 of the BJP, 1 independent. Now BJP has 71 MLAs. It can easily get 1 elected. It has fielded only 1. Subhash Chandra is an independent candidate and BJP has supported him. The Congress party has 108 or 109 MLAs but has fielded 3 candidates, which means it needs additional 15 votes or 15 MLAs to make its senior leaders, and incidentally none of them from Rajasthan, to sail through. Now that's a very interesting adding up of numbers that really calls the bluff of the charge made by Sachin Pilot there. If I could go to Binay Singh first and then Karan Verma. Binay Singh, while both in Maharashtra and Rajasthan, Congress believes that the BJP has forced the contest. If you look at the numbers, it's Congress actually which needs more MLAs to make its senior leaders like Mukul Wasnik, Ranjit Surdewala and Pramod Tiwari sail through.
Look, the Rajya Sabha election is very different, and you can speculate the results that who is going to win because you have the numbers in public. So if you are going to field number of candidates more than your capacity, then you can understand who is bluffing. And the 4 states, 16 seats of Rajya Sabha has led to new political alignments and realignments. Some are very surprising, like the AMIM decision to vote for MBA led by Shiv Sena. And I think you are correct when you said that this must end the speculation that is being made about AIM-MIM, that it is a B team of BJP. And there is no surprise. Shiv Sena is a new avatar. So Shiv Sena being a Hindutva icon, that was also new avatar. Previous to that, Shiv Sena was in a different avatar when they started. They were against the South Indians. They started by opposing the South Indians. Then they got into Hindutva. And in this new avatar, Shiv Sena has become a super secular party, and it has no problem in aligning with a party which has built upon extreme views and anti-Hindu
Absolutely,
sentiments.
Mr. Singh,
That
as
is
you're pointing out, this is in specific to Maharashtra. But Karan Verma, I wanted to come to you. Generally, over the past many years, we've not seen these kind of bitter divisions. When it comes to the Rajya Sabha elections, this is something new. And I'd like you to comment largely on the situation that we are seeing.
The situation here is that this is an existential election for the opposition. That's why they've given it this level of importance, and it's nothing short of a pot boiler if you ask me. It will go down to the wire. Alignments will be reshaped, and it's a litmus test for Congress party. I fear they'll be deserted by BTP in Rajasthan. They'll be fooled around by the independents. I think Ajay Maken is in deep trouble if you ask me. When Karthik Sharma is fielded as a candidate, I don't know, because Congress's own Vidhayak is his father-in-law. And plus, this Subhash Chandra standing there in Rajasthan, that's going to be a game changer as well. I did not see Sachin Pilot as confident as he was projecting it to be. The MVA and AIMIM coming together will be an interesting thing. I have always time and again said that Owaisi being the B team of BJP is ridiculous. Delhi police filed an FIR just yesterday. And from here on, the Congress won't be able to distance itself from Owaisi once Owaisi supports them or their alliance here in Maharashtra. So it's all shaping up very interestingly, and the agony of the opposition, if you ask me, as hard as they are trying, continues. They are in a tough spot, and BJP is not going to take anything for granted. They are a hungry organization, a well-oiled political machinery, whether it comes to engaging with the electorates or it comes to alignments at the political level. So we're in for a fight where it's a matter of survival for the Congress party, which needs those voices in the Rajya Sabha.
Right. Karan, this is a season of political alignments and realignments that are going to cast a long shadow, not just in the present scheme of things in Parliament, but also on the upcoming presidential polls that happen next month. We have to keep track of all the developments that are taking place during these Rajya Sabha polls through the day. But for a national wrap, to Nupur.
Right, absolutely. We've got lots happening elsewhere in the country as well. We will bring our viewers back to our rolling coverage. Here's a look at some other news now. Prime Minister Modi held a video conference with the Karnataka Chief Minister Baswaraj Bommai and discussed his scheduled visit to the state on the 20th and 21st of June. The Prime Minister is set to participate in the International Yoga Day celebrations on the 21st of June in Mysuru. Ahead of the interaction, Bommai instructed state officials to make sure that all precautions are in place. Prime Minister Modi is in Gujarat today to inaugurate and lay the foundation stone of multiple projects worth over 3,000 crore rupees. The Prime Minister will inaugurate and lay the foundation stone of multiple development initiatives during the Gujarat Gaurav Abhiyan in Navsari. He will also inaugurate the A.M. Nayak Healthcare Complex and the Nirali Multi-Speciality Hospital in Navsari. Now, stepping up its campaign for the 2024 general elections, the BJP National President JP Nadda has hit out of the West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee in her bastion Kolkata and said that the TMC chief has turned the situation of West Bengal similar to that of the country before 2014 when the UPA government was in power and loot, corruption, nepotism and scams were prevalent. Highlighting the achievements of Odisha in the last 2 decades, Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik has said that the state is no more called a poor and backward state. Rather, it has emerged as a model of good governance and public service. He was speaking at the orientation program that was organized for newly recruited small savings and financial inclusion officers and local fund auditors who have joined the state government.
In a major breakthrough in the Salman Khan threat letter case, Mumbai police have identified the persons involved in delivering the letter to Salim Khan. The actor's father, jailed gangster Lawrence Bishnoi, had issued the letter to Salman Khan and his father Salim Khan. 3 people from his gang had come to Jalore, Rajasthan to Mumbai to drop the letter and had met the accused Saurabh Mahakal. And a lot of preparations are on for the Amarnath Yatra. In fact, our correspondent Zeenath has filed this report.
Registration of service providers for Amarnath Yatra has begun. In fact, the tent has been erected by the Department of Animal Husbandry, where only the registration is not only done, but also the insurance to service providers is being given free of cost. We are seeing the centre contemplating the attempt to start a helicopter service from Srinagar to Panchtantri, although the 2 stations are there where the helicopter service is also going on from Baltal and from Pahalgam, but this will also increase more sense of security to Yatris, and the threat that is coming from the terror outfit will also reduce. We are seeing some 112 companies of the paramilitary troopers being pushed in for the service, apart from the services coming from Jammu and Kashmir Police. We are seeing the radio frequency identification tags being given to the Yatris this time to monitor their movement, and also the drone cameras are also being set up.
Battle for Congress Party in Rajya Sabha polls of Haryana. Keep watching Republic TV. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
As the voting for Rajya Sabha polls in the state of Rajasthan is underway, I am here right in front of our assembly here in Jaipur. After this very short break, we'll get more voices as the voting is underway. Stay tuned.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Luhansk's governor has said on Thursday that fighting was continuing in Severodonetsk, the eastern Ukrainian city that is key to Moscow's efforts to complete the capture of the industrial Donbas region. With the war in Ukraine now having gone on for over 100 days, a pitched battle is ongoing in the Donbas, where Russia is intent on accomplishing its strategic objective. Two British citizens and a Moroccan were sentenced to death on Thursday by pro-Moscow rebels in eastern Ukraine for fighting on Ukraine's side. A court in the self-proclaimed and Russia-recognized Donetsk People's Republic found the 3 men guilty of working toward a violent overthrow of power, an offense punishable by death in the unrecognized republic. Russia's state news agency reported that Aiden Azlin, Sean Pinner and Saudun Brahim were set to face a firing squad. They have a month to appeal. Putting Islamabad in a tight spot, the International Monetary Fund has asked Pakistan to renegotiate the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor energy deals before making payments of around 300 billion Pakistani rupees to the Chinese power plants. The multilateral lender has asked the Shehbaz Sharif government to treat the CPEC power plants at par with the power plants established under its 1994 and 2002 power policies. A German prosecutor on Thursday said that a man accused of driving into a school group in Berlin appears to have a history of mental illness, adding that there was no sign of a terrorist motive. Prosecutor Sebastian added that the man would likely be sent to a secure psychiatric hospital. He is suspected of murder and 31 counts of attempted murder, among other offences, but it's not clear if he could be held criminally responsible. US President Joe Biden has called for the strengthening of economic partnerships in the Western Hemisphere at his opening pitch in America's summit. Nonetheless, the summit was overshadowed by Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua not being invited by the US.
A federal aviation.
And here's a quick recap of the top headlines at 11:30 this morning. Elections for 16 Rajya Sabha seats across 4 states are underway. The AIMIM lends its support to the MVA government in Maharashtra, says move to defeat the BJP. Rift within the NCP and the Shiva Sena ahead of the crucial Rajya Sabha polls. Big twist ahead of elections. Kumaraswamy hits out at the Congress, says Congress destroyed secularism in the country. Prime Minister Modi is in Gujarat today, will lay the foundation stone of projects worth over 3,000 crores. Karnataka VVIP racism is caught on camera. Former minister's daughter abuses and threatens the media. And tensions simmer in Jammu after the stone pelting that was reported in Bandar.
The gold crisis scam, the UDF, sensing a massive, sensing a massive opportunity of reviving its lost gold fortunes, the UDF is staging a massive protest at Kerala Secretariat. This place is just 3 kilometers away from where the CPI office is and where the Central Minister CPI Vijayan is holding a meeting with his leaders of what is the future course of action. The UDF leaders is sensing no stone unturned for massive action to be taken against CM Pinarayi Vijayan. They say that Pinarayi Vijayan is involved in corruption. They are also highlighting that they do not have any trust in agencies and want this probe to be monitored by the court. They want this probe to be monitored by a court. This also occurs at a time when the prime accused in this case, Swapna Suresh, has accused that she is facing threats and mental harassment from people in power. We tried speaking to ministers of CPI and CM Pinarayi Vijayan, but so far there has been no comment on this case. Not only UDF, but also BJP has started taking action against this case. Sensing opportunity for both parties, both UDF and BJP are saying that they will try to intensify their protest till the time there is going to be no action that is going to be taken in this case. The CPIM-led LDF, however, remain defiant and say that this is all a political vendetta against them. They say that since the UDF as well as BJP could not malign their image as far as the 2018 flood scam is concerned or the COVID mismanagement is concerned, this is all a ploy to defame the CM Pinarayi Vijayan and his party and thereby come to the seats of power. The UDF, however, do not seem to relent. They want their political fortunes to be revived. They want that CM Pinarayi Vijayan should resign and a court-monitored probe should be handled in this case. Ho gaya? And this probe should be handled. Yesterday there was a massive protest at Kozhikode and Trivandrum, and following this there's again a protest at Kerala Secretariat. Several leaders of Congress are expected to commend this event and speak against CM Pinarayi Vijayan. They are confident that CM Pinarayi Vijayan is involved in this gold crisis scam. They also, however, lament the slow probe that has been taken by the customs and the enforcement directorate. They fear that since there are higher people
All right, so the Rajya Sabha polls, of course, for 16 seats across 4 states have started. In fact, we are expecting the poll results to be out at about 5 p.m. this evening, and this is extremely interesting. Let me go across to Alisha right now. Alisha, of course, Maharashtra happens to be the state where, which is generating maximum stories out of this election. Now, this is, of course, a pitted battle between the BJP and the MVA.
Well, of course, Nupur, it's after 2 decades where we can see a Rajya Sabha election in Maharashtra. Earlier, that was the election that happened was unopposed. But yes, at this point of time where there are 7 candidates that has been put forth, 1 from NCP, that is definitely NCP is going to win, where the ex-Union Minister Praful Patel has been put forth, and of course the Congress Imran Pratap Ghai, who has been known to be the close aide of Priyanka Vadra. But talking about Shiv Sena and BJP, where the Shiv Sena has placed 2 candidates. There are Sanjay Raut and Sanjay Pawar. So the question will be for Sanjay Pawar and Dhananjay Mahadik of BJP, because the 2, of course, the BJP is already holding 106 MLAs, so they already have 106 votes for easily to get the 2 seats. But the question arises, and of course it's a litmus test for Maha Vikas Aghadi, because the Shiv Sena, who was already asked for the 3rd candidate, and they've been very confident enough. But let me show you the visuals in and around what is really happening here, because a short while back where Chief Minister of Maharashtra Uddhav Thackeray has already reached to this place, Vidhan Bhavan, and other ministers or the MLAs who has already been reaching here, and we can see all the senior leaders of Maha Vikas Aghadi or BJP who are still inside, because we know that it's an open ballot. So every MLA who've been casting their vote will show there to their party representative. Shiv Sena has already issued a whip to the party leaders, and then after the BJP has also had a meeting with their MLA at Taj President Hotel in a Cuff Parade. So the strategy has already been made, but more than 145, that is 50% vote has already been conducted, has already been done in Vidhan Bhavan, and moreover it has to wait and watch who actually has been confident, because it's really a very prestigious battle for Maha Vikas Aghadi and BJP, because BJP has been showing us very confident over winning the 3rd seat, apart from Amit Montke and Piyush Goyal, but also they've been confident about Dhananjay Mahadik. But we have to wait and watch what the actual result will come by this evening.
भाइयों और बहनों, आज गुजरात गौरव अभियान में मुझे एक बात का विशेष गौरव हो रहा है, और वो गौरव इस बात का हो रहा है कि मैंने इतने साल मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में काम किया, लेकिन कभी भी आदिवासी क्षेत्र में इतना बड़ा कार्यक्रम मेरे नसीब नहीं हुआ था। आज मुझे गर्व इस बात का हो रहा है कि गुजरात छोड़ने के बाद जिन जिन लोगों ने गुजरात को संभालने का दायित्व निभाया, और आज भूपेंद्र भाई और सीआर की जोड़ी जिस उमंग और उत्साह के साथ नया विश्वास जगा रही है, उसी का परिणाम है कि आज मेरे सामने 5 लाख से भी अधिक लोग, इतना बड़ा विशाल, मुझे गर्व इस बात का होता है कि जो मेरे कालखंड में मैं नहीं कर पाया था, वो आज मेरे साथी कर पा रहे हैं और आपका प्यार बढ़ता ही जा रहा है और इसलिए मुझे सर्वाधिक गर्व हो रहा है। नवसारी की इस पावन धरती से मैं उनाई माता मंदिर को सिर झुका करके प्रणाम करता हूं। आदिवासी सामर्थ्य और संकल्पों की इस भूमि पर गुजरात गौरव अभियान का हिस्सा बनना, ये भी मेरे लिए अपने आप में गौरवपूर्ण बात है। गुजरात का गौरव बीते 2 दशक में जो तेज विकास हुआ है, सबका विकास है और इस विकास से पैदा हुई नई आकांक्षाएं हैं। इस गौरवशाली परंपरा को डबल इंजन की सरकार ईमानदारी से आगे बढ़ा रही है। आज मुझे 3,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक के प्रोजेक्ट का लोकार्पण, शिलान्यास और भूमि पूजन करने का अवसर मिला है। मैं भूपेंद्र भाई का, राज्य सरकार का आभारी हूं कि ऐसे इस पवित्र कार्य में जुड़ने के लिए आपने मुझे निमंत्रित किया। ये सारे प्रोजेक्ट्स नवसारी, तापी, सूरत, वलसाड सहित दक्षिण गुजरात के करोड़ों साथियों का जीवन आसान बनाएंगे। बिजली, पानी, सड़क, स्वास्थ्य, शिक्षा और हर प्रकार की कनेक्टिविटी, इसके ये प्रोजेक्ट्स, और वो भी विशेष रूप से हमारे आदिवासी क्षेत्र में हो, तब तो वो सुविधा, रोजगार के नए अवसरों से जोड़ेंगे। इन सारी विकास योजनाओं के लिए मैं आज इस क्षेत्र मेरे सभी भाई बहनों को और पूरे गुजरात को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। भाइयों और बहनों, 8 साल पहले आपने अनेक अनेक आशीर्वाद दे करके, बहुत सारी उम्मीदों के साथ मुझे राष्ट्र सेवा की अपनी भूमिका को विस्तार देने के लिए आपने मुझे दिल्ली भेजा था। बीते 8 सालों में हमने विकास के सपने और आकांक्षाओं से करोड़ों नए लोगों, अनेकों नए क्षेत्रों को जोड़ने में सफलता प्राप्त की है। हमारा गरीब, हमारा दलित, वंचित, पिछड़ा, आदिवासी, महिलाएं, ये सभी अपना पूरा जीवन मूल जरूरतों को पूरा करने में बिता देते थे। ऐसे कालखंड थे। आजादी के इस लंबे काल तक, इस लंबे कालखंड तक जिन्होंने सबसे अधिक सरकार चलाई, उन्होंने विकास को अपनी प्राथमिकता नहीं बनाया। जिस क्षेत्र, जिन वर्गों की इसकी सबसे ज्यादा जरूरत थी, वहां उन्होंने विकास किया ही नहीं, क्योंकि ये काम करने के लिए जरा मेहनत ज्यादा पड़ती है। पक्की सड़कों से जो सबसे अधिक वंचित थे वो गांव थे हमारे आदिवासी क्षेत्र के। जिन गरीब परिवारों को 8 साल में पक्का आवास मिला, बिजली मिली, शौचालय मिला और गैस कनेक्शन मिले, उनमें से अधिकतर मेरे आदिवासी भाई बहन, मेरे दलित भाई बहन, मेरे पिछड़े परिवार के लोग थे। शुद्ध पीने के पानी से वंचित सबसे अधिक हमारे गांव थे, हमारे गरीब थे, हमारे आदिवासी भाई बहन थे। टीकाकरण का अभियान चलता था तो गांव, गरीब और आदिवासी क्षेत्रों तक पहुंचने में बरसों लग जाते थे।
A federal aviation accident investigator will be sent to Hawaii to investigate after a tour helicopter crashed on a remote Big Island lava field, injuring all 6 on board. The Bell 407 helicopter left Kona International Airport about 5 p.m. on Wednesday on a sightseeing tour and crashed about 30 minutes later. Near the southernmost tip of the island, all 6 on board were injured. US President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris met with Caribbean leaders at the Summit of the Americas to emphasize deepening US-Caribbean ties and strengthening the partnership with America's neighbors. The meeting was an important opportunity for the President and Vice President to connect with the Caribbean community leaders to talk about the challenges the nations face and the best way to collaborate with these regional partners. The new president of Somalia has warned that his country faces another famine as it remains gripped by a prolonged drought. Hassan Sheikh Mohamud issued the warning after his inauguration as the country's new president earlier this week. UN humanitarian agencies also warned of a historic 4th consecutive failed rainy season in Somalia. The president also spoke of the security challenges posed by extremist groups in the country. A man opened fire at a business in western Maryland, killing 3 people before the suspect and a state trooper were wounded in the shootout. The Washington County Sheriff's Office says a 4th victim is critically injured. The suspect then fled in a vehicle. He was tracked down by Maryland State Police. The suspect and a trooper were also wounded in an exchange of gunfire. Both were being treated for their wounds. A wildfire in southern Spain forced the evacuation of 2,000 people amid fears that torrid weather may feed the blaze. Emergency agencies deployed almost 1,000 firefighters, military personnel and support crews to fight it as water-dropping helicopters could be seen in the area. Emergency centers have been set up to help those evacuated, including in Benahavis.
As the term of President Ramnath Kovind is about to complete on July 24th, and the Election Commission of India yesterday announced the date for the upcoming presidential elections, Chief Election Commissioner Rajiv Kumar said that the elections for the new president will take place on July 18th and the counting of votes, if required, will be held on July 21st. The Mumbai police has directed officials not to book individuals under the POCSO Act without recommendation of the ACP and permission of the zonal DCP.
બસમાંથી ઉતરીને ખભે થેલો લટકાઈને આવતા હોઈએ અને અહીંયા અનેક પરિવારો, અનેક ગામ મને સાંભળતું નથી કે આટલા બધા વર્ષો આ વિસ્તારોમાં હું તમારી વચ્ચે રહ્યો, કોઈ પણ દિવસ મારે ભૂખા રહેવાની નોબત નથી આવી. આ પ્રેમ, આશીર્વાદ, આ મારી શક્તિ છે. આદિવાસી ભાઈઓની વચ્ચે કામ કરવાના અવસર મળ્યા. એના કરતા વધારે એમની પાસેથી મને શીખવાના અવસર મળ્યા. સુઘડતા, સ્વચ્છતા, અનુશાસન. આપણે ડાંગના જિલ્લામાં જતા હોઈએ, યા આદિવાસી વિસ્તારમાં જતા હોઈએ, સવાર હોય, સાંજ હોય કે અંધારું થવાની તૈયારી હોય, બધા એક લાઈનમાં જ ચાલતા હોય, એકબીજાના પાછળ જ ચાલતા હોય. અને આ મસ્તું નથી, બહુ સમજદારીપૂર્વક કરતી એમની જીવન રચના છે. આજે આદિવાસી સમાજ એક સામુદાયિક જીવન, એના આદર્શો આત્મસાત કરનારું, પર્યાવરણને રક્ષા કરનારું આપણો આ સમાજ. અહીંયા બધાએ કહ્યું કે આજની આ 3000 કરોડ રૂપિયાની યોજનાઓ, મને યાદ છે એક જમાનો હતો ગુજરાતમાં, ભૂતકાળમાં એક એવા મુખ્યમંત્રી હતા આપણે ત્યાં, આજ વિસ્તારના, આદિવાસી વિસ્તારના, એમના પોતાના ગામમાં પાણીની ટાંકી નહોતી. હેન્ડપંપ લગાવે એ પણ 12 મહિને.
Prime Minister speaking in Gujarati there, mentioning about his old connect with the region, not just from his days as Chief Minister, but even before. He's saying that the kind of love he got here while he roamed around in these villages for years, he never once went hungry.
ગુજરાતમાં કે ગુજરાતના એક
There was a time
મુખ્યમંત્રી
in Gujarat
જામનગરમાં
when there was a chief minister from this region,
પાણીની,
and his own village did not have a water tank.
અને ગુજરાતના છાપામાં
Another chief minister in Saurashtra,
ફોટા છપાણા હતા કે મુખ્યમંત્રીએ પાણીની ટાંકીનું ઉદ્ઘાટન કર્યું. એ દિવસો ગુજરાતે જોયા
another chief
છે.
minister in
આજે
Saurashtra,
મને
when he
ગર્વ
inaugurated
થાય
a water
છે
tank in his village,
હું
there was a
આદિવાસી
poster put up that
વિસ્તારમાં
chief minister has inaugurated this water
3000
tank.
રૂપિયાના કામો એનું ઉદ્ઘાટન કર્યું.
And today, projects worth
અને આપણે
3,000
ત્યાં
crore
તો કોઈ
rupees,
પણ કામ
crore
કરો
rupees are being
એટલે
inaugurated.
કેટલાક લોકો ચાલુ જ પડી જાય કે જોયું ચૂંટણી આવી એટલે કામ થાય છે, ચૂંટણી આવી એટલે કામ થાય છે.
Now people would say this is happening because elections are coming.
અમારા કાર્યકાળનો એક અઠવાડિયું કોઈ એવું શોધી લાવે, એક. આ મારી ચુનૌતી છે.
But in my period of work,
સરકારની અંદર
there was not one week when some project or the other was not
એક
inaugurated.
અઠવાડિયું કોઈ શોધી લાવે કે જે અઠવાડિયામાં અમે કોઈ વિકાસનું નવું
Not even
કામ
1 week
કર્યું હોય,
which went without
એવું
a project.
અઠવાડિયું ન મળે.
A new project.
પણ કેટલાક વાંક દેખા લોકોને એમ જ લાગે કે આ ચૂંટણી છે. હવે મારે એટલા માટે કહેવું પડે છે કે 2018 માં
But some people would say, okay, it's because of
આ
elections.
વિસ્તારને પાણી આપવા માટે આવડી મોટી યોજના લઈને જ્યારે હું આવ્યો તો અહીંયા, ત્યારે
But this big project which is being inaugurated today, foundation of which was laid in 2018, that there was no election at that time.
લોકસભાની ચૂંટણી આવવાની છે એટલા મોદી સાહેબ આઈને આંબા આંબલી દેખાડવા માંડ્યા છે. આજે મને ગર્વ થાય છે કે
Okay, then people said, okay, because of Lok Sabha elections in 2019 perhaps.
પહોંચાડી દીધું. કોઈને ગણે નહોતું
But
ઉતરતું.
who's getting water today?
ભાઈ નેવાના પાણી મોભે ચડાવવાની વાત
People in the region.
ત્યારે પણ કરી, ભૂપેન્દ્રભાઈએ પણ કરી, પણ એમાં તો નેવા અને મોભા વચ્ચે 3-4 ફૂટથી વધારે અંતર નથી હોતું. 3-4 ફૂટનો ઢાળ હોય છે. આ તો 200 માળનો ઊંચો પહાડ ચડવાનો.
And this is a project in which water
અને
has been raised to the level of 200 floors.
પહાડની ચોટી પર લઈ જવાનું.
It's an engineering
અને એ
marvel.
પણ જો ચૂંટણીઓ જીતવા માટે કરવાનું હોય ને,
Water has been
તો કોઈ
taken right up to the
200
hills.
વોટ માટે આવી
Last of the village there.
અરે ભાઈ, એ તો બીજી જગ્યાએ કરે. અમે ચૂંટણી જીતવા માટે નહીં, અમે તો આ દેશના નાગરિકોનું ભલું કરવા નીકળેલા લોકો છીએ.
And this has not been
ચૂંટણી તો
done.
લોકો અમને જીતાડતા હોય છે.
For elections. Not for winning elections, but to win heart of the people.
અને એસ્ટોલ
This is
પ્રોજેક્ટ
for the blessings of the people.
એન્જિનિયરિંગની દુનિયામાં સુરેન્દ્રનગર જિલ્લામાં ઢાંકીનું
The
કામ.
Astol project
અને હું તો એન્જિનિયરિંગ યુનિવર્સિટીઓને,
is a
કોલેજોને,
marvel of engineering,
ટેકનિકલ
like that of
વિદ્યાર્થીઓને
Dhaki in
કહીશ
Surendranagar,
કે ઢાંકીમાં અમે જે નર્મદાનું
where
પાણી
Narmada
ચડાવ્યું
waters
છે,
were taken.
એવી જ રીતે અહીંયા અમે જે પાણી
20
ચડાવ્યું છે,
floors.
આનો એન્જિનિયરિંગના કોલેજના વિદ્યાર્થીઓએ અભ્યાસ કરવો જોઈએ, પ્રોફેસર આવવું જોઈએ કે
engineering students across the country should be studying these projects.
ચડાવ અને હિસાબ કિતાબ કેટલું ઊંચે જઈશું પછી પાણીનું આટલું પ્રેશર આવશે.
How the water has been taken up the hills, right up to the last village, last habitation.
કામ થયેલું છે અને આપણે ત્યાં હું તો અહીંયા ધરમપુરના
It's a huge work that has been done. It's a big project.
સાપુતારામાં રહ્યો છું.
I have myself lived in these neighborhoods. I have lived in these villages.
પાણી આપણા નસીબમાં ના હોય, પાણી વહી જાય.
It's a rain-rich region, but yet there is no potable water. There is no drinking water.
ટેકરીઓ પર રહેતા છૂટા છવાયા અમારા આદિવાસી ભાઈઓ,
In the forests, in the hills,
જંગલ
in
વિસ્તારમાં
the hamlets.
અન્ય સમાજના ભાઈઓ હોય એમને પાણી મેળવવાનો હક છે.
For the tribals, for other people in the forest.
અને એના માટે મેં આવડા મોટા અભિયાન ઉપાડ્યા.
Drinking potable water was their right, but they were not getting it.
અને અમે કહેતા હતા કે જેનો શિલાન્યાસ અમે કરીએ ને,
This was not a project for elections. This was a project for the people.
અને આજે મારું સદભાગ્ય છે કે કામ પણ મારા નસીબમાં થયું છે.
It's a blessing.
કમિટમેન્ટ છે. પ્રજા માટે
It's my honor that I could finish this project.
પ્રજા માટે ખપવાનું. રાજકીય આટા
I have to live for the people.
સમય બરબાદ કરનારા અમે લોકો નથી. અમારે મન સત્તામાં બેસવું એ માત્ર ને માત્ર સેવા કરવાનો એક અવસર સમજીએ છે. જનતા જનાર્દનનું ભલું કરવાનો અવસર સમજીએ. કોવિડની આફત આખી દુનિયામાં આવી, પણ આટલા બધા વેક્સિનેશનના ડોઝ આપનારું એકમાત્ર દેશ હોય તો હિન્દુસ્તાન છે. 200
Quick roundup from the world of sports. David Miller carried his sensational IPL form to international cricket as South Africa made a mockery of the Indian bowling attack to gun down their highest ever run chase and race to a 7-wicket win in the opening T20. New Zealand captain Kane Williamson, ahead of the second test at Trent Bridge, said his side took some positives from the first test defeat to England, but he underlined that the tourists are also looking to improve on their individual performances. Two-time Olympic medalist PV Sindhu and World Championship bronze winner Lakshya Sen progressed to quarter-finals of the Indonesia Masters Super 500 badminton tournament. With contrasting wins, Sindhu was made to toil hard for over an hour by Gregoria Mariska of Indonesia before winning in the second round. The president of the Russian Olympic Committee claimed that his organization received information that Russia was not admitted to the General Assembly of the European Olympic Committee. The International Olympic Committee had earlier recommended international federations ban Russian athletes as well as Belarusian competitors from all international competitions amidst the war in Ukraine. Croatia's players trained in Copenhagen ahead of Friday's Nations League match against Denmark. Croatia have just 1 point after their first two games. Both played at home, a 3-0 defeat to Austria and 1-1 draw with the world champions France.
Luhansk's governor has said on Thursday that fighting was continuing in Severodonetsk, the eastern Ukrainian city that is key to Moscow's efforts to complete the capture of the industrial Donbas region. With the war in Ukraine now having gone on for over 100 days, a pitched battle is ongoing in the Donbas, where Russia is intent on accomplishing its strategic objective. Two British citizens and a Moroccan were sentenced to death on Thursday by pro-Moscow rebels in eastern Ukraine for fighting on Ukraine's side. A court in the self-proclaimed and Russia-recognized Donetsk People's Republic found the three men guilty of working toward a violent overthrow of power, an offense punishable by death in the unrecognized republic. Russia's state news agency reported that Aiden Aslan, Sean Pinner and Saudun Brahim were set to face a firing squad. They have a month to appeal. Putting Islamabad in a tight spot, the International Monetary Fund has asked Pakistan to renegotiate.
മുഖ്യമന്ത്രിയുടെ രാജിയാണ് എന്ന് ആവശ്യപ്പെട്ടുകൊണ്ട് രാജി ആവശ്യപ്പെട്ടുകൊണ്ട് കോൺഗ്രസ്
हाँ पैचअप करो करना है तो पैचअप करना करो या जस्ट अ मिनट just a minute here. That idiot cameraman is trying to wait this.
മുഖ്യമന്ത്രിയുടെ രാജിയാണ് എന്ന് ആവശ്യപ്പെട്ടുകൊണ്ട് രാജി ആവശ്യപ്പെട്ടുകൊണ്ട് കോൺഗ്രസ് മുഖ്യമന്ത്രിയുടെ രാജിയാണ് എന്ന് ആവശ്യപ്പെട്ടുകൊണ്ട്
The headlines at this hour: elections for 16 Rajya Sabha seats across 4 states gets underway. AIMIM lends support to MVA government in Maharashtra, says move is to defeat the BJP. Ahead of crucial Rajya Sabha polls, sources say Sena disappointed with NCP decision. Big twist ahead of polls. Kumaraswamy hits out at the Congress, says Congress destroyed secularism in the country. Bratish behavior caught on tape. MLA Limbavali's daughter abuses cops and media. Tension simmer in valley after stone pelting is reported in Jammu's Bhadarwah. Welcome to this edition of the news on Republic TV. Well, Nawab Malik's lawyer will be filing another plea, seeking permission to go and cast a vote in a court's observation and with police escort, he says. Joining us is our reporter Ankit on this. Ankit, what is this new state of affairs as far as Nawab Malik is concerned? He says that he will be filing a plea seeking police protection and escort to cast his vote.
Right, so Nawab Malik and the NCP continue to attempt to get Nawab Malik here and to cast his vote in the Rajya Sabha election. What happened just a short while ago was that the previous plea which was filed in the High Court, that did not work out for Nawab Malik. The court did not allow him because he had not moved for bail. He had just moved for permission and an escort to come to the Vidhan Bhavan here and to cast his vote. The additional Solicitor General who was appearing against Nawab Malik's plea, he argued that you need to seek bail. Yesterday, the special PMLA court had rejected the bail application, and because of that, that plea was not allowed, and he was also asked then if he wants to continue with this application, he needs to move another plea. And so that is what is allegedly now going to happen, is that they are going to attempt once again. They have till 4 p.m. to do so, because right now at the Vidhan Bhavan at just after noon, about 180 MLAs from the 4 parties that have big numbers in the assembly, that is the BJP, the Shiv Sena, the NCP and the Congress, along with all the independents who are so crucial to determining who the 6th Rajya Sabha member from Maharashtra in these elections will be, have cast their vote. So currently that is where it stands. 180 MLAs have cast their votes at this point in time. That number is steadily rising. And we also have seen how the Chief Minister of the state, Uddhav Thackeray, also came here a short while ago. Now remember, he is not voting because he is a member of the Legislative Council. He is also simply here, I think, to ensure that there is an MVA consensus and that their 6th candidate gets their vote, because it's the Shiv Sena's 2nd candidate who is up for the election here, and he will contest against the BJP's 2nd candidate. And so the onus is very much on the Shiv Sena, which is at the lead of the Mahavikas Aghadi.
And joining us now is our senior editor Aishwarya Kapoor. Aishwarya, it's over to you. Crucial Rajya Sabha polls underway.
We are seeing these are very, very important Rajya Sabha elections en route, and we need to see that the manner in which, whether it's the Congress or it's the BJP, and we are also being told that Kailash Meena, another BJP MLA vote, has been rejected as we speak. So this is another information which is just coming in, and I would just like to bring it that Kailash Meena, another BJP MLA vote, has been rejected. Kailash Meena is a BJP MLA from Rajasthan whose vote has been rejected. This is after BJP MLA Shobha Rani Kushwaha's vote was rejected just around 3 to 4 minutes prior. So these are 2 BJP MLAs. First is Shobha Rani Kushwaha, and then the other Kailash Meena, whose vote have been rejected. But at this point of time, the larger question is that the manner in which we have seen resort politics, the manner we've seen that how these political parties, whether it's the Congress or the BJP, they are herding or they are trying to collect and then keep their MLAs enclosed in fear of voting. What is the message that these parties are sending? What is the message which Ashok Gehlot is trying to send in? Because at the end of the day, when they go to the people, for asking for their votes, they say that they are here and they have a zero tolerance towards corruption. But this message, because their actions in the Rajya Sabha polls are clearly completely opposite. The manner in which we are seeing that these MLAs were being moved from one location to another, from one hotel to another, from one state capital to another state, and now we are being told that Kailash Meena, yes. So these are the 2 MLAs. I repeat, BJP MLA Shobha Rani Kushwaha and the other is Kailash Meena. They are both BJP MLAs whose vote have been rejected. So at this point of time, that's the latest coming in. But then Rajasthan and both Haryana are going to be very interesting, because if you talk about comfortability, Congress can comfortably be victorious in 2 seats and BJP in 1. But BJP has a media baron there who has basically stood up as an independent backed by the BJP. But for that, BJP would need 10 Congress votes to come from their side into the BJP's kitty, and that is something which is not looking that easy. We have seen this happening not for the first time. If we remember, even in the last Rajya Sabha elections, it had literally gone down to the wire, if you remember, in Gujarat. But at that point of time, Congress had an Ahmed Patel, but this time around there is no Ahmed Patel. And whether Ashok Gehlot will be able to keep his herd together, his herd of MLAs, that is going to be very important. And the latest information in this regard is that the two MLAs whose name we've just specified, one is Kailash Meena and the other is Shobha Rani Kushwaha, both of their votes have been rejected. Back to you in the studios.
Well, Aishwarya, just getting in some more latest details right now. 40% of the polling is done in Rajasthan and 50% in Maharashtra. But what's certainly very interesting is the developments that are taking place in the state of Maharashtra. Just a short while back, we have seen the setback that the NCP has got in the form of the fact that Nawab Malik as well as Anil Deshmukh, they haven't got the permission to cast their vote. Aishwarya, what's the latest that you're picking up as far as the state of Maharashtra is concerned? Because we are now being told that Nawab Malik in all likelihood would be approaching the Bombay High Court with another plea.
Well, he can and he might, but that is a legal process. But as you said, both of these leaders have not been allowed. And we have seen another very, very interesting development, Shavan, that is the coming together of the MVA and then the AIMIM. So basically all of those questions, and I repeat, all of those questions and all of those leaders who used to call AIMIM as the team B of the BJP, they have got their answer that where does the loyalty and where is this alliance going? The alliance of AIMIM, that is of Asauddin Owaisi, and then the MVA coming together is a message that in desperate situation, these are the two parties which can come together. Though one would have never thought that an alliance which already has Shiv Sena as a part of it can ever see AIMIM joining hands. But then politics, there are no permanent foes or friends, and this is a clear example of that. But as you said, two of these big leaders who are behind bars, Nawab Malik and then Anil Deshmukh, have not been allowed. As you've just given that breaking, Shavan, that yes, Nawab Malik will be approaching the higher authorities, that is the higher court. Whether he gets permission or not, that is for the courts to decide. But at this point of time, MVA seems to be comfortable in getting their people through. BJP feels that there are going to be at least five plus MLAs which could switch sides, but they haven't seen the sign of it. So we are still waiting for the first sign of a deflection from the MVA towards the BJP. Back to you in the studios.
Well, thank you very much, Aishwarya. Requesting you to stay on as you get us the latest updates. Let me also quickly move to the other state we have been tracking very closely. What's really happening in Rajasthan? My colleague Piyush is there on the ground. The latest breaking news coming in. Now, this is the figure we have been told till about 10:30 this morning. Piyush, 40% of the votes for Rajya Sabha has been cast, and it started around 9 o'clock this morning, continuing till about 4, and the counting will be starting at 5 o'clock in the evening. But the pictures that came in from the state of Rajasthan essentially showed the nervousness within the Congress camp. They are not very sure whether they are in a position to hold on to the entire flock there. What is it that you're picking up? Have you been able to perhaps speak to any of the leaders there from the Congress party? What's the indication like? Well, Shaman, we just spoke to Sachin Pilot. Remember that he is now very much confident that all the three candidates of Congress party are going to have a sliding victory here in Rajya Sabha polls. If you talk about the mathematics, what we are learning is that around 109 MLAs of Congress party are voting in favor of all the candidates. We are also seeing the pictures of these MLAs who are coming out after casting their vote. Media is also trying to catch a glimpse of these MLAs. Remember, we also just spoke to Raghu Sharma, another MLA of the Congress party. He's saying that BJP will face massive defeat. If we talk about BJP, remember that there are 71 seats. Those are in kitty of BJP, where it is claiming that out of these 71 seats, 41 MLAs are going to vote in support of Ghanshyam Tiwari, BJP candidate. We'll have to wait and watch how the equation is going to further turn in coming few minutes. Yes, Chavan.
Just a quick question before I go back to our panelists in a short while from now. A lot of interest is as far as those turncoat BSP MLAs are concerned. They've already aired their resentment towards the Congress party. Anything that you're picking up on that front? A quick word as far as the turncoat BSP MLAs are concerned.
Well, Shawan, if you talk about these BSP MLAs, the Congress party is very much confident that all these BSP MLAs are going to vote for their candidates. But on the other side, Subhash Chandra, who is also media baron, he's claiming that he has got the support of 6 independent MLAs, 2 BJP MLAs, and also many other MLAs, not only from BJP, but also few from the Congress's camp. But the Congress party is rejecting all these claims being made by Subhash Chandra. The voting is underway. Let me also try to show you pictures from right outside the assembly, where we are seeing these MLAs continuously coming out. We have spoken to many. They are now saying that by 5 p.m., in fact by 5:30, the picture is going to clear. The voting, as we are speaking, is still underway. 40% of voting has already taken place.
Which number is it here?
Let me also bring in Pathikrit Pran, who's joining us on this broadcast. Pathikrit, as far as the BJP is concerned, remember they've touched the 100 milestone a few months back, but that was a milestone that the Congress party had achieved back in 1988. Now, for the BJP, this is going to be extremely crucial ahead of the 2024 elections, the Uniform Civil Code being at the top of their mind. What do you think would be right now in the minds of the BJP, right? How exactly would they be tackling the situation?
Shawan, good afternoon. See, I think, over the last 2-3 years, we have seen that in spite of the fact that BJP did not have the Rajya Sabha numbers, they have somehow been able to successfully tactically vote in alliance with some of the other political parties who are not aligned, who are not part of the NDA, but still have voted in favor of, the NDA, especially during the Article 370 abrogation, even in case of Citizenship Amendment Act. But I think what BJP wants is to have an absolute majority of its own in the Rajya Sabha, and that's why these Rajya Sabha elections are getting more exciting by the day, and probably the amount of focus today in this particular Rajya Sabha election is as much perhaps as you would be there in a assembly election. So I think for BJP, I think some crucial, as you rightly mentioned, some very crucial bills they are perhaps trying to bring in, where they would prefer not to depend anymore on those independent parties which are neither part of NDA or not part of UPA, and they would prefer to have a majority of their own so that they can sail through those crucial bills. I think, as you rightly mentioned, Uniform Civil Code is perhaps one of those crucial bills. Some major economic bills are also there, and there is an increasing realization that far more deeper economic reforms are required. So both on the economic front and some of the, the patented issues of BJP, whether on Article 370 that was there or the Uniform Civil Code as is pending, they would prefer to have this, and also you have to remember the Rajya Sabha elections are also at the same time an opportunity to expose the rift among the opposition members, and that is increasingly we can see whether it is in Maharashtra or in Karnataka. So on one hand they would try to have a majority of their own in the Rajya Sabha, as in Lok Sabha it's a gone case, literally they have an absolute majority. In case of Rajya Sabha, showing the rift to make sure that before 2024 no grand alliance can be formed, and there is the animosity can be increased. And that's the reason perhaps the Rajya Sabha elections are becoming far more important today. So overall, this is also going to be a precursor to the presidential election next month. This is going to set the ball rolling, and the momentum, who would have the higher momentum, and of course the ruling party may have the ruling dispensation, that will decide and make sure that they have an easier sail through during the presidential election as well.
And joining us also is Ashutosh Mishra, who is a senior journalist. Mr. Mishra, well, as Pathikrit Pine just mentioned, these elections are also about exposing the rifts in the opposition. Political analysts also have told us how these elections are all about arithmetic and alliances. When we talk about Karnataka, for example, well, initially there was a sense that the JDS and the Congress would be coming together. Both of them were saying about how they both wanted to defeat the BJP. But then we had, Siddaramaiah sending a letter that, you know, the JDS should support the Congress, the Congress candidate. What is the message that we should get here? What seems to be the Congress strategy?
No, it's very obvious here that there are two camps, as everybody is saying. One is for BJP and the other is against BJP. And especially after this Prophet Rao, people are treading carefully as to not send out a wrong message. And Congress here is facing a problem from BJP in states where BJP is not in a position to win on its own. So BJP is using Sam, Dam, Dan, Bait, horse trading, whatever you want to say. People like Subhash Chandra or Kartik Sharma to sort of break Congress votes. Now, I was just listening to Aishwarya, and it seems actually in Rajasthan, 2 BJP votes have been rejected. That's an interesting turn of events. No, the message here is very clear that you are either you support BJP's line of thinking, which at the moment, that's why in Maharashtra, when AIM supports MVA, it's not because it wants to support MVA. It is supporting MVA because it wants to send a message that it is not with BJP. Because the core, what is the core vote of Muslims? So it cannot afford in any way to look that it's helping BJP. That's why it's supporting MVA out of this compulsion. It's we have seen earlier also that in Rajya Sabha, BJP is very adept at getting things done. I mean, you remember that.
Well, Ashutosh Mishra and Pathikrit Pine with us as a panelist as we discuss the crucial Rajya Sabha elections that are currently underway. 16 seats up for grabs now, and voting almost complete in the halfway mark, in fact. Well, many thanks to you, Mr. Ashutosh, as well as Mr. Pathikrit Pine, for joining us there and for your inputs. Meanwhile, our rolling coverage of the Rajya Sabha polls continues.
ना होगी शाम को, मुझे लगता है कि जितनी हम लोगों को उम्मीद थी उससे ज़्यादा वोट हम लोगों को मिलेंगे और हमारे तीनों प्रत्याशी मुकुल वासनिक जी, रणदीप सुरजेवाला जी और प्रमोद तिवारी जी अच्छे बहुमत के साथ, जितना हम अनुमान लगाते हैं उससे अधिक मतों के साथ जीत कर जाएंगे। और तीनों ऐसे नेता हैं जिनको सोनिया जी, राहुल जी ने राजस्थान में भेजा है ताकि अपर हाउस में, राज्यसभा में एक प्रबल आवाज़ बनकर भाजपा की सरकार का विरोध कर सकें, क्योंकि राष्ट्रीय पार्टी होने के नाते हमें ज़रूरत है ऐसी मुखर आवाज़ों की जो राज्यसभा में राजस्थान की बात को रख सकें।
अनावश्यक हॉर्स ट्रेडिंग से दूसरा उम्मीदवार जीतने की क्या तुक थी, ये मतलब हालात पूरे प्रदेश में रिएक्शन है। अनावश्यक चुनाव करवा दिए, वरना चारों सीटें 3 हमारी 1 बीजेपी की आराम जीती थी। ऐसे एक्ट को कोई लाइक नहीं करता। पहले भी उन्होंने ऐसे ही किया था, पिछले चुनाव में मार की खानी पड़ी इन लोगों को, अब फिर इस बार मार खाएंगे लोग। ओके,
देखिए, सरकार भयभ्रांत है, सरकार घुटनों के बल चल रही है। जितने अनैतिक हथकंडे सरकार अपना सकती थी, उससे ज़्यादा अनैतिक हथकंडे इन्होंने अपनाए हैं। खरीद फरोख्त हो रही है, इंटरनेट बंद हो रहे हैं, ऐसी पेज में परिवाद दर्ज करके विधायकों को डराने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। उसके बाद भी सरकार का असली चेहरा, चेहरे से नकाब हमने इस चुनाव में खींच दिया। अभी तिल देखिए, तिल की धार देखिए, नतीजे देखिए, उसके बाद पता लगेगा कि सरकार में कितना विद्रोह है।
We are so confident about it. It's not only, as you rightly said, it's a historic this thing which will be happening in Maharashtra, and Maharashtra will lead in this. MUA 4 candidates, they will win by big margin. That is for sure.
मुझे पूरा यकीन है कि जो छोटे छोटी पार्टियां हैं उनका भी समर्थन हमें ही मिलेगा, जो निर्दलीय चुन के आए हैं उनका भी समर्थन हमें ही मिलेगा और निश्चित तौर पर सभी के सभी लोग चुन के आए हो या एसपी हो, सभी पार्टीज का समर्थन महाविकास आघाड़ी को ही रहेगा, ऐसा मुझे पक्का यकीन।
We have just casted our vote. As a party, we are hopeful all our three candidates will win. And this is the vote for development. This is the vote for our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji.
We see that there's a tussle going on between the JDS and the Congress. How do you see that?
That is their internal affairs. They were always, for external world, they look like friends, but they are politically, ideologically way apart.
What secular vote? They know the meaning of secular. In this country, the secular strength was totally demolishing by these Congress people. We have 30 to 31 votes. We have confidence. Srinivas Gowda already expressed in media. He will going to vote for Congress. Let us see. What secular vote? They know the meaning of secular. In this country, the secular strength was totally demolishing by these Congress people. We have 30 to 31 votes. We have confidence. Srinivas Gowda already expressed in media. He will going to vote for Congress. Let us see.
Coming in now from Jammu and Kashmir, a curfew has been imposed in the town of Bhadrawa of Doda district in Jammu. Internet services were suspended on Friday following tensions over some social media posts. Tensions flared up on Thursday after a purported video went viral in which instigating announcements were being made from a mosque in Bhadrawa in Jammu. Following this, a case was registered at Bhadrawa police station. Here's a ground report filed by my colleague Gursimran Singh.
Establishing their protest, registering their protest against the post that hurts the sentiments of the majority of the Muslim population in Jammu and Kashmir. While Vijay Mubashir is showing the visuals of the deployment of Jammu and Kashmir police here at the Gantagar, and also the shops here are almost shut in the city center, and also as far as the vehicular movement is concerned, it's very less. It tells you that how the Kashmir is reacting to the post that is there to disturb the communal harmony, and that is why police and the administration in Bhadrawa has also imposed curfew. As far as the deployment of the Jammu and Kashmir police is concerned, we are seeing in majority of the city centers the deployment number has been increased, and also police is keeping watch as far as the movement of people on ground is concerned. With Vijay Mubashir Hussain, I'm Zina Zishan Fazil for Republic in Srinagar.
Tension has prevailed in the Bhadrawa area of Doda district after two communities came in front of each other over the hate speech controversy. Right now we are in the Bhadrawa area, and there's a heavy security deployment. Those persons who were sitting here for long have now removed the matting is being removed. There is a heavy deployment of the Jammu and Kashmir police, Indian Army and the CRPF, and what they are saying is that they will be acting on those who shared some cartoons which offended the people from minority community, and now the police has assured them that strict action will be taken. Now we see that heavy deployment of the police can be seen the police are ready to tackle all possible situations, and even the administration was having talks with the protesters, and they have assured protesters that strict action will be taken against the culprits, as the FIR has already been launched and the probe is underway. Mr. Jeevan Kumar, Gursimran Singh for Republic Media Network.
जम्मू कश्मीर में शांति स्थापना के लिए हमारे सुरक्षा बलों ने एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ने कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी है। लगभग पिछले 2 वर्षों में जिस प्रकार की गिरावट टेररिज्म में आई है वो सभी को मानना चाहिए, लेकिन एक प्रयास दोबारा जो ये हमारे भदरवा, रामबन, रसवाइल, डोडा है जो उसमें भी जो कि शांत माहौल लगातार था उसको एक अशांत करने का जो प्रयास किया जा रहा है, इसमें कौन लोग संलिप्त हैं उनके बारे में जानकारी देनी होगी। सरकार को बड़ी समझदारी के साथ तमाम धर्मों के जो मुखिया हैं उनके साथ बैठ कर के इस प्रकार की अप्रिय घटना ना हो इसको सुनिश्चित बनाना चाहिए। हालांकि प्रशासन ने एहतियातन कर्फ्यू भी वहाँ पर लगाया है। इंटरनेट का जो इस्तेमाल होता है धार्मिक भावनाओं भड़काने के लिए उसको भी रोक लगाई है। उम्मीद है कि जल्द कुछ लोग जो धार्मिक समुदाय के हमारे मुखिया हैं उनके साथ भी सरकार बैठक करेगी और इस कोई भी अप्रिय घटना को रोकेगी।
जो भड़काऊ भाषण मस्जिदों में दिए जा रहे हैं, क्या लगता है कि ये कहीं ना कहीं धार्मिक सौहार्द बिगाड़ सकते हैं?
देखिए, बहुत सी ऐसी ताकतें जम्मू कश्मीर की शांति व्यवस्था को लेकर के उनके चिंता होना स्वाभाविक है। हमारे पड़ोसी मुल्क में भी इस प्रकार की जो घटनाएं हैं, इसी के एक्शन में कल वहाँ पर मंदिर भी तोड़े गए। तो इस सारे माहौल को शांत करना जरूरी है।
Security has also been beefed up in Kanpur after the arrest of the rioters. Security personnel in the city are being given training how to tackle crowds. Take a look.
देखिए, मैं तस्वीरें आपको दिखाऊंगी यहाँ पर किस तरीके से यहाँ पर पहले से ट्रेनिंग दी जा रही है कि इस तरीके से करना होगा। यहाँ पर अनाउंसमेंट भी हो रहा था और देखिए कि सुरक्षा व्यवस्था जो है चाक चौबंद यहाँ पर की हुई है। आरएएफ की टीम है, आपको बताया गया था कि किस तरीके से 3 कंपनियां यहाँ पर आरएएफ की तैनात की गई है। पुलिस फोर्स भी यहाँ पर मौजूद है और ये बताया जा रहा है अगर कोई भी आपात स्थिति होती है तो उससे कैसे निपटा जाए, ये इन फोर्सेस को बताया जा रहा है। क्योंकि देखिए, जुम्मे का वक्त जो है वो नजदीक आ रहा है, उससे पहले यहाँ पर सुरक्षा व्यवस्था को पूरी तरीके से चाक चौबंद हो जाए, उसका पूरी तरीके से निरीक्षण किया जा रहा है, समझाया जा रहा है, बताया जा रहा है कि देखिए अगर कोई भी आपात स्थिति होती है तो आपको इस तरीके से एक्ट करना है। ये देखिए, अनाउंसमेंट के जरिए यहाँ पर बड़ी संख्या में आरएएफ की फोर्स जो है वो तैनात है। यहाँ पर रैपिड एक्शन फोर्स यहाँ पर तैनात है। साथ ही साथ इन्हीं के साथ आपको दिखा दें कि पुलिस फोर्स भी इनके साथ तैनात है। यहाँ पर महिला पुलिस फोर्स भी यहाँ पर तैनात है। स्वैट की टीमें भी यहाँ पर भेजी गई है। तो आप समझिए कि यहाँ पर कितनी मुस्तैदी है। हम सुन रहे थे कि कल से कमिश्नर साहब जो कह रहे थे कि यहाँ पर सुरक्षा व्यवस्था में अगर जरा सी भी चूक होती है तो उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई की जाएगी। और इसीलिए देखिए यहाँ पर जुम्मे की नमाज से पहले ये स्थिति दिखाई। एक बार तस्वीरें देखिए किस तरीके से यहाँ पर इनको ट्रेनिंग दी जा रही है। लगातार इनको समझाया जा रहा है कि अगर कुछ भी अराजकता आते हैं या अराजकता फैलाते हैं तो आपको इस तरीके से करना होगा। तो ये आरएएफ रैपिड एक्शन फोर्स जिनकी 3 कंपनियां तैनात की गई है, पीएसी की 14 कंपनियां तैनात की गई। ये देखिए किस तरीके से बताया जा रहा है इनको कि कतार में खड़े होके और किस तरीके से उनको रोकना है, करना है। आप समझिए कि आज का दिन बेहद संवेदनशील है और ऐसे संवेदनशील दिन पर, ऐसे संवेदनशील मौके पर यहाँ पर पूरी मुस्तैदी ड्रोन से नजर रखी जा रही थी। ये भी हमने अभी अपने दर्शकों को दिखाया कि किस तरीके से ड्रोन से भी नजर रखी जा रही है। यानी कि ये सिर्फ इधर ही नहीं, ये तो वो जगह है जहां पर हिंसा हुई थी, वहां पर कितनी फोर्स तैनात है, बल्कि पूरे कानपुर की अगर बात करें तो अलग अलग जगहों पर इसी तरीके से तैनाती की गई है।
Polling to elect members of the upper house of parliament for 16 Rajya Sabha seats spread across 4 states taking place today amid speculations of horse trading and fears of cross voting. Polling began at 9 a.m. will conclude at 4 p.m. today. Haryana Congress MLAs lodged in a resort in Chhattisgarh's Raipur arrive in Chandigarh. They left from Delhi early in the morning by bus. These are early morning visuals we have access as they are set to cast their votes in the Rajya Sabha elections. Haryana polling will take place for 2 seats.
We are confident that our candidate, Shri Ajay Makanji, will win with more than required number of votes and with number of votes more than our strength.
Sir, but the independent
Thank
candidate
you.
Kartikeya Sharma has got all the support from BJP and BJP. So, do you think that
We will win, and the number of votes hold in our favor will be more than our strength.
And Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar reached the Vidhan Sabha early in the morning ahead of the Rajya Sabha polls. Notably in Maharashtra, the Congress party has fielded Imran Pratapgarhi for the polls, while Praful Patel has been fielded by the NCP. Shiv Sena Sanjay Raut and Sanjay Pawar have been given a run in the polls. The BJP has fielded Dr. Anil Bonde, Piyush Goyal and Dhananjay Mahadik from the state. Interestingly, there will be 7 candidates in the fray for the 6 seats in the state.
धरने ये सब हो रहे हैं जब हम सड़क के ऊपर आते
in Maharashtra. Jalil said the decision was taken to defeat the Bharatiya Janata Party, but the party's political and ideological differences with Shiv Sena, a partner in the MVA government, will continue. On the eve of elections to 6 Rajya Sabha seats in Maharashtra, senior BJP leader Devendra Fadnavis held a meeting with MLAs of his party, where he advised them to ensure that their votes do not turn invalid due to some mistake. The former chief minister was speaking to the BJP MLAs at a hotel. After more than 2 decades, Maharashtra will witness a contest in the Rajya Sabha polls, as there are 7 candidates in the fray for 6 seats.
Rundown.
And we are getting you an exclusive political scoop from Maharashtra, where 7 candidates are in the fray for 6 seats. We have been told that in a meeting held last night at Pawar's residence, Shiv Sena was disappointed with Sharad Pawar's decision. Sources say he has increased NCP's vote quota to 44, a safe game being played by the NCP. However, only 42 are required to win 1 Rajya Sabha seat. If this happens, it will be -2 for Sena, and Congress may also play a safe game like the NCP.
Getting in some breaking news right now from Telangana, where BJP leader Jitta Balakrishna Reddy, who had organized a Martyrs Memorial program on 2nd of June, during which there was an act which had performed insulting the chief minister. BJP now alleges that Jitta Balakrishna was taken in custody at the toll gate in Ghatkesar. BJP chief Bandi Sanjay has demanded immediate release and said that the KCR government and the police should take responsibility for what happened to Balakrishna. In fact, what you see right now are the latest images that have been accessed. We'll try and go across to our reporter Aneri in a short while from now to get us the latest details. These are the visuals that are coming in from Ghatkesar toll gate, from where we are being told that he has now been detained. Aneri, what are the details that you're picking up?
Well, Shawan, this incident is now coming in from Ghatkesar area, Ghatkesar toll gate, where we see that the BJP leader Jitta Balakrishna Reddy, who had organized a Martyrs Memorial program on the 2nd of June, in which there was an act which was performed by, and also what TRS alleges is that they have been insulting Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao, and so he was blocked by the police officials last night at the Ghatkesar toll gate. And so we also see that the BJP Chief Bandi Sanjay has demanded an immediate release of Jitta Balakrishna, and also at the same time he has stated that the government, the KCR government, and also the police officials should take the responsibility to for whatever happened with Jitta Balakrishna at the Ghatkesar toll gate. In the meantime, we also see that there is a case which has been registered against the BJP chief Bandi Sanjay. As he had planned to stage a protest, and also now we see that the Ratchakonda police has booked a case against the Telangana BJP chief, and Bandi Sanjay has been put under house arrest. There's a massive police deployment outside his residence as well.
And in other news, breaking again, Republic TV has accessed CCTV footage of the May 30th accident on the Bandra-Worli sea link. These are those visuals which claim the lives of 2 people. The ghastly visuals show how the accident took place on the Bandra-Worli sea link, in which 2 people were just run over by a speeding taxi. Here's a report.
Watch the CCTV footage dated 30th May on the Bandra-Worli sea link. A 43-year-old businessman made his driver to stop the car to save a bird that hit the car. They parked their car to the side of the sea link and went to check on the bird. Minutes later, the two met a watery end after a speeding cab rammed into them. Due to the impact, Jariwala and his driver were flung into the air. While the businessman died on the spot, his driver, who was admitted in hospital, succumbed to injuries later. According to the police, the taxi driver who was responsible for the accident has been arrested for rash and negligent driving and causing death due to negligence. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Visuals now coming in of gangster Lawrence Bishnoi, who's been produced in Patiala court. Remember, he has been in the custody of the Delhi police special cell. In fact, he was lodged in Tihar jail, one of the masterminds as far as Sidhu Moosewala's murder case is concerned. Lawrence Bishnoi has already filed an application before the court stating that his life is on threat. This is after the killing of Sidhu Moosewala. Remember, the gang war had only intensified with one of his close aides being shot before Sidhu Moosewala was killed. Now, in Sidhu Moosewala's case, Lawrence Bishnoi has turned out to be one of the mastermind as far as killing of the late singer is concerned. We'll try and bring in our reporters right now to get you the latest details, but on your screens right now, latest images coming in from the Patiala court, where we are being told that Lawrence Bishnoi has been produced before the court. We'll also try and get you some more details with regards to the application that is now being heard. I'm being told that Akhilesh in a short while would be joining us to get us more details of what's really happening in the court right now, where gangster Lawrence Bishnoi has been brought in. Remember, there is the entire gang, part of the entire gang is right now lodged in Tihar jail. Let me bring in my colleague Amandeep, who's joining us on this broadcast. Amandeep, Lawrence Bishnoi has now been produced before the court. This comes just a day after Goldie Brar, against whom a red corner notice has already been issued. It seems that the Punjab police is essentially making some headway as far as the probe is concerned.
Well, absolutely, Shravan. The point is that Lawrence Bishnoi served as the mastermind of the entire killing of Sidhu Moosewala. And in fact, Goldie Brar is one of the close associates who is operating from Canada, and he turned to be the key conspirator of this entire gruesome killing of Sidhu Moosewala. And today, when Lawrence Bishnoi is being produced before the court, and in fact in a heavy security layer, was very much visible on our screen that Lawrence Bishnoi, with a heavy security, he has been produced before the
court by the special cell of Delhi police, and in fact he has already gone through the investigation of Sidhu Moosewala case, where special cell has also revealed that Lawrence Bishnoi is a mastermind who have actually planned this gruesome killing, and in fact the motive and the conspiracy, both are hashed by Lawrence Bishnoi himself. And in fact later on he roped in Goldie Brar, who is sitting in Canada, and in fact Goldie has spread his network in Punjab.
Well, Amandeep, many thanks for joining us there. You keep your eyes on that story. In other national news stories, curfew was imposed and internet services were suspended in Bhadrawa town of Doda district in Jammu following tensions over social media posts. Tensions flared in Doda district in Bhadrawa in Doda yesterday after a purported video went viral wherein impelling announcements were made from a mosque in Bhadrawa in Jammu. Following this, 2 separate FIRs have been registered. Uttar Pradesh police have said action has been taken against nearly 1.3 lakh loudspeakers at religious places across the state, while more than 13,000 such devices were donated to schools. As part of the drive by the state government, more than 72,000 loudspeakers were removed from various places of worship. 2 alleged rape accused were set ablaze by villagers in Gumla town yesterday. A minor girl was allegedly raped by 2 people on the 8th of June, following which the girl's family members thrashed the accused and set them on fire. One of the 2 accused died, the other is undergoing treatment in RIMS. Gumla police are further investigating the matter. Republic TV has accessed CCTV footage of the 30th of May, in which shows an accident on the Bandra Worli ceiling. It claimed 2 lives after they were run over by a cab. Worli police have registered a case against the taxi driver responsible for the incident. Odisha Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik inaugurated state's first houseboat on Chilka Lake. Launching the luxury houseboat through video conference, the Chief Minister said the facility would improve tourism on the Chilka and attract both domestic and international travelers. Patnaik said the lake has the potential to transform Odisha into a major tourist destination in the future.
Well, rolling coverage of Rajya Sabha elections from all 4 states continues on the Republic TV, and in fact controversies, resort politics and the cross voting is all happening in the Rajya Sabha elections. Stay tuned for more updates.
Luhansk's governor has said on Thursday that fighting was continuing in Severodonetsk, the eastern Ukrainian city that is key to Moscow's efforts to complete the capture of the industrial Donbas region. With the war in Ukraine now having gone on for over 100 days, a pitched battle is ongoing in the Donbas, where Russia is intent on accomplishing its strategic objective. Two British citizens and a Moroccan were sentenced to death on Thursday by pro-Moscow rebels in eastern Ukraine for fighting on Ukraine's side. A court in the self-proclaimed and Russia-recognized Donetsk People's Republic found the 3 men guilty of working toward a violent overthrow of power, an offense punishable by death in the unrecognized republic. Russia's state news agency reported that Aiden Azlin, Sean Pinner and Saudun Brahim were set to face a firing squad. They have a month to appeal. Putting Islamabad in a tight spot, the International Monetary Fund has asked Pakistan to renegotiate the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor energy deals before making payments of around 300 billion Pakistani rupees to the Chinese power plants. The multilateral lender has asked the Shehbaz Sharif government to treat the CPEC power plants at par with the power plants established under its 1994 and 2002 power policies. A German prosecutor on Thursday said that a man accused of driving into a school group in Berlin appears to have a history of mental illness, adding that there was no sign of a terrorist motive. Prosecutor Sebastian added that the man would likely be sent to a secure psychiatric hospital.
And a shocking incident of VVIP racism has come to light as a video surfaced showing a BJP leader's daughter entering into a heated argument with police officials in Bengaluru. even as her car was stopped for rash driving. During this while, the MLA's daughter not only lashed out at on-duty police officers, but also the media personnel covering the event.
Shut it off!
On the streets of Bengaluru, pulled up for rash driving as the diligent police pulls up this car. Watch the arrogance with which one sitting BJP MLA and former minister's daughter responded.
Shut it off! Shut it off! Shut it off! Where are you from? I'll see you now.
I'm a media person, okay? I came for shoot.
Why are you recording?
Watch how she launches a verbal attack on the stunned police and then name drops. And now watch, even as the police are trying to talk it out, this VVIP brat sits in the car, tries to zoom past, and hurls a few more abuses. Now the MLA has this to say.
There are two aspects in this. One was per the police reports, overriding, over-speed riding. The driver was her friend Tarun. He has been penalized. Second part, you are saying about the hurt of the reporters. If you say, sir, is the hurting of anybody, sorry for that.
But for how long will this VVIP arrogance continue? Is it time to punish them? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And breaking news now, State Home Minister Araga Gyanendra said that MLA Arvind Limbavali's daughter was stopped by the police as it was a case of rash driving, further adding that her friend was driving the car and not she. They paid a fine and had gone away.
ನೋಡಿ ಕಾರು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ರ್ಯಾಶ್ ಆಗಿ ಓಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಅವರ ಬಂಧುಗಳು ಯಾರೋ ಒಬ್ರು ಹುಡುಗ ಇದ್ರು, ಅವ್ರು ಓಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಪೊಲೀಸರು ತಡೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರು ಪೆನಾಲ್ಟಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಹುಡುಗ ಅವರ ಹೆಸರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಪೆನಾಲ್ಟಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಹೊರಟೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ ಕಾರು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ರ್ಯಾಶ್ ಆಗಿ ಓಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಅವರ ಬಂಧುಗಳು ಯಾರೋ ಒಬ್ರು ಹುಡುಗ ಇದ್ರು, ಅವ್ರು ಓಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಪೊಲೀಸರು ತಡೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರು ಪೆನಾಲ್ಟಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಹುಡುಗ ಅವರ ಹೆಸರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಪೆನಾಲ್ಟಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಹೊರಟೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
So, shocking case of VVIP racism. Republic gets you that exclusive video footage of the daughter of a Karnataka minister lambasting cops and as if who had caught her and stopped her for rash driving. And now the another state minister comes to her defense, saying it was just a case of rash driving, not that big an offense to make such a hue and cry, and said that in her defense that it was not she who was driving the car. As you can see in those visuals, the daughter of a minister attacking not just the policeman who had stopped her for rash driving, but also the media as well. So those are visuals there you see of the video that has surfaced of BJP leader Limbavali in a heated argument with police officials in Bengaluru. And Dr. Shankara Guha now joins us on this story. So when we talk about VVIP racism, it's a classic case. A young girl speaking, lashing out at the policeman who stopped her for rash driving. Now we have a senior minister in Bengaluru coming to her defense. Your thoughts?
See, let me come to you as a doctor first. Children mimic their social behavior, the social environment that they see. Children always learn from elders at home. It is most unfortunate that she has picked up the arrogance at home and displayed it in public. Being the daughter of an ex-minister and a sitting MLA, she should have been all the more responsible and she should have been much more humble and careful. What tops it or what adds icing on the cake is the fact that her father has come out in the open and defended her wrongdoing. Extremely shameful and condemnable. The BJP leadership in the center should take this into very serious consideration and bring these people into their senses. Power has got into their head so much that they don't care for the common man. It is the least that the father and daughter could have done was come out in the open and said, okay, my daughter was wrong, I will correct her. And she should have said, what has happened, let it go. But no. And the police, oh my God, why? What is wrong with them? Would they have done the same thing to a common man? I'm sure no, they would have jailed them in no time. And they're sitting and listening to her stories. Extremely condemnable. The Commissioner of Police in Bangalore should take very serious note of this and correct his policemen. Police and law are the same, whether you're the Prime Minister or you're the common man. It is the same. No special treatment. It is condemnable and we don't accept such behavior.
Well, many thanks, Dr. Guha, for joining us there and for sharing your thoughts with us. A classic case of VVIP racism there, bratish behavior of an MLA's daughter, even as her father comes to her defense, and a senior minister as well. Time now for a short break, but coming up on the other side, ahead of crucial Rajya Sabha poll, sources say Sena disappointed with NCP decision. Also coming up, tensions simmer in valley after stone pelting reported in Jammu's Bhadrawa.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Quick roundup from the world of sports. David Miller carried his sensational IPL form to international cricket as South Africa made a mockery of the Indian bowling attack to gun down their highest ever run chase and race to a 7-wicket win in the opening T20. New Zealand captain Kane Williamson, ahead of the second test at Trent Bridge, said his side took some positives from the first test defeat to England, but he underlined that the tourists are also looking to improve on their individual performances. Two-time Olympic medalist PV Sindhu and World Championship bronze winner Lakshya Sen progressed to quarter-finals of the Indonesia Masters Super 500 badminton tournament. With contrasting wins, Sindhu was made to toil hard for over an hour by Gregoria Mariska of Indonesia before winning in the second round. The president of the Russian Olympic Committee claimed that his organization received information that Russia was not admitted to the General Assembly of the European Olympic Committee. The International Olympic Committee had earlier recommended international federations ban Russian athletes as well as Belarusian competitors from all international competitions amidst the war in Ukraine. Croatia's players trained in Copenhagen ahead of Friday's Nations League match against Denmark. Croatia have just 1 point after their first two games. Both played at home, a 3-0 defeat to Austria and 1-1 draw with the world champions France.
Elections for 16 Rajya Sabha seats across 4 states gets underway. AIMIM lends support to MVA. Government in Maharashtra says move to defeat BJP. Ahead of crucial Rajya Sabha polls, sources say Sena disappointed with NCP decision. Big twist ahead of polls. Kumaraswamy hits out at Congress, says Congress destroyed secularism in the country. Bratish behavior caught on tape. MLA of Limbavali's daughter abuses cops and media. Tension simmer in valley after stone pelting reported in Jammu's Badirwa. Well, it's a race to the Rajya Sabha nail-biting contest today. In fact, this is the biggest news on Republic TV. I'm being joined by Alisha. Alisha, now we are seeing some hectic developments there coming in. You also had told us that many votes have been cast already, and we saw a lot of movement as well. Just a short while back, the AIMIM has said that to defeat BJP, they are tying up. They're tying up with the MVA government. Now, take us through what's happening as of now. All right, getting some trouble connecting with Alisha. I'm going to go to Ankit. Ankit, take us through what's happening right now. We're seeing fast and hectic developments there in Maharashtra. Take us through who are the candidates and what is the latest from ground.
Well, the latest from on the ground, and this is Alisha's information, is that right now we have just seen the polling agent for Piyush Goyal, who is the BJP's first candidate in the Rajya Sabha elections. He has just updated us that the party has objected to 3 votes by the Mahavikas Aghadi allies. He says that Jitendra Awad and 2 other MLAs, that is Congress's Yashomati Thakur and Shiv Sena's Suhas Kande, their votes the BJP has objected to. 2 of these people, that is Yashomati Thakur and Suhas Kande, they had shown their authorized agent. They were supposed to show their voting slips. Instead, they handed those slips into that agent's hands. And in the case of Jitendra Awad, he showed it, or who did what is still up for question right now. We'll get confirmation. But 2 of these MLAs, they put the paper in the hands of the authorized agent, and one of them showed it in such a way that everyone could see it. And so this whole process has been videographed, and the BJP is saying that the video should be examined, and then it should be found out whether or not those votes were valid or not, and whether or not they were done in or cast in a valid manner as per the process. So that is the latest that is coming in. So the BJP has objected to 3 votes of the Mahavikas Mahavikas Aghadi in an election to the Rajya Sabha 6th seat for Maharashtra, where the independent and small party votes were said to be very important, and the NCP has already been dealt a blow in the sense that Anil Deshmukh and Nawab Malik are not voting, and it is the Shiv Sena's second candidate that will suffer if these votes are at all declared invalid, or if the MVA falls short of votes, because it is Sanjay Pawar of the Shiv Sena that is the second candidate. He is up against the BJP's third candidate, and that is Dhananjay Mahadik. And
right, Ankit, hold on there. I want to go to Alisha as well. Alisha is also covering the elections from Maharashtra. Alisha, you got some important information some time back. The BJP has objected on 3 votes of MVA. Just take us through exactly why they have done that. Also, what is going on in terms of the AIMIM NVA tie-up? Now, that is very interesting, Alisha, because categorically in a tweet, the AIMIM has said that we are doing this to defeat BJP. So we are seeing a nail-biting contest coming from Maharashtra.
Well, of course, we are actually seeing a very prestigious election in this Rajya Sabha, which is happening more than 2 decades now. But yes, now talking about the BJP that has been making in allegations, because there are the polling agents of Piyush Goyal, which came out and speaking to the media has clearly stated that there are 3 MLAs, that is Jitendra Awad from NCP, Congress Yashomati Thakur, and Shiv Sena Suhas Khande, whose vote should be taken into the invalid, because there is some of the mislead that has been happened in the house, and specifically that has been taken into the video. The video recording has already been done. So that is the reason they are going to get in connected with the election commission to make their vote invalid. But yes, now talking about the AIMIM, see at this point of time whether it's a vote of a 287 member of the MPs, specifically talking about for this Rajya Sabha election. It's very important even for the BJP and for the Shiv Sena, because it's actually a very litmus test for Mahavikas Aghadi. Even earlier we saw, even when the elections that happened, that went unopposed. But at this point of time where the BJP and the Shiv Sena who fielded their extra candidates really have to see, because at one side where the BJP is showing been very much confident about it, that they are going to get 3 seats, where the Shiv Sena, which has been fighting for 2 seats, footing the candidate that is Sanjay Raut and Sanjay Pawar. But the questions comes for the Sanjay Pawar and Dhananjay Mahadik of Shiv Sena. So we are seeing, we are continuously witnessing that the MLAs that has been coming here continuously been speaking to the media. But yes, the allegation that has been made by Bharatiya Janata Party, that is the polling agent of Piyush Goyal, who has been making more allegations. So we'll talk to Raj Purohit. Sir, एक तरफ अब महाविकास आघाड़ी के खिलाफ जो है ये बताया जा रहा है कि 3 जो MLAs हैं उनके वोट्स इनवैलिड है। अगर आप इसके बारे में जानकारी।
बिल्कुल, उन्होंने जो प्रक्रिया के विरुद्ध में आइडेंटिफिकेशन हो जाए ऐसा उन्होंने दूसरे को बता के किया है, ये तो बिल्कुल सरासर इलेक्शन लॉ के विरुद्ध में है, और उनके तीनों के जो अधिकार है वोट देने का वो बर्खास्त होना चाहिए।
तो ये मांग बीजेपी की है, और खास तौर पर क्या इलेक्शन कमीशन को इसके बारे में जानकारी दी गई है कि
आप रिटर्निंग ऑफिसर को दी है, अभी उसके ऊपर जो हायर ऑब्जर्वर आए हैं उनको दी है, और उसके ऊपर की कार्रवाई होगी। कड़क से कड़क कार्रवाई करवाने के लिए हम बातें करेंगे, और जो भी हमारा हक है एक जो ऑथराइज ऑब्जर्वर है उसको बताना चाहिए। तीनों को बताया, तो तीनों को जो जिन्होंने बताया मतलब कानून भंग किया है, तो उनके विरुद्ध एक्शन होना ही चाहिए, और ये तीनों मत जो है ये बर्खास्त होना ही चाहिए।
Well, of course, that was BJP Raj Purohit who is giving the information that whether it is Congress, NCP or Shiv Sena who clearly showed their vote to the parties and not to the representative that has been elected, that has been designated for this. We even know that it's an open ballot where the MLAs who has been giving a vote, they're giving this the vote to specifically to their party, and of course the Shiv Sena has already issued a whip. For more, for more, we'll talk to the more BJP MLAs who has been presented. But yes, this is an allegation that has been made by the Bharatiya Janata Party against Mahavikas Aghadi, clearly stating that even in an open ballot, they have to show their vote to their representative and not to the parties. But when it comes to the Shiv Sena Suhas, or whether it is Jitendra Awad, who is a cabinet minister, or Yashomati Thakur, they have clearly showed their vote openly in the house that has been claimed by the Bharatiya Janata Party, and that is the reason they have already went to the returning office and they have been asking, they have been requesting. This is from the polling agent of the Piyush Goyal, which are requesting them that they should consider the vote of this 3 MLAs should be invalid. So, and now been talking about the AIMM. I'll come back to the AIMM because it's very important, of course, the each and every vote, whether it is for BJP or whether it is for Mahavikas Aghadi, because every vote is going to be counted. And of course now even the NCP knows, because the Shiv Sena knows that the 2 votes of Anil Deshmukh and Nawab Malik, that is yet to be under the scrutiny, because the Bombay High Court has already refused to grant them the interim bail. But another application that is going to be filed by Nawab Malik and Anil Deshmukh to another bench for getting to get a time to seek a vote, to come here and vote at the elections within police escort. So that has to be wait and watch, because the application that has already been filed and the hearing is likely to be taken up very easily. I'm joined with BJP MLA Ram Kadam. Sir, if you can speak about, because the BJP has already made a claim that some of the MLAs, that is from the Mahavikas Aghadi, has given that was invalid, that should go invalid because some of the vote that has already shown in the House.
See, there are some rules and regulations. Once any member of Legislative Assembly, he vote. After his voting, he should not show that ballot paper to any other members. And this is a simple rule. And if anyone tries to do that, then that vote is not valid. So now here, the Honorable Cabinet Minister, both are Cabinet Minister, one is Yashomati Thakur and one is Mr. Awad. Both have, after their voting, they can only show their ballot paper to their concerned polling agent. And that polling agent is from their own party. After that, they have to fold that ballot paper and they have to put it in the election box.
This information has been given.
Wait. In this case, what has happened? They have shown that ballot paper, which was completely, the preference was already they have written on that. They show it to the polling agent. And after that, with overconfidence, you can say, or you can say they want to, they do not want to keep their vote valid. There may be any reason, they show it to other members. So showing to other members, there are CCTV footage, everything is there. So Election Commission should not take that vote as a valid vote. So this is our demand. If they do not listen to us, we'll definitely approach to the court.
Well, of course, this was BJP MLA Ram Kadam clearly stating that the BJP is now demanding to make the vote of those 3 MLAs, that is Jitendra Awad, Yashomati Thakur and Shiv Sena Suhas, should be invalid. It's just because not showing to the polling agent, but in fact they have shown their vote to in the house, and which is against the law, is what BJP has been claiming for. Yes.
Right, Anisha. Now I want to go across to Aneri, who's in Bengaluru. Aneri, there we know in Karnataka, both the BJP and the Congress have fielded an extra candidate from both sides. Tell us what's happening on ground as of now.
Well, definitely a tussle between the JDS and the Congress continues, but also in the meantime, we have been seeing that the polling is taking place for 4 seats, but there are 6 candidates in fray, and 3 are of BJP, 2 are of Congress, and 1 is of JDS, beg my pardon. And also as we have been seeing, though BJP has a majority for 2 of their candidates, but also at the same time we see that there seems to be a cross voting which is taking place between the JDS and the Congress, as one of two of the JDS leaders seems to have done cross voting. So just some time back, when he happened to speak to the former Chief Minister of Karnataka, Kumaraswamy, he also slammed the Congress party and stated that he will never take up any sort of alliance with the Congress party. Let it be in the future, as we also will be seeing that the Karnataka Assembly polls will be taking place next year. But definitely a war of words between the JDS and the Congress, as the Congress has poached two of the JDS MLAs. But also at the same time, the BJP is pretty much confident over winning the seats here from Rajya Sabha. Well, Nirmala Sitharaman is also one of the main contenders here from BJP, who has been fielded by the BJP for the Rajya Sabha polls. But also at the same time, we see 4 seats but 6 candidates. So definitely a crucial voting taking place, as BJP says that Congress and JDS is they continue to fight, but also at the end of the day they come together as well. But we see that the BJP is still confident and says that they will win all these 4 seats. But also at the same time, the Congress is also confident, as they have 70 MLAs, and we will be seeing how this voting goes on as the day proceeds.
All right, Aneri, I would like all Republic TV's ground force there to hold on for a second. There's a report I want to show everybody. Now, in moments from now, the Rajya Sabha polling, in fact, has already begun. The fate of the 4 seats in Karnataka in the Rajya Sabha from there will be decided. But this poll comes on the back of high drama in the state. Here's more on that.
2024, the contest is for 4 Rajya Sabha seats. The candidate needs 45 preferential votes to win, but 6 candidates are in the fray. The maths indicates that BJP, which has a majority of 121 MLAs, can get 2 MPs elected, while the Congress is expected to get 1 MP elected. However, there are 3 candidates fighting it out for the 4th seat. None of them has adequate number of votes to win. It is highly likely that 2nd and 3rd preferential vote may have to be counted.
Authorities imposed curfew in Badarwa, apprehending communal tensions following religious post-harm, hurting the sentiments of the majority of the population. Now we are in Srinagar. We are seeing that majority of the population in the Kashmir Valley too are establishing their protest, registering their protest against the post that hurts the sentiments of the majority of the Muslim population in Jammu and Kashmir. While Vijay Mubashir is showing the visuals of the deployment of Jammu and Kashmir police here at the Gantagar, and also the shops here are almost shut in the city center, and also as far as the vehicular movement is concerned, it's very less. It tells you that how the Kashmir is reacting to the post that is there to disturb the communal harmony, and that is why police and the administration in Badarwa has also imposed curfew. As far as the deployment of the Jammu and Kashmir police is concerned, we are seeing in majority of the city centers the deployment number has been increased.
At this point of time, it's a U-turn. It's a big U-turn coming on the Satyendra Jain matter. Delhi CM Arvind Kejriwal, I repeat, Delhi CM Arvind Kejriwal has refrained from commenting on the minister. Something new coming in this time. It's a big U-turn coming in on the Satyendra Jain money laundering case. This time, Delhi CM there has refrained from commenting on the minister. Remember earlier, he has been supporting Satyendra Jain continuously. He has said that he is one of the best ministers. He has said that he is definitely not corrupt, and all the charges against him are fake. But this time, the input we're getting here on Republic TV is that a big U-turn has been taken by Arvind Kejriwal, where he has completely refrained from commenting on Satyendra Jain. So the question we're asking is Arvind Kejriwal going to drop his minister? He said, I have nothing to comment on Satyendra. Kejriwal saying, I have nothing to comment on Satyendra after mega evidence on Satyendra Jain. A big U-turn coming in from Delhi CM Arvind Kejriwal. Remember that Satyendra Jain, in fact, is in custody of ED right now in connection with a money laundering case. A lot of political face-off has happened over Satyendra Jain's corruption charges which are leveled against him, and he has, in fact, what exactly that Arvind Kejriwal said. Let's listen in right now.
मैं बहुत ज़्यादा कह नहीं सकता क्योंकि वो तो हिरासत में है, उनसे हमारा सीधा कोई संपर्क नहीं है, तो मैं इस बारे में कुछ टिप्पणी करने के उसमें नहीं हूँ। कल उनको लेके गए थे हॉस्पिटल में, तो वहाँ पे जो भी हुआ, जब वो ठीक हो गई उनकी तबीयत, तो उनको वापस ले गए। मैं बहुत ज़्यादा कह नहीं सकता क्योंकि वो तो हिरासत में है, उनसे हमारा सीधा कोई संपर्क नहीं है, तो मैं इस बारे में कुछ टिप्पणी करने के उसमें नहीं हूँ। कल उनको लेके गए थे हॉस्पिटल में, तो वहाँ पे जो भी हुआ, जब वो ठीक हो गई उनकी तबीयत, तो उनको वापस ले गए।
All right, that's Arvind Kejriwal making a very substantial climb down, where from defending Satyendra Jain and asking for a Padma Vibhushan for him, now he says no comments. Essentially, dropping the hot potato, it seems. The Delhi Chief Minister now sort of distancing himself from his embattled minister, who has been under scanner of the Enforcement Directorate for some Hawala transactions in his companies, some of which were essentially accommodation entries. Let's listen into Arvind Kejriwal once again.
मैं बहुत ज़्यादा कह नहीं सकता क्योंकि वो तो हिरासत में है, उनसे हमारा सीधा कोई संपर्क नहीं है, तो मैं इस बारे में कुछ टिप्पणी करने के उसमें नहीं हूँ। कल उनको लेके गए थे हॉस्पिटल में, तो वहाँ पे जो भी हुआ, जब वो ठीक हो गई उनकी तबीयत, तो उनको वापस ले गए। मैं बहुत ज़्यादा कह नहीं सकता क्योंकि वो तो हिरासत में है, उनसे हमारा सीधा कोई संपर्क नहीं है, तो मैं इस बारे में कुछ टिप्पणी करने के उसमें नहीं हूँ। कल उनको लेके गए थे हॉस्पिटल में, तो वहाँ पे जो भी हुआ, जब वो ठीक हो गई उनकी तबीयत, तो उनको वापस ले गए। मैं बहुत ज़्यादा कह नहीं सकता।
All right, there seems to be a very subtle suggestion on the part of the Delhi Chief Minister that he is not fully aware of the entire facts, since he cannot get in touch with Satyendra Jain, he being under investigation and in custody. The Enforcement Directorate is investigating Satyendra Jain for some Hawala transactions that his companies carried out also during a brief period when he was minister, but otherwise in his capacity as office bearer in some companies that have been held by Satyendra Jain, and where transactions have been carried out by his aides, including some of his family relatives, going right up to Kolkata. And Kolkata is a den of some firms which act as those providing accommodation entries. ED carrying out investigations. In fact, during raids, cash has also been found to the tune of about 5 crore rupees plus now over multiple raids. And initially the reaction of the Aam Aadmi Party was to double down in defense of Satyendra Jain. Sardar RP Singh of the BJP joins us. Mr. Singh, it seems that some facts have emerged which make the Delhi Chief Minister sort of take a very nuanced position on Satyendra Jain now. He seems to be distancing himself or not being aware of all the facts since Mr. Jain is in custody. You think the position is evolving for the Aam Aadmi Party after all the raids that have been carried out?
Where did the 16 crore rupees came from? Whose money was that? Which was transferred to the companies in Kolkata, and from there it was routed to companies in Delhi. And probably Mr. Jain has answered that, and that's leading to Mr. Kejriwal drawing his feet now.
Yes, of course, Mr. Singh, they have to answer, and investigation in fact is going on. But what is important is that Mr. Kejriwal, the Delhi Chief Minister, who doubled down with this in support of Satyendra Jain earlier, even asking for a Padma Bhushan, now seems to be having some thoughts.
As I said, when things are more clear, Mr. Sundar Jain would have revealed certain things, and then Mr. Kejriwal is a former IRS officer. He would know what all Mr. Jain could have revealed in front of ED, and then probably Mr. Jain would also send some message to Mr. Kejriwal through his family members. The fact is that Mr. Jain still need to answer, and then if he have answered, then Mr. Jain is in soup, and then what? Because the 16 crore rupees still is in question.
All right. Thank you so much. This is RP Singh of the BJP reacting to Arvind Kejriwal's statement, where he seems to be distancing himself with the ongoing investigation in Satyen Jain matter, who is a minister in his government. Shivangi.
Right, we are getting some other news right now. Republic TV has accessed the CCTV footage of the May 30th accident on the Bandra-Worli sea link, which claimed the lives of 2 people. Here's more on that.
Watch the CCTV footage dated 30th May on the Bandra-Worli sea link. A 43-year-old businessman made his driver to stop the car to save a bird that hit the car. They parked their car to the side of the sea link and went to check on the bird. Minutes later, the two met a watery end after a speeding cab rammed into them. Due to the impact, Jariwala and his driver were flung into the air. While the businessman died on the spot, his driver, who was admitted in hospital, succumbed to injuries later. According to the police, the taxi driver who was responsible for the accident has been arrested for rash and negligent driving and causing death due to negligence. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, top national updates. An advocate immolated himself in Rajasthan over alleged harassment by the authorities. Advocate Hansraj Mavalia succumbed to severe burn injuries after setting himself on fire inside the sub-divisional magistrate's office. In the suicide note, he blamed the sub-divisional magistrate Rakesh Kumar and Khandela's SHO for this extreme step. After a BJP MLA's daughter was accused of misbehaving with police personnel who fined her for overspeeding, Karnataka Home Minister has now played down the incident, terming it as an incident of rash driving. Incidentally, the MLA's daughter was seen on tape allegedly abusing the cops and media for covering lawlessness. The Supreme Court has dismissed a special stray round of counselling to fill the 1,456 seats in NEET PG. These seats notably have remained vacant for the conduct of a stray round of counselling for All India quota. The top court dismissed the plea, stating the quality of medical education cannot be compromised, which affects public health. PM Modi inaugurated a healthcare complex and specialty hospital and launched several projects worth rupees 3,050 crores in Gujarat.
Well, coming up next after a short break, we will be seeing how Rajya Sabha polls are underway in 4 states, Maharashtra, Haryana, Karnataka and also Rajasthan, as we see that there is a big fight going on for the Rajya Sabha elections. Well, all eyes on that coming up next after a short break.
Viewers, in Mumbai, as the countdown for the voting ending in Maharashtra expires, a big subplot is the revelation that the AIMIM's 2 MLAs are siding with the MVA in this crucial election for the 6th Rajya Sabha seat. There's a big controversy, especially because the AIMIM has constantly been called the B team of the BJP. And so we'll get you all those details after a short break. Stay with Republic for all the news and updates from the Rajya Sabha polls.
और हाईवे पर जो एक्सीडेंट होते हैं उसमें फर्स्ट गोल्डन आवर जिंदगी के लिए बहुत
A federal aviation accident investigator will be sent to Hawaii to investigate after a tour helicopter crashed on a remote Big Island lava field, injuring all 6 on board. The Bell 407 helicopter left Kona International Airport about 5 p.m. on Wednesday on a sightseeing tour and crashed about 30 minutes later. Near the southernmost tip of the island, all 6 on board were injured. US President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris met with Caribbean leaders at the Summit of the Americas to emphasize deepening US-Caribbean ties and strengthening the partnership with America's neighbors. The meeting was an important opportunity for the President and Vice President to connect with the Caribbean community leaders to talk about the challenges the nations face and the best way to collaborate with these regional partners. The new president of Somalia has warned that his country faces another famine as it remains gripped by a prolonged drought. Hassan Sheikh Mohamud issued the warning after his inauguration as the country's new president earlier this week. UN humanitarian agencies also warned of a historic 4th consecutive failed rainy season in Somalia. The president also spoke of the security challenges posed by extremist groups in the country. A man opened fire at a business in Western Maryland, killing 3 people before the suspect and a state trooper were wounded in the shootout. The Washington County Sheriff's Office says a 4th victim is critically injured. The suspect then fled in a vehicle. He was tracked down by Maryland State Police. The suspect and a trooper were also wounded in an exchange of gunfire. Both were being treated for their wounds. A wildfire in southern Spain forced the evacuation of 2,000 people amid fears that torrid weather may feed the blaze. Emergency agencies deployed almost 1,000 firefighters, military personnel and support crews to fight it as water-dropping helicopters could be seen in the
Well, top headlines at this hour. Elections for 16 Rajya Sabha seats across 4 states gets underway. AIMIM lends support to MVA government in Maharashtra, says move to defeat the BJP. Ahead of crucial Rajya Sabha polls, sources say Sena disappointed with NCP decision. Big twist ahead of polls. Kumaraswamy heads out at Congress, says Congress destroyed secularism in the country. Bratish behavior caught on tape. MLA Limbavali's daughter abuses cops and media. Tensions simmer in Valley after stone pelting reported in Jammu's Badirwa.
All right, welcome back, viewers. We continue our rolling coverage of the Rajya Sabha polls that are happening for 16 seats in 4 states. Let's go back to Maharashtra, where all the action is. In fact, the BJP has just a while back asked for 3 votes of MBA legislators to be cancelled because, according to them, those votes were showed to party leaders other than the polling agent. Alisha joins us from outside the Vidhan Sabha in Mumbai. Alisha, more details about this development, whether the speaker or the returning officer, in fact, not the speaker, has paid any heed to the BJP request of cancelling 3 votes, because that's going to have consequences for the results.
Well, of course, the Bharatiya Janata Party, which has already claimed that there are 3 votes of Minister Jitendra Award, Yashomati Thakur and Shiv Sena Suhas that has been invalid. So the explanation that has been given by Bharatiya Janata Party, that is the polling agent of Piyush Goyal, who has claimed that these 3 MLAs has not only showed it to the polling agent, that is the representative of the parties, but also showed it in the house, which is invalid and against the law. So let me tell you this is an open ballot, of course, and the voter, the MLA who is going to give a vote, can only show his vote to the representative that has been allotted. But what is the claim that has been made by the Bharatiya Janata Party, clearly stating that the ministers, the leaders of Mahavikas Aghadi not only showed it to the representative of the party, but also to the house, which is completely invalid, and that is the reason they are going to make a complaint to the returning office. So the information has already been given to the returning officer. Now we have to wait what are the action that has been taken, because they have been demanding that till the time the action has not been initiated, the vote should be considered as invalid till the time they are going to ask continue. They are going to protest some of the other day if it's not taken into consideration, because we know this at this point of time, each and every vote to any either of the party, whether it is Mahavikas Aghadi or whether it is Bharatiya Janata Party, it's very important. We know the series of meetings that has held in with Mahavikas Aghadi, or whether it is BJP, with the independent MLAs, with the other small parties. Even today, where Imtiaz Jalil of AIMM has shown support to Mahavikas Aghadi, and MNS has the support, has given a support to Bharatiya Janata Party. So at this, the claim of Bharatiya Janata Party against the Mahavikas Aghadi, we have to wait what is the action that has been initiated by the returning officer.
Right. Abhishek, the Rajya Sabha polling in Karnataka has also begun, Alisha and Abhishek. Now, the fate of the 4 seats in the Rajya Sabha from Karnataka will be decided. But this poll comes on the back of high drama in the state. Here's a look at the mega build-up to the big vote and results.
It's poll day in Rajya Sabha. Ballots, voting and a mega result. As polling action will pick up between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. today, here's a roundup of the mega build-up and the way things stand in Karnataka. In Karnataka, there are 4 Rajya Sabha MP positions up for grabs. BJP has fielded 3 candidates, the Congress has fielded 2 and the JDS has fielded 1. Each candidate needs the support of 45 MLAs to pull through.
Something interesting has happened in Karnataka just before the polls. In fact, the JDS, which earlier said it was moving its MLAs to a resort to keep its flock safe, later said that the Congress party should support their candidate. Kumaraswamy even spoke to Republic TV. Now, his appeal came a few hours after the Congress party and Siddaramaiah said that JDS MLAs should vote for the Congress candidate Mansoor Ali Khan.
Whatever allotment they will give to the MLAs of Congress for the second candidate, for the first preferential vote,
मांग की जा रही है, उनको फिलहाल बीजेपी के स्पोक पर्सन की पोस्ट से सस्पेंड कर दिया गया है, लेकिन नवीन जिंदल और साथ ही साथ नुपुर शर्मा की जो अरेस्टिंग है उसकी मांग भी यहाँ पर की जा रही है। तो दिल्ली का ये जामा मस्जिद का इलाका है, सबसे बड़ी जो मस्जिद है वो यहाँ पर है और दूर दूर से लोग यहाँ पर टूरिस्ट भी आते हैं और साथ ही साथ जिस तरीके से जुम्मे की जो नमाज है वो अदा की गई, उसके बाद ही ये प्रदर्शन यहाँ पर किया जा रहा है। अपने कैमरा पर्सन निशान से कहूँगी एक बार तस्वीरें ठीक से दिखाएं किस तरीके से यहाँ पर प्रदर्शन हो रहा है। कुछ लोगों से हम बात करते हैं। सर, आप लोग यहाँ पर प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, कुछ कहना है इस पर?
जो करा इन्होंने गलत किया है वो
आप लोग अरेस्ट
बोलना नहीं चाहिए।
All right, these are live pictures from outside Jama Masjid in New Delhi. Huge crowds gathered after the Friday prayers, demanding action against Nupur Sharma, who has already been booked by the Delhi police under sections 153A, 153B of the IPC, which is about affecting community relations in the society. Of course, connected with the FIR is another FIR in which Asaduddin Owaisi and Yati Narsingaram have also been named for the same charges, including 30 others. But these faithful today, coming out after Friday prayers and demanding action against Nupur Sharma for the comments she made during a television debate on Prophet Muhammad. Seems like a few hundred of them. Remember, similar protests just a few days back, in fact, exactly a week back in Kanpur, in Uttar Pradesh, had turned violent with the protesters picking up stones against the police. The pictures are from outside the Jama Masjid, the steps that lead up to the prayer pavilion, and it's a congested area. Protests seem to be peaceful, and let's go to Aishwarya, our executive editor, on the pictures. Aishwarya, protests, fresh protests, this time from outside Jama Masjid in Delhi. What reports you are getting? Was permission taken to carry out these protests, unlike in the case of Kanpur, which turned violent?
Well, Abhishek, this is happening inside the premises of Jama Masjid, outside gate number 1, which is right next to the residence of the Shahi Imam. It is happening on the footsteps of the main gate, that is gate number 1 of Jama Masjid. This is happening inside. This is a peaceful protest, but then demand of action against Nupur Sharma and then Naveen Jindal, both BJP leaders against whom the party has taken the action, is being raised. This is a peaceful protest which is happening once again inside the premises of Jama Masjid. This is happening inside on the footsteps right next to the residence of the Shahi Imam. This is happening right next to gate number 1. That is what we are being primarily told. This is happening inside. There is adequate amount of security outside Jama Masjid, but this is happening well within, and this is happening on the footsteps. They are demanding for action against Nupur Sharma. They are demanding action against another former BJP leader, Naveen Jindal, because now BJP has taken action against both. But then this is happening. This is a protest which is happening live. We are getting you live visuals from the location. We are getting you visuals of people who have gathered in huge numbers. Yes, as you said, the security apparatus. There is adequate amount of security, and if you just run the camera across, it is right in front of gate number 1, right inside the gate number 1. Because we have our teams present there. Our colleague Anju Nirwan is there trying to speak to people. People are angry. People are demanding action. It's a peaceful protest happening inside. Yes, Abhishek.
Aishwarya, also any suggestion, any reports that what about the police presence? Was permission taken? Because this cannot be impromptu. The numbers suggest that this is a very organized protest. Who are the organizers?
Well, Abhishek, this is after the Friday prayers. This is happening inside the premises. There is no permission required of any amount of gathering inside the Jama Masjid premises. Once again, if you see, and if we could just zoom out our cameras, you will see that it is happening well within the premises of Jama Masjid. This is happening within gate number 1, to which very close is the residence of Shahi Imam himself, and you can see that gate which shows gate number 1. So it was happening inside. Now people are, when they come out, it's a very congested lane on all 3 sides. It's a T-point right next to gate number 1. As you're also aware, this is old Delhi. Lanes are very narrow, so even 50 people gathering on these lanes, and it's perpetually 24/7 full of traffic. But this gathering was happening, or this peaceful protest was happening inside the premises of Jama Masjid. Hence, we are being told that no prior information was there. But then, despite that, there is adequate amount of police and also paramilitary forces present there. We have our colleagues Anju Nirwan and then the others there. Once they disperse, then this whole crowd will come out of 5 different gates of Jama Masjid. We are being told, for around 15 to 20 minutes they protested right at gate number 1 of Jama Masjid, demanded action against Nupur Sharma and Naveen Jindal. Now we are being told that the people are still present, and few of them have even come out of gate number 1. That is where police is now telling them to disperse off. Yes, Abhishek.
Right, Aishwarya, it's very reassuring that the police presence is there. The protests are peaceful. They are well within the premises of the Jama Masjid, and that permission is not needed. But why do you need to protest now? Of course, they're right, but Nupur Sharma has already been booked.
Yes, they say police needs to be swift. They say that because she was a BJP leader, because she was with the ruling dispensation, action against her was delayed, action against her was not to the extent to which action has been taken against others. So this is a political, there is a political angle to it as well, but these protests are happening right after the Friday prayers. So Delhi police had preempted it, and there was a massive amount of Delhi police and also paramilitary presence on all the 5 gates of Jama Masjid. These are the visuals from right beyond gate number 1 of Jama Masjid around 10 to 15 minutes prior. These are first and exclusive visuals which Republic is getting for our viewers. And now, because we are also being told, Abhishek, that few of these people, around a couple of hundred of these people, came out of gate number 1. That is when police told them and requested them to disperse. And even the local Aman party, which is comprised of all religions together, they have been told to disperse. They have been told that they need to disperse and they cannot stand right outside Jama Masjid. Till the point they were within the premises of Jama Masjid, they had their right to basically peaceful peaceful gathering, but no permission. Yes, Abhishek.
Also, these protests are more delayed than the delayed action by police against Nupur Sharma. So I think the locus collapses when the police is already investigating, and that's why I come to this, because you mentioned there could be a political angle. Are these being done for the camera? Are they protesting because they want to be seen that they have also taken some action? That is the political leadership who might have guided these protests?
Abhishek, because when you have seen leaders to the likes of AIMIM Chief Asauddin Owaisi getting into it, there is an FIR in which even the AIMIM Chief has been mentioned, those 31st names, those 31 names, which includes the AIMIM leader, and then so on and so forth. So we've seen that how even in Uttar Pradesh we have the Samajwadi Party coming out and questioning. So this is something which is not only preempted by the local law and order administration in Delhi, but also in several parts of Uttar Pradesh, whether it is Unnao, whether it is Kanpur, whether it is Lucknow. To the matter of fact, there is Section 144 deployed in Kanpur, Bijnor, in the capital city of Uttar Pradesh, just because they do not want these peaceful gatherings to turn violent after the Friday prayer. So this is something which is very significant. There is a political angle to it, because it is not only about, as you said, raising a question on why action against Nupur Sharma or Naveen Jindal has been delayed. Even these protests, as you correctly mentioned, are taking place at a very delayed time. But hence, they have a right to peaceful protest. But then these protests need to be according to the law. And as we are just being told and reassured, we are being told by the local law and order authorities that this protest or this gathering was well within the premises of Jama Masjid, and as soon as a couple of hundred people decided to come out of gate number 1, they were told to disperse, as they had no permission of any protest or gathering outside the premises of Jama Masjid. This is after the Friday prayers, and hence Delhi police and then the other law enforcement agencies were already prepared, because there have been several calls and we've seen that strictest possible action are being taken against those people who are basically trying to propagate hate speech. And hence, in the present scenario, such kind of scenes which are now coming. Yes, Abhishek.
Aishwarya, stay on. So just sort of recapitulating what has happened. Friday prayers at Jama Masjid, like they happened in Kanpur, and protests coming out of the prayers by the faithful. So in fact, we should emphasize that these are peaceful protests going on as of now. And in fact, the police is already there on the spot. We can see a reasonable police presence engaging with the crowd and asking them to leave and finish the protests if they have done so. And these are about a few hundred people at the footsteps that lead up to the gate number 1 atop and onto the prayer pavilion of the mosque. This is the biggest mosque in Delhi and of historical significance. And we are seeing these protests happening right outside the mosque by the faithful who had come to pray for the Friday prayers or participate in the Friday prayers. And these protesters are demanding action against former BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma, who made some comments on Prophet Muhammad, and these protests are a little delayed in the sense that the police has already moved in and booked Nupur Sharma, as also 32 others, including Yati Narsinganand and AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi, to which he had responded by saying that this is a balancing act. What's wrong with being balanced? Having said that, protesters engaging there with police has asked these protesters to finish this sit-in and move on once the prayers are over and they're done with their protests. Jama Masjid in New Delhi, site of fresh protests on the Nupur Sharma matter, and this comes 2 days after police has already taken action and booked Nupur Sharma, and the case is under investigation with the forensics unit of the Delhi police also looking into social media posts and to see who is spread communal messages and to what extent, which side, which community, which political party was involved. It's going to be a very deep investigation. It's going to lead to arrests. It's going to lead to conclusion, and it's going to take these communal posts, investigation into these communal posts to a logical conclusion as to where it started, who started the fire, and who spread it. And in that context, I think these protesters should know that action is being taken. Police there present and communicating to them to move on after the prayers are over and their protests are done. In the pictures, we can see a few hundreds of protesters. It should be emphasized the protests are peaceful and they're taking place outside the Jama Masjid in an area, as Ashwarya informed, they are happening in within the precincts of the mosque, and permission is not required for the gathering, and that's why perhaps they could happen, because remember, like in the case of Kanpur, there was no permission to carry those protests, and that's why after the police confronted them, the matter turned violent. We are seeing pictures from outside Jama Masjid in New Delhi, where protesters have gathered after Friday prayers in almost a similar, in almost a repeat of visuals that we had seen from Kanpur, except for that permission had been denied in the case of Kanpur, and there seems to be cooperation with police in this case, and that's why we are seeing very peaceful protests happening. So perhaps proactive engagement on the part of police, taking care that this does not turn into a law and order situation, and the community wanting action against Nupur Sharma for her comments on Prophet Muhammad. It's a matter which has been a matter of debate across the country for a fortnight now. In the heat of the moment, Nupur Sharma, BJP spokesperson at that time, mentioning something about Prophet Muhammad which has not been liked by the community. Since then, it turned into a diplomatic row as well between India and Middle Eastern nations, and the OIC representing the Muslim countries, while it has been handled deftly at the level of Ministry of External Affairs, and tempers have calmed down, it's little surprising that protests now happen. In fact, in pictures we can see some sloganeering also happening. This is in Saharanpur, so protests now coming in from Saharanpur as well. Anju Nirvan is at the Jama Masjid, even as we get pictures from Saharanpur, which is the headquarters of Deoband school in Deoband town. In fact, Anju, you are there at the ground. आप बताएं जरा क्या हो रहा है, क्या पुलिस ने समझा के कुछ प्रोटेस्टर्स को बाहर निकाला है या अभी भी वो बैठे हुए हैं, और कितनी देर तक ये चलेगा?
जी देखिए, मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगी कि यहाँ पर दिल्ली के जामा मस्जिद में नमाज अदा करने के बाद जितने भी नमाजी थे वो यहाँ पर प्रोटेस्ट करने लगे, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से अभी बीते दिनों बयानबाजी हुई, निपुण शर्मा का जो बयान था, नवीन जिंदल का जो बयान था, उससे लोग नाराज हैं। और साथ ही साथ जिस तरीके से देश के अलग अलग इलाकों में जो पथराव हो रहे हैं और जो पैनिक सिचुएशन बनी हुई है, उसी के मद्देनजर यहाँ पर लोगों के अंदर बहुत ज़्यादा गुस्सा था और उसी वजह से लोग यहाँ पर प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे थे। हालांकि ये शांतिपूर्ण प्रदर्शन किया, लोगों ने कोई पथराव नहीं किया, किसी तरीके से तनाव नहीं पैदा किया, लेकिन जब नमाज अदा करी तो उसके बाद उनकी बहुत भारी जो भीड़ थी वो मस्जिद के बाहर निकली। उसके जो एरिया था, उसका जो प्रमाइसिस था, उसके बाहर खड़े होकर लगातार ये लोग हाथों में तख्ती लेकर जो प्रदर्शन है वो कर रहे हैं। हालांकि यहाँ पर जो फोर्सेस है उसकी भारी डिप्लॉयमेंट है, यहाँ पर सीआरपीएफ के भी जवान हैं और साथ ही साथ दिल्ली पुलिस के भी जवान यहाँ पर डिप्लॉय किए गए हैं लोगों को कंट्रोल करने के लिए। लेकिन अभी भी जो जामा मस्जिद का जो पूरा इलाका है, यहाँ पर लोगों की भीड़ जमा है और लोग लगातार अपनी जो नाराजगी है, जो लगातार बीते दिनों बयानबाजी हुई है, उसकी खिलाफत कर रहे हैं। प्रॉफिट मोहम्मद के खिलाफ जो बयानबाजी हुई, पैगंबर के खिलाफ जो बयानबाजी हुई, उससे लोगों के अंदर बहुत ज़्यादा गुस्सा है और उसी की वजह से लोग यहाँ पर प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, हाथों में तख्ती लेकर, हाथों में इनके वाइट पेपर्स है और लगातार ये लोग मांग कर रहे हैं। और बीते दिनों जिस तरीके का पूरा माहौल रहा है, लोगों के अंदर बहुत ज़्यादा गुस्सा है। वो ये कह रहे हैं कि हिंदुस्तान की जो गंगा जमुना तहजीब है, हिंदू मुसलमान का जो भाईचारा है, वो इससे खराब हो रहा है जिस तरीके से ये बयानबाजी हो रही है। और उसी को लेकर यहाँ पर लोग जो है प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। हालांकि फोर्सेस जो है पूरी तरीके से इस भीड़ को कंट्रोल करने की कोशिश कर रही है और उनसे लगातार दरख्वास्त कर रही है कि वो अपने घरों को और जाए। जितने भी लोग हैं नमाज अदा कर चुके हैं, जुम्मे की जो नमाज है वो अदा हो चुकी है, इसलिए लोगों से कहा जा रहा है कि वो अपने घरों की ओर जाए। यहाँ पर मार्केट के इलाके में यहाँ पर हल्ला ना मचाए और किसी भी तरह की पैनिक सिचुएशन ना क्रिएट करे, क्योंकि बहुत ज़्यादा यहाँ पर लोगों की भीड़ है और उसी को कंट्रोल करने के लिए यहाँ पर जो फोर्सेस हैं वो लगी हुई है। लेकिन लोग जो है वो अभी भी जो प्रोटेस्ट है वो कर रहे हैं, अपना प्रोटेस्ट दर्ज करा रहे हैं, क्योंकि लगातार जो बयानबाजी हुई है उनका कहना है कि हमारे जो सेंटिमेंट्स हैं वो हर्ट हुए हैं और इसीलिए हम ये जो प्रदर्शन है वो कर रहे हैं। जी, बैक टू स्टूडियो।
अंजू, हमारे पास और भी तस्वीर आ रही है। वी आर गेटिंग पिक्चर्स फ्रॉम सहारनपुर ऑल्सो ऑफ सिमिलर प्रोटेस्ट। आप जरा बताएं कि क्या अगर वहां नारेबाजी हो रही है तो क्या नारेबाजी हो रही है, कितने लोग हैं संख्या में, कितने, आपने कहा बहुत ज़्यादा हैं, और पुलिस क्या सफल हो रही है उनको बताने में कि आप समझाने में कि आप यहाँ से जाएं, आपकी पूजा अर्चना, आपकी जो नमाज है वो हो चुकी है?
जी देखिए, मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगी कि यहाँ पर जो ये प्रोटेस्ट किया जा रहा है, अभी तो जो बीते दिनों पैगंबर के खिलाफ जो बयानबाजी हुई, निपुण शर्मा ने और नवीन जिंदल ने जो बयानबाजी की, उससे लोग यहाँ पर नाराज़ हैं। साफ तौर पे वो लोग अरेस्टिंग की डिमांड कर रहे हैं। वो कह रहे हैं कि इनको अरेस्ट करें, इनको पार्टी जो है वो सस्पेंड करे। हालांकि पार्टी ने उन्हें सस्पेंड कर दिया, लेकिन यहाँ पर जो लोग हैं वो उनकी गिरफ्तारी की भी मांग कर रहे हैं। हालांकि ये जो पूरा प्रदर्शन है शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से हो रहा है, लेकिन क्योंकि यहाँ पर बहुत ज़्यादा भीड़ है, 100 से भी ज़्यादा लोग हैं, मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगी ये जो दरियागंज का जो इलाका है और जामा मस्जिद का जो इलाका है, सबसे ज़्यादा जो मुस्लिम समाज के जो लोग हैं वो यहाँ पर रहते हैं। और जुम्मे की जब नमाज होती है तो बहुत ज़्यादा तादाद में लोग आ जाते हैं। साथ ही साथ जो टूरिस्ट जो जामा मस्जिद घूमने के लिए आते हैं वो भी लोग यहाँ पर हैं, तो इस तरीके से यहाँ पर बहुत ज़्यादा भीड़ है। साथ ही साथ जो शॉपिंग करने के लिए भी जो लोग इस एरिया में आते हैं वो भी यहाँ पर खड़े हो, तो भीड़ बहुत ज़्यादा है। हालांकि फोर्सेस जो है उन्हें कंट्रोल करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, लेकिन लगातार जो लोग हैं वो प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। और साफ तौर पे उनका ये कहना है कि जिस तरीके की बयानबाजी हो रही है उससे हमारे जो सेंटिमेंट्स है, हमारा जो भाईचारा है वो खराब हो रहा है और हम अरेस्टिंग की डिमांड करते हैं, क्योंकि इस तरीके की अगर बयानबाजी होगी तो हमारा जो भाईचारा है वो खराब होगा, हिंदुस्तान की जो गंगा जमुना तहजीब है वो खराब होगी। तो इस तरह की बात यहाँ पर लोग कर रहे हैं। जी,
और कितने समय तक अंजू आपको लगता है कि ये चल सकता है, क्योंकि और भी शहरों में इस तरह के प्रोटेस्ट हो रहे हैं, तो ऐसा लगता है कि शायद कोऑर्डिनेट करके किया गया है?
जी, कोऑर्डिनेशन तो साफ तौर पर नजर आता है, क्योंकि जो जुम्मे की जो नमाज है वो अलग अलग इलाकों में अदा हुई, उसके बाद ही ये प्रदर्शन किए गए। हालांकि जो प्रदर्शन है शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से है और फोर्सेस जो है वो लोगों से अपने घरों की ओर रवानगी के लिए लगातार दरख्वास्त कर रही है। पुलिस कह रही है कि आप अपने घरों की ओर जाएं, लेकिन अभी जो सड़क है यहाँ पर लोगों की भीड़ है और फोर्स जो है वो लगातार उनसे कह रही है कि आप अपने घरों की ओर जाएं, क्योंकि इस तरीके से लगातार जो भीड़ हो रही है उससे यहाँ पर तनाव वाली स्थिति जो है वो पैदा हो सकती है। तो उसी को ध्यान रखते हुए लोगों को लगातार हटाने की बात की जा रही है, लेकिन लोगों की जो भीड़ है वो अभी जस की तस है, लोग अभी भी यहाँ पर बने हुए हैं। जी अभिषेक।
जी, तनाव की थोड़ी स्थिति बनी हुई है. Situation seems to be a little tense outside Jama Masjid in New Delhi, where protesters have come out impromptu after Friday prayers demanding action against Nupur Sharma, the spokesperson of the BJP, who has since been removed from her post and suspended pending investigation and inquiry. And parallelly, of course, the Delhi police has booked both Nupur Sharma and Naveen Jindal. Of course, apart from that, 32 others, including Asaduddin Owaisi and Yati Narsinghanand. In the intemperate comments made by both the sides, we always forget that the fraying of tempers, if that can be called, happened from both the sides. Comments were made from both the sides. Provocation was there from both the sides. And yet we are seeing protests from one side. And little delayed protest, given the fact that action has already been taken. It's over to Niranjan to take it further from here. Niranjan in Mumbai studios.
Thank you for that, Abhishek. Though I'd like you to stay on with us in this coverage, because this is a big breaking story. Requesting Abhishek to stay with us. Abhishek, in fact, let's go back to the pictures. We have pictures coming in from Srinagar, in Jammu, Ahmednagar, in Moradabad, and from Saharanpur a few minutes back we had those pictures, and now in Delhi. So at least from 6 locations the pictures are coming in. And as we speak, the breaking news update to give our viewers, these are pictures coming in from Delhi's Jama Masjid, where hundreds have gathered after the Friday prayers to mark their protest against the recent comments and the controversy. Okay, meanwhile, the other big breaking news story that we've been tracking in connection with what's going on vis-a-vis the protests and the subject of hate speeches, inflammatory comments that have been made in the post-Gyanvapi episode era. Now, the Delhi police has filed 2 FIRs, one against the former BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma and other against 31 people, including AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi and controversial priest Yati Narsinghanand, for allegedly spreading hate, hurting religious sentiments. And these 2 FIRs were filed on Wednesday, the details of which were released on Thursday, shared with the media. I'll go back to Anju, who's joining us from outside the Jama Masjid, to get a word from her, and then we'll continue to get you details of the Rajya Sabha polls as well. Okay, Anju, if I can come back to you. This is a protest. People are marking their protest here in Delhi. We'll go back to Anju. She's live at the Jama Masjid there in Delhi. Meanwhile, 2 FIRs were registered. To give you an update about what's happened so far legally in this particular case, 2 FIRs registered after analysis of social media. Former Delhi BJP media unit head Naveen Kumar Jindal, who was expelled from the party over alleged remarks against the Prophet, and journalist Sabah Naqvi were among those named in the second FIR. 32 people in all, in fact, were named in the FIR, and the cases have been registered against those who were posting and sharing messages against maintenance of public tranquility and incited people on the basis of divisive lines. Now, there have been very, very distasteful and communal and controversial comments from both sides, and these are protests in the wake of the comments that were made from I think mostly Nupur Sharma, which has escalated, and there was a tweet that was put out by Naveen Jindal. Abhishek, legally, where does the case stand vis-a-vis the investigation being carried out by the Delhi police?
Well, Niranjan, so an FIR has been done, investigation has started. As it happens, there is a forensics investigation wing of the Delhi police that is carrying out the investigation, and we are told that they will take a deep dive into social media accounts, social media posts, and are not going to spare anyone. That's what we are being told, that this is going to be the most balanced investigation, if I could use that word, in the history of communal violence and communal comments in the country. They are going to go account by account and post by post and see from where it all began, who was spreading the incendiary post, who was behind them, and I think then it will lead to a conclusion. So I think it's going to be a bit of a long drawn
getting
affair.
In some reactions.
These protests are delayed.
Yeah.
And
can I take some live reactions, Abhishek? I think Vikram Singh, the former DGP of Uttar Pradesh, is joining us on the phone line. You can take a question with him as well. I'll just take the first one. Mr. Singh, these protests that you're seeing now in Delhi, earlier in Jammu, also being reported from Srinagar, Moradabad, Saharanpur. Now, law is taking its course and everyone has the right to peaceful protest. But I think everyone's also worried about some of the controversial speeches that are still being made. For example, what happened in Jammu last night.
Absolutely. One would have expected peace, because this kind of an unwarranted, unprovoked breach of the peace is also not acceptable. What has happened? Law is taking its own course. They have been suspended from the party. Criminal cases have also been registered. And now, this seems to be falling into a pattern as it happened in Kanpur, and also attack on the police and the administration. Friday prayer is something matter of peace and prayer. How can the prayer culminate into violence and attack on the police? I would say that, as in the case of Kanpur, wherever violence has happened, the criminal and the anti-social elements probably had the say. My advice to the police and the administration is to contain this with a very firm hand. Contain this with a very firm hand. Don't allow those who vitiate the public peace and law and order to take law into their own hands. And those who are coming out again with patriotic and offensive statements, book them under the adequate provisions of law. This circus cannot go on till eternity.
Just getting in a breaking news update, Abhishek. Sharing the details of what we are picking up in the newsroom. Dr. Vikram Singh as well. The statement of the Shahi Imam at the Jama Masjid has just come into our newsroom, Abhishek. And the Shahi Imam of the Jama Masjid says, we don't know who are the ones protesting. I think they belong to AIMIM or our Oasis people. We made it clear that if they want to protest, they can, but we will not support them. Abhishek.
That's very interesting, Aishwarya, because earlier Aishwarya was informing that these protests are happening outside the mosque, but also near the residence of Shahi Imam of Jama Masjid. Traditionally, the Jama Masjid is seen as a backyard of the Shahi Imam and his family. So now, if a statement has come from him,
ये भी देखा जा रहा है कि कोई जानबूझ के माहौल को खराब न करे। धर्म गुरुओं के द्वारा भी इस पूरे प्रकरण में बहुत ही सहयोग मिला है। उन लोगों ने जगह जगह पे शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से नमाज संपन्न कराने हेतु सबसे अपील की है। इसका बहुत अच्छा असर है और हम लोग पूरे सौहार्दपूर्ण वातावरण में फ्राइडे का जो ये नमाज है वो संपन्न कराएंगे।
अभी सर देखेंगे सहारनपुर में नमाज के बाद कुछ लोगों ने अल्लाह अकबर के नारे और नुपुर शर्मा को लेकर अपना विरोध दर्ज कराया।
वहाँ ये सूचना मिली थी कि भीड़ काफ़ी हो गई थी, उसके बाद से लोग धीरे धीरे अपने गंतव्य स्थानों पे चले गए।
सर कानपुर को लेकर के कोई अपडेट सर अभी तक?
कानपुर में स्थिति पूर्णतः शांतिपूर्ण है और वहाँ पूरी तरीके से निष्पक्ष कार्रवाई करने के निर्देश शासन की तरफ से और डीजी मुख्यालय की तरफ से दिए गए।
सर उन्नाव का भी सर एक पोस्टर वायरल हुआ था सर, जिसमें
पोस्टर इत्यादि के बारे में लगातार कार्रवाइयाँ हो रही हैं। ये विशेषकर वो लोग हैं जो माहौल को ख़राब करना चाहते हैं और इसमें कोई किसी धर्म से कोई लेना देना नहीं। जहाँ भी इस तरह के धार्मिक उन्माद फैलाने के इंस्टेंसेस आए हैं वहाँ गिरफ्तारियाँ की गई हैं और उसमें सभी धर्म के लोग हैं।
सर दिल्ली में माहौल वहाँ पे लोग इकट्ठे हुए हैं, क्राउड हुआ है, नुपुर शर्मा के खिलाफ मत कहा जा रहा है कि कड़ी कार्रवाई की जाए, तो दिल्ली का सर यूपी के जो जिले
हम लोग पूरी तरीके से सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स के साथ बात कर रहे हैं और यहाँ पे स्थिति पूर्णतः शांतिपूर्ण और कंट्रोल में।
ठीक सर, शुक्रिया।
Okay, so that was a statement coming in from the UP police on the protest that was seen in Saharanpur, saying the situation is mostly under control, Abhishek. But another bit of breaking news update now coming in, that the Shahi Imam has said there was no call for a protest from the Masjid Committee, and that in fact yesterday when people were planning to protest, we clearly said to them that there is no call for the protest from the Jama Masjid Committee. So, and when they say on record that they think that these protesters belonging to the AIMIM or our Oasis people, I think it's incumbent also on all of us to ask for situation to be kept under control and to ensure that everyone maintains peace and calm. Especially when political parties get in, Abhishek, that's when the problem really begins.
Well, absolutely. In fact, this is a very interesting twist coming in, Niranjan. And these seem to be very coordinated protests, because it's not just Jama Masjid in Delhi, but these pictures coming in from Saharanpur, Moradabad and other towns in Uttar Pradesh clearly show that there is someone behind it. If it's not the Dharm Gurus, the religious leaders, the Imams, as the UP ADG Law and Order Prashant Kumar was suggesting, then who's behind these protests? The Shahi Imam's statement could not have been clearer. He has said that, in fact, when some people approached the Masjid Committee for protest permission yesterday, it was clearly denied, and that they have no role, no hand in these protests emerging. And given the fact that these are happening at so many places, it cannot be impromptu but organized. And that raises the question whether there is some political element to it, as of course Shahi Imam suggesting that these could be AIMIM supporters or supporters of Asaduddin Owaisi, since he has been booked. So are there problems now with a balanced investigation? Yeah. Should the investigations only be one-sided? These are very important questions that maybe you can ask Vikram Singh as well.
Mr. Singh, are you there, sir? Dr. Vikram Singh, can you hear me? We may have lost the line with him. But let me quickly get in a word from Anju Nirvan, who's joining us. She's on the ground, so let me get in one word from her on the situation there. Because a bit of news that also came in, suggesting that the situation is under control. This is the police in Delhi. The Delhi police statement saying that people protested at the Jama Masjid against the statements of suspended BJP leaders, but also confirming that the situation was under control and that they had been removed, and the situation is under control now. Anju.
जी देखिए, मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगी कि यहाँ पर दिल्ली के जामा मस्जिद में जो जुम्मे की जो नमाज थी उसको अदा करने के बाद लोगों ने यहाँ पर प्रोटेस्ट किया, और जिस तरीके से बीते दिनों में लगातार जो बयानबाजी हुई, जो पैगंबर के खिलाफ बोला गया, प्रॉफेट मोहम्मद के खिलाफ, जो प्रॉफेट मोहम्मद है उनके खिलाफ जो बोला गया, उससे लोगों के अंदर यहाँ पर बहुत ज़्यादा नाराज़गी है। लोग यहाँ पर प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। हालांकि ये शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से यहाँ पर प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा है, और जो पुलिस है वो लगातार लोगों से कह रही है कि अपने घरों की ओर जाए, और क्योंकि जिस तरीके से लगातार यहाँ पर प्रदर्शन हो रहा है, साफ तौर पर वो अरेस्टिंग की मांग कर रहे हैं नुपुर शर्मा और नवीन जिंदल की। और पुलिस की ओर से यहाँ पर जो जितने भी लोग हैं उनसे साफ तौर पे कहा जा रहा है कि आप लोग शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से अपने घरों की ओर जाएं, क्योंकि जो जुम्मे की नमाज है वो अदा हो चुकी है, और यहाँ पर सड़कों के आसपास लोग इकट्ठा ना हो। पुलिस की ओर से पूरी कोशिश की जा रही है। फोर्सेस की जो डिप्लॉयमेंट है वो यहाँ पर बढ़ा दी गई है। दिल्ली पुलिस के जो जवान हैं वो यहाँ पर बढ़ा दिए गए हैं। साथ ही साथ सीआरपीएफ के भी जो जवान हैं वो भी यहाँ पर बढ़ा दिए गए हैं। लेकिन जो लोगों की भीड़ है वो बनी हुई है। सड़कों को लेकिन खाली करने का काम पुलिस कर रही है, कोशिश कर रही है कि लोग जो हैं वो अपने घरों को ओर जाएं, क्योंकि जो सिचुएशन है, अगर इस तरीके से लोग लगातार सड़क के आसपास इकट्ठा रहे तो कहीं ना कहीं पैनिक सिचुएशन हो सकती है। तो ऐसे में पुलिस की ओर से भी कोशिश की जा रही है कि जितने भी जो नमाजी हैं वो अपने घरों की ओर जाएं। लेकिन जो लोग यहाँ पर प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, साफ तौर पर उनका ये कहना है कि नुपुर शर्मा और साथ ही साथ नवीन जिंदल है उनकी अरेस्ट हो, क्योंकि जिस तरीके के बयानबाजी उन्होंने की उससे हमारा जो भाईचारा है वो अफेक्टेड हुआ है। जी
Okay, stay with me. Let's also go across to Harsha to get a factual update on the situation on the ground, whether the protests continue or whether the police have been able to send them all back home. Harsha, what is the situation at the Jama Masjid? Harsha.
Yes, firstly I would like to tell you how it all started. A viral message was circulated on social media, on different platforms of social media, saying that the hate speeches and these things are mongering against Muslim community, and the comments are being made against our Prophet. Therefore today Muslims will close their shop. But I would like to tell you that when we reached here in Jama Masjid area at around 1 o'clock, when the Friday namaz was started, at that time no shops in Jama Masjid area, Jama Masjid premises were closed, because all of the people who were living in that area, they told us that All India Muslim Personal Law Board has clearly stated that we condemn it. It was fake message and we are not going to hold any protest. But after that, once the namaz was done, we will show you the visuals of Jama Masjid. People are still there, namazis are still there, but the protests
just getting in an update. Just 1 minute. Just be with me, Harsha. Just getting in an update there. Just getting in an update. Those are live pictures coming in from Hyderabad, from Delhi's Jama Masjid. Let's quickly also go across to Abhishek, who's picking up more details. If I can go back to Abhishek for more details of the situation there. Seems like things are under control now. Abhishek, let me go across to Abhishek and show you the multiple windows of Moradabad, New Delhi, Saharanpur, Lucknow, Jammu, the different pictures that we had coming in now. Abhishek.
Yes, Niranjan. So we continue to get pictures of protests, but there is a statement coming in from Delhi police which says that people protested at Jama Masjid against the statements of suspended BJP leader Nupur Sharma and expelled BJP leader Naveen Kumar Jindal. However, it says that we have removed the people from there. The situation is under control now. Also, we had earlier UP ADG Law and Order Prashant Kumar clearly mentioning that situation is under control and instructions have come in from the religious heads, the imams also, to not let protests go out of hand. In fact, despite that, 130 companies of PAC were deployed and situation kept under control. We have seen these pictures coming in from Moradabad, from Saharanpur, from Deoband, from Bhadarwa in Jammu, from Srinagar and many other parts of the country. But what is important is that by and large these protests are peaceful, even if little delayed, given the fact that Nupur Sharma and Naveen Jindal have already been booked and investigation is on by Delhi police. Niranjan.
Yes. Thank you for that, Abhishek. In fact, we'll just get you the latest updates. We'll keep a close track on the situation here. Let's continue to get you some more updates on where the case stands legally. Abhishek was a few minutes back getting us the details of how many people were booked and why they were booked. And it's across the board, but some people, including the AIMIM, which is being accused of, staging the protest. The Shahi Imam has released a statement that those protesting could be from the AIMIM. They called it sidism, they called it balancewad, and you saw the kind of comments that came in, Abhishek. But the fact is, many comments were made on both sides, and action has been taken against anybody who hurts religious or made any controversial comment on any religion.
Well, absolutely, and that's why this investigation, which is Niranjan, happening on both the sides. If you look at the second FIR, it names 32 and it includes both Asaduddin Owaisi and Yati Narsinganand. I think it would be in the fitness of things to underscore that provocations happened from both the sides. Nupur Sharma in that debate also was reacting to some comment made on Hindu deities, and I think a message has to go that the tolerance that is being asked for has to be shown from the other side as well. And that's why this investigation, which is, we are told, Niranjan, is going to go deep into from where all the messaging started, from where all the posts started, and who was spreading these incendiary messages, and where all they were circulating. So I think it's going to be a long drawn investigation which is going to take into account provocations and counter provocations. So that needs to be underscored. These protesters are a little delayed in the sense that action is already started, police is on the job, and a very comprehensive piece of investigation would come out of these two FIRs that have been filed by Delhi police in the Nupur Sharma Naveen Jindal case and the subsequent comments made by all sides. These protests coming in from various towns seems an element of coordination, Niranjan. Even this would need to be investigated because these are not impromptu protests, given the fact that The imams have distanced themselves. The Shahi Imam of Delhi has made it clear that when some people had come to him yesterday, they were clearly denied permission for these protests. There seem to be some political elements who are carrying these out, and if these are political protests and not about religion sensibilities, then they have to be dealt with accordingly. As of now, of course, there is a statement from Delhi police that those protests have been controlled and the situation overall is also in control, that these protesters have been persuaded to leave from the premises of the mosque once prayers are over, which they are. So I think similar requests must have gone from police in other towns and districts as well. But then these pictures clearly suggest an element of coordination, an element of organization after the Friday prayers to carry out these protests without permission. As I said, Niranjan, both the UP police and the Delhi police would be coordinating or should be coordinating an investigation as to who was behind these protests that happened despite no permission asked and despite police already on the job in terms of investigating the communal comments.
Yeah. In fact, I just would like to, Abhishek, tell our viewers also about the kind of people who were booked. There were 32 in all. Just to give you some of the names and who they are and what they've been booked for. There is Shadab Chauhan, who's a peace party leader. He made a controversial comment. There is Sabah Naqvi, who's a journalist. She tweeted on the Shivling. There is Hafizul Hassan Ansari, a Jharkhand minister who threatened violence by the minority community. Bihari Lal Yadav, who's an SP leader, he mocked the Shivling. Ilya Sharafuddin, self-styled Islamic scholar, attacked Hindu gods. There was Maulana Mufti Nadeem, a cleric who threatened attack. There is Abdur Rahman, a student union leader who attacked the Hindu community. There is R. Vikraman, a VCK spokesperson from Tamil Nadu, who made a comment on Lord Krishna. There is Nagma Sheikh, a TV anchor who insulted Shivling. There is Dr. Muhammad Kaleem Turk, a Twitter user who insulted Shivling. Asaduddin Owaisi, AIMIM president, he questioned the claims on the Shivling. Danish Qureshi, leader of the AIMIM, insulted the Shivling. Yati Narsinganand, Hindu priest, made derogatory remarks. Lakshman Das, self-styled Hindu priest, gave rape threat. Pooja Shakun Pandey, a Hindu Mahasabha leader, wanted a ban on namaz. And there's a Twitter handle called Q Sensei which tweeted out controversial posts. And there's Maulana Sarfaraz, who's a cleric who insulted the Shivling. Now across the board, now the point of reading out all of this, Abhishek, and the reason why all of them have been booked is for using hate-worthy language. And the police believe that this language was used intentionally. It was discriminatory, can create a situation, can create animosity between groups. There's a serious threat to public tranquility. The language used was filthy, to say the least, saying that it is sufficient to deprave any person on religious lines. And when a probe is underway, I think anybody would expect a responsible political party or a responsible political leader to request everyone to stay calm and to ensure that law and order is maintained. But instead, we are seeing in different parts of the country, people come out in large numbers to protest. Abhishek.
Well, absolutely, Niranjan. Also remember, given the spread of COVID, these can be super spreader protests also. So I think an element of responsibility has to come from community leaders about what to do and what not to do, and how to coordinate their efforts in a manner that it does not add to the problems already existing. So it's not just about communal issues, action on which is already being taken, and you gave a very comprehensive picture of what is being done. What is important is that despite community leaders asking not to go ahead with these protests, if some people have gone in and are doing this, this also becomes a matter of investigation. So we'll have to check whether the Delhi police picks up an investigation into who was behind these protests. We have to perhaps see whether the Uttar Pradesh police picks up investigation into who coordinated these protests, despite the fact that the imams and the community leaders, the religious leaders, were very clear, as comes out from the statement of the Shahi Imam of the Jama Masjid, that there is no question whatsoever of giving permission, that it was denied that these could be political people, and in fact very vocally suggesting that these could be supporters of AIMIM. So whether these protests are not aimed at Nupur Sharma but more at stymieing the investigation into the FIR, into the complaint that has been registered by the Delhi police, which includes the name of AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi. Those are very important aspects that would need to be looked into, given the fact that these protests are happening in a situation where tensions were already high post the Kanpur violence, and massive security drill has been put in place to make sure that situation does not go out of hand. Thankfully, we can tell viewers till now, in every town from where these protests are happening, situation is under control, and as of now, as we report, as we are live, there is no violence, and some coordination is happening between police forces in these districts and community leaders to make sure that these protests are brought to an end at the soonest. In fact, some reports suggest that outside the Jama Masjid, the crowd has started trickling out, and the police is making sure that each one of them leaves once the prayers are over, which they are. So I think more like a show of strength, a political show of strength panning out, Niranjan, and we are seeing political elements really taking over, and this is no more just about religion, which is being looked into. All the comments made by people in responsible positions in the country, from the Ministry of External Affairs to the Home Ministry to the BJP, which came out with a very public statement distancing itself from Nupur Sharma before action was taken against her, and Naveen Jindal in fact expelled from the party. I think the establishment has made it very clear that those comments, whatever the provocation that was there at that time, were not the view of the government, the party, or anyone in a responsible position, and that's why the action has been taken. So that should have put paid to all these protests. But if they are happening, despite that, despite the assurances, despite the religious leaders making a statement very publicly that they are not supporting it, despite them asking them not to go ahead with it, Abhishek, who is behind these protests? And I think the Delhi police and the UP police should be coordinating a fresh investigation so that
just getting in more reactions, Abhishek, if I can just interrupt you there for a second. Just getting in Zafar Sareshwala on the phone line. Zafar Sareshwala is a businessman. He's also the owner of Parsoli Corporation and the former chancellor of the Maulana Azad National Urdu University. Now, Zafar Sareshwala, you know the developments of whatever's been happening in the last 10 to 15 days, and then you've had this FR that has been filed, laws taking its course, investigation is on. It's very, very important that everybody maintains calm, everybody lets the law now take its course, isn't it, Zafar?
Yeah, see, the first things first, Government of India reacted immediately. They came, the BJP, Bharatiya Janata Party, issued the statement first. Then they removed and rusticated, Nupur Sharma. She was suspended, that Mr. Naveen Kumar Jindal was rusticated from the party. And also,
take the phone
Government of India, through their embassies, they came out with statement that we don't support. This is not the point of India. This is not even the point of the Government of India. So I think that should be accepted. And then police cases have been filed against Nupur Sharma and Naveen Kumar Jindal. So law will take its course. With regards to the protests, well, it is. Everybody has a right. We are a secular democracy, constitutional, functional democracy. Yes, we have right to protest. But, from such protests, things go out of hand. So, if the protest is absolutely peaceful, there is no harm in it. So, it is the duty of the people who lead such protests. They should see that no untoward incident happens. There is nothing happens. You protest, yes. Show your, whatever you feel, you're feeling. you are portraying, I think that's it. Beyond that, nothing should happen.
Yeah, I think my colleague Abhishek had a question. Abhishek?
Yes, Zafar Bhai, my question is, action has been initiated. BJP has made a very public statement distancing itself from the comments. There is an FIR now. Nupur Sharma and Naveen Jindal have been booked. The Ministry of External Affairs has made its position clear. So if you look at the establishment, every responsible person in the establishment has clearly made their position out, very transparent, and the police is also acting. Why, create this situation where pictures suggest that there is a still problem in the country, there is still trouble in the country?
There is actually, see, I'll tell you, my view is different. I would still do that. I will give Nupur a book on the life of the Prophet, and I'll tell her you read without bias, which I have given to a lot of people. And then you make your view about the Prophet. She has been misguided by the Orientalist views which have been emanating for past 600 years. So if these religious scholars, whoever have come out,
और जो लोग आराम से जाकर नियम के अनुसार विधि पूर्वक अब मस्जिद परिसर के भीतर रहकर नमाज पढ़ना चाहते हैं, उनको किसी भी प्रकार की असुविधा ना हो, वे लोग आराम से जाएं, नमाज पढ़ें। आप देख रहे हैं कि आज इस मस्जिद में बड़े ही अशांतिपूर्ण ढंग से लोग अंदर प्रवेश कर रहे हैं, इकट्ठे हो रहे हैं नमाज पढ़ने के लिए। यही स्थिति अन्य मस्जिदों में भी है। पुलिस बल लगा हुआ है और जो लोग नमाज पढ़ना चाह रहे हैं परिसर के भीतर जा रहे हैं। जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने, माननीय कोर्ट ने जो निर्देश दिए थे, लाउड स्पीकर जहाँ जहाँ पे लगे होने चाहिए और परिसरों के भीतर वहीं लगे, बाहर कहीं लगाए नहीं गए हैं। और जिन्होंने लगाए थे उन्होंने स्वयं अपनी स्वीकृति से उन्हें उतारा है। और
समझ जाऊंगा सर, जिस तरीके से हमने देखा ड्रोन से भी मॉनिटरिंग हो रही है, और क्या क्या अलग फोर्सेज यहाँ पे डिप्लॉय?
ड्रोन की मॉनिटरिंग इसलिए की जाती है कि हम ये एरियल व्यू मिलता है, इससे हमें ज्ञात हो जाता है कि किसी भी प्रकार के अवरोध मार्ग में तो नहीं है। यदि हैं तो उन्हें आइडेंटिफाई करके उन्हें हटाया जा सके, और यदि किसी भी प्रकार लोग अकारण कहीं इकट्ठे हो रहे हैं, असामाजिक तत्व कुछ कुकृत्य करने की चेष्टा कर रहे हो, तो वो भी चिन्हित किए जा सकें, उनके विरुद्ध कार्रवाई की जा सके। इसलिए शहर के विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में ड्रोन का भी उपयोग किया जा रहा है, आज किया जा रहा है, पहले भी जब कभी कोई त्यौहार या ऐसी स्थिति हुई तब किया जाता रहा है। और इसके अलावा हमने महिला पुलिस बल काफ़ी लगाया है। पिंक मोबाइल पर वो लोग लगातार पेट्रोलिंग कर रहे हैं। इसके अलावा पिंक स्कूटी पर, साथ ही पीएसी बल लगाया गया है। हमारे जो वज्र वाहन इत्यादि भी मौजूद हैं जहाँ जहाँ पर आवश्यकता है वहाँ पर। और पुलिस बल के साथ में सभी अधिकारी ऐसे सभी संवेदनशील इलाकों में मौजूद हैं जहाँ पर उनके रहने से मॉनिटरिंग बेहतर हो पा रही है और लगातार प्रत्येक स्थिति पर नज़र रख रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल, तो आपने सुना जेसीपी येलो सर को, जिनका साफ तौर पे कहना है कि पुलिस लगातार किसी भी तरीके की धर्म त्यौहार हो उनको लेकर के अलर्ट पर रहती है। और पिछले दिनों चाहे हिंदू त्यौहार थे तब भी पुलिस अलर्ट पर थी, आज जुमे की नमाज को लेकर के।
Getting in some pictures from Kolkata as well, getting in these pictures from Kolkata as we are hearing that these are protests that were carried out in Kolkata as well, and the police there in Bengal, in Kolkata, in what seems like a highway, the police taking stock of the situation. There were protests in Howrah, Kolkata. We're getting in those pictures, getting in details, factual details of what we know so far. What we can tell you as of now is that these were protests in Kolkata. If I can go across to, I think this was in Howrah. This particular protest is from Howrah, we are being told, and we're trying to get more details from our correspondents in Kolkata, from the Republic Bangla team. But like we've been seeing across different cities like Saharanpur, New Delhi, Lucknow, Moradabad, Jammu, and these pictures now coming in from Kolkata, and these are pictures of protests where a large crowd had gathered, and the police having to control the situation there in Kolkata. and seems like there were attempts to protest and burn tires, etc., which was seen in some of the earlier pictures that also came in. But we are hearing that these are pictures from Howrah of the protest in the wake of the controversy over the comments that were made in some channels over the last weekend. Going back to Abhishek to just get in his view. This is a video of a flag march that was conducted in Howrah. A flag march in Howrah where the police and para forces are taking stock to ensure that the situation doesn't get out of hand. Abhishek.
Well, yes, Niranjan. So, as we were discussing earlier, these seem to be very coordinated protests. In fact, not just limited to Delhi and Uttar Pradesh, but spreading to Kolkata as well. In fact, just a while back, I was going through reports of massive protests taking place in the Jama Masjid of Dhaka, the biggest mosque of Bangladesh. So, this is turning out to be absolutely a communal thing. And it's unfortunate given the fact that police is already taking action. There is an effigy of Nupur Sharma that was found hanging at Fort Road area of Belagavi in Karnataka. And more pictures coming in. This is horrendous, and immediate calls for immediate action by the Karnataka police. And this just leaves one wondering where all this is heading to. These pictures of protests from across cities, cutting across states, clearly show an element of coordination and organization. And if the police has been told by religious leaders, by the imams, that they are not behind it, that they have not asked for it, and they have in fact denied permission, it calls for an investigation, a coordinated investigation between various state police. And these pictures from Howrah area of Kolkata, where protests have come in. Till now it seems these are controlled, and there seems to be adequate police presence to make sure that situation does not go out of hand. And in fact, I can tell you, Niranjan, that at least from the Jama Masjid, if you can go back to reporters, for example, if they can second this, that some of the protesters have already started leaving from Jama Masjid after police coordinated with the protest leaders and the religious leaders. What is important is, and the latest input coming in, that the situation has been brought under control. This is about Kolkata in the Howrah neighborhood, and situation under control, like in other places as well. As Zafar Sareshwala was mentioning, Niranjan, it's a democracy and they have a right to protest. What we are discussing is when police is already taking action, and those who have made those intemperate comments from both the sides have been booked. Investigation is going on. Why make a spectacle of some kind of angst which can be restrained till the time police completes its investigation? And that was my question when these fresh visuals came in and we had to go there. Hopefully some response would come in. Niranjan.
Yeah. So Abhishek, stay with us. In fact, we're getting in more and more pictures from different cities across India. Being very, very responsible in what we are showing and what we are putting out. It's very important for everyone to stay calm at this point and just ensure that things don't get out of hand. And I think complete focus in every city, whether it's Jama Masjid Delhi or Saharanpur, Uttar Pradesh, Bhadarwah in Jammu, or in Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh, or Moradabad, Uttar Pradesh, and you just saw the pictures that came in from Kolkata. Very, very important, critical for everyone to maintain calm. And as far as action goes, there has been action taken over the weekend. Just to give our viewers, a sense of all the action that have been taken. 32 people have faced an FIR across religions, across communities. 31 people have faced FIRs, have been named in the Delhi Police FIR. And these pictures that came in earlier were protests that erupted outside the Jama Masjid after Friday prayers, with hundreds of people demanding the arrest of the suspended BJP spokesman for controversial remarks on the Prophet. A large crowd could also be seen gathering at the steps of the mosque, some carrying placards, shouting slogans. The Shahi Imam of the Jama Masjid said that he doesn't know who's protesting. It could be AIMIM. He said it on record. I think we're getting in more reactions. Just to tell you that the Shahi Imam of Jama Masjid has said that he's not sure. He's not sure who these protesters were, saying that there were no permissions given, saying that it could have been AIMIM people who were protesting. And these pictures are coming in from Belagavi in Karnataka, where I think that's an effigy of Nupur Sharma hanging from a wire. Extremely dangerous to even try that and get there and do this. I mean, it's situation. Abhishek, this is disturbing because situation shouldn't have come to this, because there is a law and order process in this country. Law is taking its course. An FIR has been filed, and despite that, attempts now being made to try and escalate the situation.
Well, exactly, Niranjan. So, as I was mentioning, it needs a coordinated investigation by police forces cutting across state jurisdictions to see who is behind these protests. Remember, the coordinated manner in which the Middle East countries came out with statements and comments, there was definitely an element of coordination. Was there some prodding from India in terms of asking these governments to weigh in? There is definitely the role of Pakistan, and that's why we came out with a strong statement condemning Pakistan's meddling in internal affairs. Half of the hashtags or more were being trended from across the border when it comes to the Prophet comments controversy. And since then, these pictures of effigy of Nupur Sharma hanging in Belagavi, Karnataka is horrendous, to say the least. I think the culprits should be brought to book at the soonest, and the Karnataka police should make sure that this does not repeat. This goes beyond the freedom of expression, and this goes beyond the remit of democratic rights, and this is incitement to murder, Niranjan, and that's relevant section of the IPC should be incorporated in the FIR that the Belagavi police should be filing at the earliest. I think a strict response, a strict action is the only way that you can contain this situation. And these fresh pictures now coming in from Prayagraj in Uttar Pradesh. So the protests essentially spreading across districts, across the states, and across jurisdictions. Began with the Delhi Jama Masjid, which the Shahi Imam clearly denied having any role. Even that statement perhaps now needs to be looked into. But then spreading to towns of Western Uttar Pradesh, then onwards to Kolkata, and the pictures from Belagavi in Karnataka, and now these fresh pictures coming in from Prayagraj in Uttar Pradesh, in eastern Uttar Pradesh, where these protesters coming out and sloganeering, as can be seen after Friday prayers. So these are political protests and seem to be coordinated. And if there is no proper investigation, then this can become a weekly Friday affair. And these protests are dangerous, and police needs to coordinate, cutting across state jurisdictions, to make sure that they go to the bottom of who was organizing them. There is definitely an element of incitement, there is an element of provocation, there is an element of coordination, there is an element of organization. and there would be a trail to be investigated, both in terms of phone calls made when you organize something of this scale. You coordinate, you send WhatsApp messages. I think this would be a very comprehensive investigation that would need to be looked into. Niranjan.
Yes, and we had pictures that came in from Kolkata a short while back and from Saharanpur, where the police tried to ensure that some of the protesters were dispersed. Those were pictures that came from Saharanpur. And these are pictures from Prayagraj in Uttar Pradesh, where a few clashes also erupted, is what we are hearing. And in Karnataka, you had that disturbing image of an effigy being hung, and situation, similar protests being seen in different cities across India. Saharanpur, whether it's Saharanpur, Moradabad, Deoband, Lucknow, or in Kolkata, in Howrah, a similar protest being seen, and we're getting you these pictures from across the country, factually reporting what is happening. And we're also hearing that as far as Delhi is concerned, legal action will be taken, is what the DCP of the Central District is saying. These are details that we're picking up. Breaking news details, Abhishek, now coming in into our newsroom right now, that the Delhi police has said legal action will be taken. Sharing the details with our viewers as well, the DCP of Central District of Delhi has said almost 1,500 people had gathered for the Friday prayers. After the prayers, nearly 300 people came out, started to protest over inflammatory remarks. Within 10 to 15 minutes, we managed to bring the situation under control. Protests were done on the street without any permission, so legal action will be taken, is what the police is saying against the protests in Delhi's Jama Masjid. Abhishek, any more updates that you're picking up?
Well, Niranjan, investigation would be carried out in these protests as well, is what we are getting to hear. And sources tell us that the fact that the establishment has made it amply clear that in a society like ours, there is no question of not respecting religions and prophets, and action has been taken. What is important is that it should not be turned into a one-sided debate. We cannot forget the comments that provoked Nupur Sharma. We cannot forget the comments that have been made by Zakir Naik. We cannot forget the entire MF Hussain episode, and we cannot forget the manner, the flippancy with which the entire Gyanvapi controversy was being dealt with by one side. So I think this is going to be a long drawn affair in terms of investigations, in terms of a dialogue, and this is not going to end soon. Let's listen into the ADG Law and Order of Uttar Pradesh, Prashant Kumar, and then continue. Niranjan.
आज पूर्णतया शांति है, सभी जगह लगातार लोग भ्रमणशील हैं और बहुत सारी जगहों पे जुमे की नमाज सकुशल संपन्न हो चुकी है। कुछ जगहों पर वो समय के हिसाब से चीज़ें चल रही हैं और व्यापक पुलिस प्रबंध कराए गए हैं। लगभग 130 कंपनी पीएससी के डिप्लॉयड हैं और हमारे सारे अधिकारी और मजिस्ट्रेट्स लगातार भ्रमणशील हैं और सोशल मीडिया की मॉनिटरिंग भी चल रही है। साथ साथ ये भी देखा जा रहा है कि कोई जानबूझ के माहौल को ख़राब न करे। धर्म गुरुओं के द्वारा भी इस पूरे प्रकरण में बहुत ही सहयोग मिला है। उन लोगों ने जगह जगह पे शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से नमाज संपन्न कराने हेतु सबसे अपील की है। इसका बहुत अच्छा असर है।
And these are details now coming in of the action that will be taken in Delhi. We also have the reaction coming in from the Delhi Police, where the Delhi Police DCP of Central District has said almost 1,500 people had gathered in the Jama Masjid for the Friday prayers, and after the prayers, nearly 300 people came out and started to protest over inflammatory remarks by Nupur Sharma and Naveen Jindal. Within 10 to 15 minutes, we managed to bring the situation under control. Protests were done on the street without any permission, so legal action will be taken, is what the police has said on record. Here's the police speaking to the media.
आज जैसे कि जुमे की नमाज होती है, फ्राइडे प्रेयर जो होती है, इसके लिए वहाँ पे गैदरिंग थी। मस्जिद के अंदर करीब 1500 के लगभग लोग थे। जब ये प्रेयर ख़त्म हुई, नमाज ख़त्म होने के बाद कुछ लोग सीढ़ियों पर ही इकट्ठा हो गए और वहीं से ग्रुप बना के बाहर आए। बाहर कुछ लोग उनमें आके मिले, उन्होंने फिर कुछ प्लेकार्ड्स दिखाए हैं और एलिजिडली जो कमेंट्स हुए थे जो नूपुर और नवीन ने जो किए थे वो उनके बारे में जो कमेंट्स थे उसके अगेंस्ट ये लोग प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे थे। लगभग 300-350 के करीब एक टाइम पे गैदरिंग हो गई थी, लेकिन शांतिपूर्वक रहा है और 10-15 मिनट के अंदर ही हमने इस पर काबू पा लिया और भीड़ को जो है वहाँ से हटा दिया गया।
मैम, क्या कोई डिटेन भी किया गया है? क्योंकि जिस तरह से ये लोग इकट्ठा हो गए थे और जामा मस्जिद में ही प्रोटेस्ट करने लगे, तो क्या कोई हिरासत में भी लिया गया?
प्रोटेस्ट बाहर किया गया है, लोग अंदर से इकट्ठा हो गया है, लेकिन प्रोटेस्ट बाहर के सड़क पे किया गया है। बिना परमिशन के किया गया था, तो इसमें लीगल एक्शन लेंगे।
PRO Shweta Chauhan saying that the situation was kept under control even as protests started without permission, and that the Delhi police is in complete control of the situation. Before that, we had ADG Law and Order of Uttar Pradesh Prashant Kumar suggesting that they are getting all cooperation from heads of the communities. These fresh visuals, in fact, are of Prayagraj in eastern Uttar Pradesh, and these continue to show protests are ongoing, and the police is persuading the protesters to leave. And we'll have to see in the case of Prayagraj as well whether these are protests for which permission was taken. In fact, little disturbing information coming in that protesters tried to pelt stones on police in Prayagraj, almost in a repeat of what happened in Kanpur. We'll bring to you more details of what the situation is on the ground. Listen into these pictures. Taking on or confronting the police as well. We saw in the pictures police had to rush in after the mobsters, and those part of the mob have indulged in some arson, indulged in some stone pelting. We are getting more details, more pictures would be put on air as we keep getting them. Then there are pictures coming in from Howrah in Kolkata, where again protesters have made an attempt to vitiate the atmosphere with some element of violence. In the pictures we see these are from Prayagraj, and the protesters have resorted to stone pelting against the cops, with the cops in riot gear responding. There are more pictures coming in from Howrah in Bengal, from where pictures suggest that there has been an attempt at creating a violent situation. Cops going after the protesters in these pictures from Prayagraj. Coordinated protests emerging from across Uttar Pradesh, from Delhi, from Bengal, from Karnataka. Clearly there is someone behind this situation emerging from across the country. 5 states, Friday protests. And the police would need to do something to make sure that this does not happen every Friday, given the fact that Nupur Sharma is already under investigation. Delhi police has registered an FIR, and so also against others who have fomented communal trouble with insensitive, provocative comments, social media posts and statements to the media. These pictures coming in from Prayagraj, viewers, which clearly show clashes erupting between protesters on one side and cops on the other side. It seems that police is under control of the situation, and that adequate bandobast has been made to make sure that it does not go out of hand. But what is important is that an attempt is being made to vitiate the communal atmosphere in the country, despite the fact that nobody in the entire establishment has supported or shown any inclination whatsoever of support to the intemperate comments made by the BJP spokespersons. In fact, they have been suspended, expelled. The BJP has officially made a statement distancing itself from the comments made. And the nation as a whole is showing the large-heartedness to put aside the provocations that were there. Despite that, SP Baghel, right, SP Baghel, former minister, union minister from Uttar Pradesh, is on the phone. Baghel साहब, ये जिस तरह से हर शहर में प्रोटेस्ट हो रहे हैं, लगता है कुछ कोऑर्डिनेशन होके किया गया है।
जैसे नुपुर शर्मा का जो बयान था उसको कोई भी सभ्य समाज अच्छा नहीं मानेगा। जब भारत एक धर्मनिरपेक्ष राष्ट्र है, उसके खिलाफ उनको एक्शन लिया गया है, उनको दल से निकाला गया है, ये बहुत बड़ा एक्शन है। बाकी जो आज जामिया मिलिया में जामा मस्जिद पर शुक्रवार की नमाज के बाद देश के और राज्य के अलग अलग शहरों में जो प्रोटेस्ट हो रहा है, इसमें ये लोग कानून व्यवस्था को हाथ में ले रहे हैं और प्रवोक कर रहे हैं। इससे भ्रष्टाचार टूटेगा, कम्युनल हार्मनी कमजोर होती है, देश की अखंडता होती है, और ये जानबूझकर षड्यंत्र के तहत सुनियोजित ये जो है प्रदर्शन हो रहे हैं। और अगर नुपुर शर्मा पर एक्शन लिया गया, लेकिन वो भी एक महिला है और उनके खिलाफ जिस प्रकार से घटिया और गंदे और आपत्तिजनक शब्दों का इस्तेमाल हो रहा है, उसकी भी निंदा होनी चाहिए।
बिल्कुल बघेल साहब, और आप कह रहे हैं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने बहुत जिम्मेदार रवैया अपनाया है, बट कोई है जो बहुत जिम्मेदार नहीं हो रहा है। कौन लोग हैं ये?
वही लोग हैं जो आज पूरे शुक्रवार की पवित्र नमाज का दिन है, जुम्मे का दिन है, और उस दिन राजनीति रोटियां सेकी जा रही हैं, और ऐसा करके कानून को हाथ में लेंगे। और ये डेमोक्रेसी से देश नहीं चलेगा, ये बिलतंत्र से नहीं चलेगा, ये लोकतंत्र से चलेगा। कानून व्यवस्था को भी हाथ में लेगा, सामाजिक सद्भाव को तोड़ेगा, भाईचारा को तोड़ेगा, वो भी देश के लिए अच्छा नहीं कर रहे हैं लोग। और ये सब लोग मोदी जी की जो एक जो लोकप्रियता है, जो हम लोग गरीब कल्याणकारी योजनाएं चला रहे हैं, जो 8 साल होने पर पूरे देश में तारीफ हो रही है, जिसका हर जगह स्वागत हो रहा है गरीब कल्याणकारी योजनाओं का, चाहे वो सेवा हो या सुशासन हो या गरीब कल्याण हो, अथवा महिलाओं का उत्थान हो, अथवा युवाओं को रोजगार हो, या टेक्नोलॉजी का नवाचार हो, या अंतर्राष्ट्रीय राजनीति में भारत की चमक और धमक हो, या इतिहास के विवादित प्रश्नों का सही समाधान हो, इससे ये कोई बखलाइज नहीं।
जी, ये थोड़ा गंभीर परिस्थिति है बघेल साहब। सरकार इसमें और क्या कर सकती है? पुलिस इसमें क्या ऐसा करे कि सभी राज्यों की पुलिस मिलके एक इन्वेस्टिगेशन करे, जिसमें पता चले कि ये कोऑर्डिनेट करके, व्हाट्सएप पे मैसेज करके, फोन करके, ये एक तरीके से भारत की छवि खराब करने के लिए ये प्रोटेस्ट ऑर्गेनाइज किए गए?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, मैं आपकी बात से सहमत हूँ। ये कुछ संस्थाएं बनी हैं, कुछ ऑर्गेनाइजेशन बने हैं, जिनका काम ही ये है कि इस प्रकार की कोई भी इशू को जब पकड़ लेते हैं तो उससे एक सांप्रदायिक माहौल बनाने का कोशिश करते हैं। और जो अपने दृष्टि है, व्हाट्सएप पर बहुत आपत्तिजनक बातें लिखी जा रही हैं, लोगों को इकट्ठा करने के लिए कहा गया है, प्रोटेस्ट किया जा रहा है, और उनमें नारे जो लग रहे हैं वो आपत्तिजनक है। नुपुर शर्मा के उस बयान की भारतीय जनता पार्टी निंदा करती है, उसको दल से निकाला है, लेकिन एक महिला के साथ जिस प्रकार के शब्दों का प्रयोग और जानते मानने और तमाम प्रकार की धमकियां मिल रही हैं, वो भी जो है, कोई भी धर्म उसको ये नहीं कहता है कि महिलाओं का अपमान करें।
जी, हमने एक और तस्वीर देखी बघेल साहब, जो बेलागावी कर्नाटका से आ रही थी, जिसमें नुपुर शर्मा का जो एक एफिजी है उसको लटका दिया गया है, दिखाने के लिए कि उनको फांसी दे देनी चाहिए। बहुत गंभीर बात है, और ये कितना बर्दाश्त किया जाए?
बहुत स्पष्ट रूप से कह दे रहा हूँ कि अगर भारत की एकता, अखंडता, भाईचारा, सद्भाव, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को हाथ में लेंगे तो गंभीर परिणाम उनके भुगतने पड़ेंगे। कानपुर में अगर हिंसा हुई है तो जो लोग उसमें इन्वॉल्व हैं, मैं गारंटी के साथ कह रहा हूँ कि अपनी वसीयत में वो लोग लिख के जाएंगे कि कभी किसी के बहकावे में मत आना। इतनी कठोर कार्रवाई उत्तर प्रदेश की सरकार उनके खिलाफ कर रही है।
धन्यवाद बघेल साहब, ये बहुत आश्वासन वाले शब्द हैं। hope the administration and the police is of the same view that those who are indulging in these acts of arson and violence are not spared, and that whosoever has carried out this act of hanging Nupur Sharma's effigy in Belagavi is brought to book at the earliest and sent a strong message that India will not tolerate this kind of communal radicalization, and that those behind this would be punished in a manner that an example is set that India is a tolerant society, and those who are not accepting its ethos will have to pay the price by way of punishment and face due process of law. These protesters are not in sync with those ethos, perhaps. I think law will take its own course. We'll continue the coverage, bring to you all the live pictures from wherever these protests are happening, and of course the Rajya Sabha polls that are taking place, and heading right down to the live wire on the other side after a short break. All right, protests at the Jama Masjid in Delhi and across cities in Uttar Pradesh and Bengal. More on the other side.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Quick roundup from the world of sports. David Miller carried his sensational IPL form to international cricket as South Africa made a mockery of the Indian bowling attack to gun down their highest ever run chase and race to a 7-wicket win in the opening T20. New Zealand captain Kane Williamson, ahead of the second test at Trent Bridge, said his side took some positives from the first test defeat to England, but he underlined that the tourists are also looking to improve on their individual performances. Two-time Olympic medalist PV Sindhu and World Championship bronze winner Lakshya Sen progressed to quarter-finals of the Indonesia Masters Super 500 badminton tournament. With contrasting wins, Sindhu was made to toil hard for over an hour by Gregoria Mariska of Indonesia before winning in the second round. The president of the Russian Olympic Committee claimed that his organization received information that Russia was not admitted to the General Assembly of the European Olympic Committee. The International Olympic Committee had earlier recommended international federations ban Russian athletes as well as Belarusian competitors from all international competitions amidst the war in Ukraine. Croatia's players trained in Copenhagen ahead of Friday.
All right, welcome back, viewers. Protests spreading across the country, many towns in Uttar Pradesh, beginning with Jama Masjid in Delhi, the pictures of which are on screen for you. These protests happened after the Friday prayers, like they had happened in Kanpur last week. So whether a template is being perfected, whether the same people are behind these protests in at least two locations, Prayagraj and Howrah, these protests have turned violent as well, though of course the situation brought under control by adequate police presence. If you look at these pictures, Kanpur, Deoband, Lucknow, Moradabad, Saharanpur, Howrah, Jammu, well coordinated Friday protests on the issue of Nupur Sharma's intemperate comments made on Prophet Muhammad after a grave provocation by Taslim Rahmani. That side, however, is forgotten. We don't know whether these protesters know about those comments, but they're out to protest. In UP, in Delhi, in Jammu and Kashmir, in Bengal, in Karnataka. We have to get some voices and then come back. Listen in.
आज जैसे कि जुमे की नमाज़ होती है, फ्राइडे प्रेयर जो होती है इसके लिए वहाँ पे गैदरिंग थी। मस्जिद के अंदर करीब 1500 के लगभग लोग थे। जब ये प्रेयर ख़त्म हुई, नमाज़ ख़त्म होने के बाद कुछ लोग सीढ़ियों पर ही इकट्ठा हो गए और वहीं से ग्रुप बना के बाहर आए। बाहर कुछ लोग उनमें आके मिले, उन्होंने फिर कुछ प्लेकार्ड्स दिखाए हैं और एलिजिडली जो कमेंट्स हुए थे, जो नूपुर और नवीन ने जो किए थे, वो उनके बारे में जो कमेंट्स थे उसके अगेंस्ट ये लोग प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे थे। लगभग 300-350 के करीब एक टाइम पे गैदरिंग हो गई थी, लेकिन शांतिपूर्वक रहा है और 10-15 मिनट के अंदर ही हमने इस पर काबू पा लिया और भीड़ को जो है वहाँ से हटा दिया गया।
मैम, क्या कोई डिटेन भी किया गया है? क्योंकि जिस तरह से ये लोग इकट्ठा हो गए थे और जामा मस्जिद में ही प्रोटेस्ट करने लगे, तो क्या कोई हिरासत में भी लिया गया?
प्रोटेस्ट बाहर किया गया है, लोग अंदर से इकट्ठा हो गया है, लेकिन प्रोटेस्ट बाहर की सड़क पे किया गया है। बिना परमिशन के किया गया था, तो इसमें लीगल एक्शन लेंगे।
आज पूर्णतया शांति है, सभी जगह लगातार लोग भ्रमणशील हैं और बहुत सारी जगहों पे जुमे की नमाज सकुशल संपन्न हो चुकी है। कुछ जगहों पर वो समय के हिसाब से चीज़ें चल रही हैं और व्यापक पुलिस प्रबंध कराए गए हैं। लगभग 130 कंपनी पीएससी के डिप्लॉयड हैं और हमारे सारे अधिकारी और मजिस्ट्रेट्स लगातार भ्रमणशील हैं और सोशल मीडिया की मॉनिटरिंग भी चल रही है। साथ साथ ये भी देखा जा रहा है कि कोई जानबूझ के माहौल को ख़राब न करे। धर्म गुरुओं के द्वारा भी इस पूरे प्रकरण में बहुत ही सहयोग मिला है। उन लोगों ने जगह जगह पे शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से नमाज संपन्न कराने हेतु सबसे अपील की है। इसका बहुत अच्छा असर है और हम लोग पूरे सौहार्दपूर्ण वातावरण में फ्राइडे का जो ये नमाज है वो संपन्न कराएंगे।
All right, those were police spokespersons from Delhi and Uttar Pradesh respectively, the DCP Sweta Chauhan and ADG Law and Order Prashant Kumar of Uttar Pradesh. Sweta Chauhan, of course, from Delhi Police, suggesting that investigation would be carried out in these protests which happened despite denial of permission or without permission. Religious heads, imams, they have made it clear that they are not supporting it. So who's doing it? Are there some political elements behind? And isn't this absolute dangerous politicization of something on which every person in the establishment, from the BJP to the government to the ministries and the police, have behaved or conducted themselves with utmost responsibility? There is no arm of Indian state which has shown any element of irresponsibility, and despite that, if these protests happen, from which book of civics, which book of constitutional nationalism is this toolkit being drawn? That's an important question the likes of Hamid Ansari should be answering or looking for. One would say these are peaceful protests and that it's a democratic right. But within the framework of constitutional nationalism, is it not the responsibility of every citizen to not create a law and order situation? And if a law and order situation is being created in such a well-coordinated manner across the country, is it not anti-national? And if it is anti-national, should it not be probed in a coordinated manner by all the agencies together? Who is behind these protests? Why are they being carried out? Was there any need for these protests when police is already acting? Is it because, like Yati Narsinganand, Asaduddin Owaisi has also been named? Is it because all the speeches, comments, commentaries, social media posts, statements would be scanned now that have been made over the last fortnight to look for who was actually inciting, who was being irresponsible, who was being communal? That's something which is going to be looked at. And I think that perhaps must have got some elements worried, and that worry and concern and fear coming out, spilling over in the form of these street protests. And at least two places an attempt has been made to take law and order or create a law and order situation. In Prayagraj in eastern Uttar Pradesh and in Howrah in Bengal, Delhi, Lucknow, Deoband, Kanpur, Moradabad, Saharanpur, Jammu, Howrah. Pictures coming in from these towns of protests aimed at compromising the law and order situation, and perhaps present a picture of law and order outside of the country, and that's the anti-national element that would need to be investigated. Pictures of clash happening between security forces and protesters from Prayagraj. These pictures have come earlier. These are not live pictures, and clearly show that an attempt was made, Shawan, to create a law and order situation, to take law in their hands and to target the police, which is there on duty to make sure that peace prevails, that nobody disturbs communal peace. Who are these protesters? Who are these stone pelters? What toolkit they are following? What kind of constitutional nationalism is this? Maybe Mr. Hamid Ansari can come and explain. Shawan.
Well, in fact, we've seen the situation becoming quite tense in Kanpur, which was certainly brought under control. But it turns out that as far as these protests in multiple cities are concerned, there is an indication that to a greater extent that this could be pre-planned, especially given the fact that what we have seen in the national capital itself, saying that the Jama Masjid Imam had made it abundantly clear that no such permission was actually given for the protest to be carried out at Jama Masjid, but turns out that a political party could be actually involved. Now, can we really rule out the possibility of a political intervention by certain political parties which have actually cashed on this particular row that we are seeing, which had been quelled, but to a great extent it turns out that just for certain kind of political advantage, we are seeing the kind of protests that are taking place. There are also updates now coming in from the union government. In fact, we'll try and get those reactions on our screens in a short while from now. Let's just play out the visuals that are coming in from multiple cities. We've put out those videos that you're seeing right now on your screens of the clashes that have taken place in Prayagraj. The usage of stones and the stone pelting that has actually taken place soon after the Friday prayers. Now, these are protests that are taking place across multiple cities, starting from Kanpur, in Deoband, Lucknow, Delhi, Moradabad, Saharanpur, as well as in Howrah. Let me also put out the caveat that some of the visuals that you are seeing, they could have come into our newsrooms a while back, may not be the condition immediately right now. In fact, a short while back, SSP of Saharanpur on the social media networks had put out saying that the situation has been brought under control. But what we are trying to show you right now are the images that came in soon after the Friday prayers and what was the condition in most of the places. Yes, there have been certain reports also coming in from places like Jammu, where hate speeches were delivered, following which action has already been taken by the local administration. But what's very important to point out here is that who's really behind this? At the end of the day, can we really say that this would have been absolutely spontaneous or organic, as some would like to believe? But clearly, if you go by the images that are coming in right now, shows that this to a greater extent could have been orchestrated. So what needs to be probed right now? Who is really behind it, and why exactly at this point in time when action has already been taken? Abhishek, as far as the hate speeches are concerned, cutting across party lines, we have seen the kind of responses that have come in. But it's also a fact that action has already been taken. FIRs have been registered, police have already been asked to start investigating. So what exactly is the protest all about?
All right. Shawan, we'll come to discuss that. We have to take a short bite of Joint Commissioner of Police of Lucknow, Piyush Barodia. Did I get the name right?
जी, आपने सही कहा। जुमे की नमाज की संवेदनशीलता को देखते हुए हम लोग काफ़ी अलर्ट हैं। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री ने और हमारे सीनियर अफसर्स डीजीपी साहब, ईसीएस होम साहब ने इसके संबंध में व्यापक निर्देश दिए हैं। तो जो हमारे मेन मस्जिद हैं जहाँ पर भारी संख्या में लोग आते हैं, वहाँ पर हमने पर्याप्त पुलिस प्रबंध किए हैं। साथ ही साथ जो इनके धर्मगुरु हैं, जो मुतवल्ली हैं, मौलाना, उन सबसे हमारी लगातार बात चल रही है और उन सब ने हमें यही आश्वासन दिया है कि वो लोग जो भी बातें कहेंगे अपने तकरीर के दौरान अमन चैन की बात करेंगे। लोग जो इनके मुख्य जो नेता हैं उनसे भी बात हो रही है और हमने सबको यही बताया कि जो भी मुद्दे हैं उन सब मुद्दों का न्यायालय में विचारण हो रहा है, न्यायालय के अनुसार कार्रवाई की जाएगी। किसी की बात को लेकर के जैसे किसी को भड़काने या अफवाह फैलाने की जरूरत नहीं है। एहतियात के तौर पर हम लोगों ने कल शाम जो भी संवेदनशील एरिया में है उसमें हमारे सारे पुलिस फोर्स ने फ्लैग मार्च किया है। हम लोग ड्रोन से निगरानी रख रहे हैं, जहाँ जहाँ जरूरत पड़ेगी वहाँ पर सारे हमारे एंटी राइट गन भी ड्रिल भी चालू रहेगा। कुल मिलाकर के हमें लखनऊ की आम जनता से यही मेरा आग्रह है, अपील है कि जो जुमे की नमाज की संवेदनशीलता है उसको ध्यान में रखते हुए अमन चैन कायम रखें। ज़रूर जाएं, अपना नमाज अदा करें, शांतिपूर्वक अपने घर को चले जाएं, कहीं भी किसी प्रकार की अप्रिय घटना को पैदा ना होने दें। आपकी जो कोई भी समस्या है, कोई भी दिक्कतें हैं, कोई भी आपका सुझाव है, उसका हम लोग सुनने के लिए तैयार हैं। उसकी आपकी बातें सरकार तक सुनाने के लिए तैयार हैं। लेकिन आप सबसे ये अपील है कि यहाँ पर शांति बनाए रखें।
All right, that was Joint Commissioner of Police of Lucknow presenting a picture of control, of calm, but then pictures coming in from some other towns. These pictures are from Moradabad in Uttar Pradesh, where you can see sloganeering by protesters for their demand of action against Nupur Sharma, which is already happening. So whether they don't know, whether they have not been communicated, whether they have not read media reports, newspapers, where it has been made clear that Delhi police has booked Nupur Sharma, Naveen Jindal, among others, of course, Asaduddin Owaisi. So are they protesting that action is happening in a manner that everyone would be accounted for, every comment would be accounted for, every incitement and provocation would be accounted for? These protests are happening in Moradabad. Earlier we have seen pictures of similar protests happening across Uttar Pradesh, Deoband, Saharanpur, in Delhi, and at least two places turning violent in Prayagraj in eastern Uttar Pradesh and Howrah in Bengal. Protests also, of course, have happened in some towns of Jammu and Kashmir, though promptly brought under control, and we saw pictures of an effigy of Nupur Sharma having been hanged at a public place in Belagavi down south in Karnataka. Horrible picture, and that is one episode where police should be acting in the swiftest manner, Shawan, and bringing those who have carried that dastardly act to book at the earliest.
Well, in fact, not just the Delhi police, we have seen other state police also swinging into action. But having said that, let's just, what's happening right now, Abhishek, is that if you really look at the images that have come in, and if we just put a timeline to all the visuals that have come in so far, let's begin with what's happened in Jammu, where we've seen similar sort of incident actually taking place, but there was also an incident of hate speech being delivered there, and thereafter the situation did actually become a little tense. As far as Srinagar is also concerned, even in Srinagar it was a similar situation, but right now focusing with the latest images that are coming in from Moradabad and Prayagraj, we'll also try and just get this information whether this is the latest visuals that are coming in or not, because it's important, Abhishek, with these visuals that are coming in, and the situation to be brought under control. The administration has been essentially indicating. A short while back, Saharanpur SSP had made it abundantly clear that the situation has been brought under control. So I'll also ask our producers to just keep a check on when exactly have the visuals from and whether these are live visuals that are coming in at this point in time, because that's going to be crucial. These are all recorded shots that we are playing for you viewers, and also what we'll do is in a short while from now give you a status check of what's really happening on the ground. Important to point that out also. But some details that the administration from various parts of Uttar Pradesh they have put out using the social media is that in some parts the situation has now been brought under control. Let's do a quick wrap of all that we know, starting from the national capital, where we've seen demonstrations in the national capital just outside Jama Masjid after the Friday prayers. Now the protesters were basically demanding the arrest of Nupur Sharma, and they were essentially dispersed after about an hour. In fact, Delhi police has basically come on record to say that action will be taken because no such permission was granted. In fact, this was an illegal protest is what Delhi police had to say. Jama Masjid's Imam has also spoken to the media saying that, and I'm quoting, he says that we don't know who started it. Some people shouted slogans after the Friday prayers and a large crowd gathered. They dispersed. Soon everything is fine now. That's what the Shahi Imam had to say. Abhishek, if you want to take it
yes,
forward.
Shravan, so more pictures coming in, this time from Jammu, where some Hindu protests are happening, Hindu groups are protesting, and these are sort of counter protests. That's not a very good situation given the fact that already the police is dealing with a law and order situation, and these are counter protests happening in Jammu. The question is, could they have been far behind? What is important is police should be there to make sure that whichever protests happen should happen with permission. In this case also, if there is no permission, even these protests should not be allowed. Let's be very clear that nobody should be allowed, irrespective of the community, to take law in their own hands. And pictures to the left are of Prayagraj, and there police had to resort to lathi charge and perhaps some firing in the air. There are some reports emerging from Kolkata also. We'll get you more details. All right, those were some net sounds. Policemen, including police women actually, controlling rioters in Prayagraj. We will take a short break on that note, but pictures keep coming in from all the towns where protests are going on, and we'll continue to bring you those pictures and live coverage on that. Short break.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Luhansk's governor has said on Thursday that fighting was continuing in Severodonetsk, the eastern Ukrainian city that is key to Moscow's efforts to complete the capture of the industrial Donbas region. With the war in Ukraine now having gone on for over 100 days, a pitched battle is ongoing in the Donbas, where Russia is intent on accomplishing its strategic objective. Two British citizens and a Moroccan were sentenced to death on Thursday by pro-Moscow rebels in eastern Ukraine for fighting on Ukraine's side. A court in the self-proclaimed and Russia-recognized Donetsk People's Republic found the 3 men guilty of working toward a violent overthrow of power, an offense punishable by death in the unrecognized republic. Russia's state news agency reported that Aiden Aslan, Sean Pinner and Saudun Brahim were set to face a firing squad. They have a month to appeal. Putting Islamabad in a tight spot, the International Monetary Fund has asked Pakistan to renegotiate the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor energy deals before making payments of around 300 billion Pakistani rupees to the Chinese power plants. The multilateral lender has asked the Shehbaz Sharif government to treat the CPEC power plants at par with the power plants established under its 1994 and 2002 power policies. A German prosecutor on Thursday said that a man accused of driving into a school group in Berlin appears to have a history of mental illness, adding that there was no sign of a terrorist motive. Prosecutor Sebastian added that the man would likely be sent to a secure psychiatric hospital. He is suspected of murder and 31 counts of attempted murder, among other offences, but it's not clear if he could be held criminally responsible. US President Joe Biden has called for the strengthening of economic partnerships in the Western Hemisphere at his opening pitch in America's summit. Nonetheless, the summit was overshadowed by Cuba, Venezuela and Nicaragua not being invited by the US.
A federal aviation accident investigator will be sent to Hawaii to investigate after a tour helicopter crashed on a remote Big Island lava field, injuring all 6 on board. The Bell 407 helicopter left Kona International Airport about 5 p.m. on Wednesday on a sightseeing tour and crashed about 30 minutes later. Near the southernmost tip of the island, all 6 on board were injured. US President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris met with Caribbean leaders at the Summit of the Americas to emphasize deepening US-Caribbean ties and strengthening the partnership with America's neighbors. The meeting was an important opportunity for the President and Vice President to connect with the Caribbean community leaders to talk about the challenges the nations face and the best way to collaborate with these regional partners. The new president of Somalia has warned that his country faces another famine as it remains gripped by a prolonged drought. Hassan Sheikh Mohamud issued.
The Cordelia Cruises luxury liner Empress is inside the territory of Puducherry. Puducherry is a union territory here in India, where the Cordelia cruise that you can see right there is trying to move back into the international waters. Up to 12 nautical miles is the territory for Puducherry, following which it is the international waters, with the state government having yet given approval for the Cordelia to enter into Puducherry waters and enter into where it will be welcoming passengers from the Cordelia Empress into Puducherry, yet to be decided. This Cordelia cruise ship was all set to enter into Puducherry, where tourists will be arriving here for the day, visiting the tourist and temple town of Puducherry and be returning back. But 7 a.m. that the cruise has entered in, and sources and port authorities say that from 12 nautical miles outside of international waters, it has now reached somewhere inside 4 to 5 nautical miles inside Puducherry.
On the other side, a continuing coverage of the protests that have broke out in the national capital, protests in Jama Masjid.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
A federal aviation accident investigator will be sent to Hawaii to investigate after a tour helicopter crashed on a remote Big Island lava field, injuring all 6 on board. The Bell 407 helicopter left Kona International Airport about 5 p.m. on Wednesday on a sightseeing tour and crashed about 30 minutes later. Near the southernmost tip of the island, all 6 on board were injured. US President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris met with Caribbean leaders at the Summit of the Americas to emphasize deepening US-Caribbean ties and strengthening the partnership with America's neighbors. The meeting was an important opportunity for the President and Vice President to connect with the Caribbean community leaders to talk about the challenges the nations face and the best way to collaborate with these regional partners. The new president of Somalia has warned that his country faces another famine as it remains gripped by a prolonged drought. Hassan Sheikh Mohamud issued the warning after his inauguration as the country's new president earlier this week. UN humanitarian agencies also warned of a historic 4th consecutive failed rainy season in Somalia. The president also spoke of the security challenges posed by extremist groups in the country. A man opened fire at a business in western Maryland, killing 3 people before the suspect and a state trooper were wounded in the shootout. The Washington County Sheriff's Office says a 4th victim is critically injured. The suspect then fled in a vehicle. He was tracked down by Maryland State Police. The suspect and a trooper were also wounded in an exchange of gunfire. Both were being treated for their wounds. A wildfire in southern Spain forced the evacuation of 2,000 people amid fears that torrid weather may feed the blaze. Emergency agencies deployed almost 1,000 firefighters, military personnel and support crews to fight it as water-dropping helicopters could be seen in the area. Emergency centers have been set up to help those evacuated, including in Benahavis.
As the term of President Ramnath Kovind is about to complete on July 24th, and the Election Commission of India yesterday announced the date for the upcoming presidential elections, Chief Election Commissioner Rajiv Kumar said that the elections for the new president will take place on July 18th and the counting of votes, if required, will be held on July 21st. The Mumbai police has directed officials not to book individuals under the
Massive protest broke out outside Delhi's Jama Masjid against suspended BJP leader Nupur Sharma's remarks against Prophet Muhammad. Delhi police has now issued a statement saying that the situation was under control and protesters are being removed.
मैं तो बाहर का हूँ, रहने वाला दिल्ली राजस्थान जयपुर का।
आज जैसे कि जुमे की नमाज़ होती है, फ्राइडे प्रेयर जो होती है इसके लिए वहाँ पे गैदरिंग थी। मस्जिद के अंदर करीब 1500 के लगभग लोग थे। जब ये प्रेयर ख़त्म हुई, नमाज़ ख़त्म होने के बाद कुछ लोग सीढ़ियों पर ही इकट्ठा हो गए और वहीं से ग्रुप बना के बाहर आए। बाहर कुछ लोग उनमें आके मिले, उन्होंने फिर कुछ प्लेकार्ड्स दिखाए हैं और एलिजिडली जो कमेंट्स हुए थे जो नूपुर और नवीन ने जो किए थे वो उनके बारे।
Meanwhile, the Shahi Imam of Jama Masjid has distanced himself from the protest, stating that they had not lent any support to the protesters. In Uttar Pradesh's Saharanpur, crowds could be seen holding widespread protests and resorting to sloganeering on the streets after Friday prayers. They have demanded legal action against Nupur Sharma. Massive protests also erupted in Prayagraj in Uttar Pradesh as massive police deployment was seen trying to control the crowd. Protest turned violent in Prayagraj while protesters resorted to stone pelting. Police resorted to lathi charge the protesters.
हेलो ये काला के मेरे प्रिय साथी सुनिएगा काला वासी
Meanwhile, UP ADG has said that the law and order situation is now being brought under control.
आज पूर्णतया शांति है, सभी जगह लगातार लोग भ्रमणशील हैं और बहुत सारी जगहों पे जुमे की नमाज सकुशल संपन्न हो चुकी है। कुछ जगहों पर वो समय के हिसाब से चीज़ें चल रही हैं और व्यापक पुलिस प्रबंध कराए गए हैं। लगभग 130 कंपनी PSC के डिप्लॉयड हैं।
Curfew was imposed in Bhadarwa town of Doda district in Jammu and internet services were suspended following tensions over the social media posts. Tensions flared up yesterday after a purported video went viral where an impelling announcement was made from a mosque in Bhadarwa, Jammu. Following this, 2 separate FIRs have been registered. Internet services in Kishtwar and Ramban districts have been suspended.
Tension has prevailed in the Bhadarwa area of Doda district after 2 communities came in front of each other over the hate speech controversy. Right now we are in the Bhadarwa area and there's a heavy security deployment. Those persons who were sitting here for long have now removed the matting is being removed. There is a heavy deployment of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, Indian Army and the CRPF, and what they are saying is that they will be acting on those who shared some cartoons which offended the people from minority community, and now the police has assured them that a strict action.
With business establishments in Bhadarwa remaining shut due to curfew, Srinagar saw less vehicular movement amid the tensions in neighbouring districts.
In Srinagar, we are seeing that majority of the population in the Kashmir Valley too are establishing their protest, registering their protest against the post that hurts the sentiments of the majority of the Muslim population in Jammu and Kashmir. While Vijay Mubashir is showing the visuals of the deployment of Jammu and Kashmir police here at the Gantagar, and also the shops here are almost shut in the city center, and also as far as the vehicular movement is concerned, it's very less. It tells you that how the Kashmir is reacting to the post that is there to disturb the communal harmony, and that is why police and the administration in Bhadarwa has also imposed curfew. As far as the deployment of the Jammu and Kashmir police is concerned, we are seeing in majority of the city centers the deployment number has been increased, and also police is keeping watch as far as the movement of people on ground is concerned. With Vijay Mubashir Hussain, I'm Zina.
Massive protests were also seen in the Howrah district of West Bengal. National Highway was blocked by the protesters. Protests also spread to Uttar Pradesh's Moradabad district, with a sea of protests being witnessed. Polling is underway in Rajya Sabha for 16 seats across 4 states today. Among the 4 states are Maharashtra with 6 seats, Rajasthan with 4 seats, Karnataka with 4 and Haryana with 2 seats. The counting of votes will take place around 5 o'clock this evening. Rajya Sabha polls have been concluded in Haryana. 89 MLAs have voted in Haryana. Notably, the state has a 90-member assembly. This comes as one independent, Balraj Kundu, has abstained from voting. Independent legislator in Haryana, Balraj Kundu, did not vote. He said that he will not vote for Kartikeya Sharma or any other candidate and will be absent from voting. He said that he stands with the people of Haryana and further went on to add that there is a mandi for horse trading in Haryana and he even got many offers, but no one could buy him or threaten him. BJP and Mahavikas Aghadi are set to be neck to neck in Maharashtra. In Maharashtra, which is witnessing Rajya Sabha polls after 2 decades, the BJP has fielded Union Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal, Anil Bonde and ex-member of the Parliament Dhananjay Mahadik, while Shiva Sena has placed 2 candidates, Sanjay Raut and Sanjay Pawar.
उद्धव ठाकरे जी की लीडरशिप में हम सब मिलकर 4 उम्मीदवार चुनाव में हमारी लड़ाई जारी है और 4 ही उम्मीदवार हमारे जीतकर शाम को 7 बजे आपको पता चलेगा कि हमारे पास पूरे आंकड़े हैं 169। एक हमारे विधायक का दुखद निधन हुआ है, उनकी मृत्यु हुई है, तो एक उम्मीदवार हमारा कम है, लेकिन उनसे भी ज़्यादा अगर आंकड़ा हमारे पास अगर आपको दिखता है तो मेरी ईश्वर से प्रार्थना है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी को दिल को चोट न लगे या धक्का न बैठे।
As the polling for the Rajya Sabha election is presently underway, Samajwadi Party's Maharashtra unit President Abu Azmi stated that the MLAs of his party are supporting the candidates of the Mahavikas Aghadi alliance in the state.
अघाड़ी को सपोर्ट दिया है और महाविकास अघाड़ी बीजेपी के खिलाफ खड़ी है। उनका वादा है कि हम आने वाले 30 साल तक सेक्युलर सरकार चलाएंगे।
Speaking to the media after arriving at the Vidhan Sabha, NCP's Jayant Patil said that Mahavikas Aghadi is united and no one is angry with anyone. He added that both the candidates of the Shiva Sena will win and there is no reason for getting upset with anyone.
नाराज आहे असं कळतंय कुणाची दिलीप मोहिते आणि
दिलीप मोहिते आत्ता आले, त्यांच्या घरी काही कार्यक्रम होता म्हणून ते सकाळी आले। आज आत्ता माझ्याबरोबर माझे संपर्कात आहेत ना कालपासून। अजून कोण नाराज आहे?
नवाब मलिक आणि अनिल देशमुख यांच्या
अतुल बेनके नाराज असू शकत नाही। पुढे तिसरं नाव
अनिल देशमुख आणि नवाब मलिक यांना दिलेली नाही,
ते नाराज नाहीये, ते त्यामुळे त्यांच्यावर अन्याय झालेला आहे। त्यांना खरं म्हणजे मतदानाची संधी मिळायला पाहिजे होती। त्यांनी आज अपील केलेलं आहे। अपीलाचा निर्णय त्यांच्या बाजूने व्हावा अशी आमची अपेक्षा आहे।
सर, ज्या पद्धतीने शिवसेना नाराज असल्याचं कळते आणि राष्ट्रवादीचे आमदार प्रथम मतदान करतायत, काय म्हणजे रात्रीपासून थोडंसं गोंधळ ऐकायला येतोय।
महाविकास
JDS chief H.D. Kumaraswamy lashed out at the Congress and called it the BJP's B team after his party MLA K. Srinivas Gowda openly admitted to voting for the Congress in the Rajya Sabha polls.
And they are saying that it's a secular vote. JDS should support a Muslim candidate this time, is what Sidramaya.
What secular vote? They know the meaning of secular? In this country, this secular strength was totally demolishing by these Congress people.
Sir, last.
Speaking to Republic, D.K. Shivakumar said that Congress never tried to poach any MLAs or MPs. He added that there are 69 Congress members and the party issued a whip to all 69. Meanwhile, he also denied H.D. Kumaraswamy's charges, saying, I wish them all the best.
Against Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi over poaching the JDS MLAs into Congress party.
Congress party never tried to poach any MLAs of any political party. We have just appealed to them, give your conscious vote. I don't know what they have done. We are 69 in number. We had issued a whip to 69 members. We are.
Meanwhile, speaking to Republic, Karnataka Health Minister K. Sudhakar said that all 3 candidates of the BJP will win the Rajya Sabha elections, commenting over the tip between JDS and Congress. Karnataka Minister said that they are politically and ideologically way apart.
Casted our vote. As a party, we are hopeful all our 3 candidates will win. And this is the vote for development. They were always, for external world, they look like friends, but they are politically, ideologically way apart. So they cannot come together in.
In what could be a setback to the Congress ahead of the Rajya Sabha poll, senior Haryana legislator Kuldeep Bishnoi did not commit to cast vote for the Congress party. He went on to say that he will cast his vote as to whom his conscience will allow.
कुलदीप बिश्नोई
क्या है यार, अपनी अंतरात्मा के हिसाब से वोट डालूंगा, आज भी उस पर कायम हूँ। थैंक यू, थैंक यू, थैंक यू। कांग्रेस को वोट, थैंक यू, थैंक यू। अपनी अंतरात्मा के हिसाब से वोट डालूंगा मैं, मेरा फैसला आज भी वही है।
किस हिसाब से वोट डालेंगे आप?
अंतरात्मा की आवाज।
अंतरात्मा क्या कहती है कि सारी पार्टी अप्रोच करेंगी?
थैंक यू।
Confirming its support for the Mahavikas Aghadi in the Maharashtra Rajya Sabha election, Asauddin Owaisi's AIMIM announced that its MLAs will vote for the Congress candidate Imran Pratapgarhi. AIMIM parliamentarian from Maharashtra's Aurangabad, Imtiaz Jalil, tweeted the decision just hours before the polling.
हमारी पार्टी ने महाविकास आघाड़ी को मदद करने का फैसला इसलिए लिया कि हमने ये सोचा कि अगर हमारे 2 वोट के ज़रिए अगर हम लाखों लोगों का फ़ायदा पहुंचा सकते हैं तो हमने महाविकास आघाड़ी जिसके अंदर शिवसेना, कांग्रेस और राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस.
As per sources, BJP has objected to 3 votes cast by the Mahavikas Aghadi government. The Saffron Party has raised objection to the votes that were cast by Congress's Yashomati Thakur, NCP's Jitendra Awad and Shiva Sena's Suhas Kande. They have requested the returning officer to hold their votes invalid.
मैं आपको कह दें कि बरसों की जो एक परंपरा रही है वह परंपरा तोड़ने का पाप ये महाराष्ट्र के तीनों दलों ने किया है और उसी के कारण 23 वर्षों के बाद ये चुनाव हो रहे हैं और पूरा विश्वास है, आंकड़ों के आधार पर है, तर्कों और तथ्यों के आधार पर है कि हमारा तीसरा भी उम्मीदवार जीतेगा.
भाजपा की बी टीम हमेशा एमआईएम को कहा जाता है पर आज उन्होंने.
Meanwhile, Congress's Yashomati Thakur has accused the BJP of voting an invalid vote, denying that it was invalid and accuses the BJP of trying to spread confusion. Thakur has alleged that the BJP is spreading distraction after it came to know its candidate was losing. Amid the ongoing Rajya Sabha polling in Karnataka, former State Chief Minister and Janata Dal Secular Supremo HD Kumaraswamy has lashed out at the Congress after its leader Siddharamaia asked JDS MLAs to vote for the Grand Old Party's candidate for the Rajya Sabha polls. Dramatic cross-vote twist unfolded in Karnataka. JDS MLA K. Srinivas Gowda confirmed that he had voted for the Congress in Rajya Sabha elections, notably ahead of the polls. HD Kumaraswamy slammed Congress, accusing them of dismantling secularism of India. Market's victory or defeat will have a direct bearing on the future politics of Haryana Congress. Ahead of the vote, Haryana Congress Neta Dipendra Hooda made massive claim saying Ajay Makan will get more votes than anyone and this will be proved in the evening when the counting will be done. Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot ahead of voting in the Rajya Sabha fired another horse trading salvo. He said that Congress is winning all the 3 seats comfortably and BJP should take care of their house because it is in a disarray. He further went on to call the ongoing polls unnecessary and forced. Speaking to reporters ahead of casting the Rajya Sabha vote, Congress leader Sachin Pilot said that BJP has fielded more candidates than its strength, but the Congress party will get more votes than we expected. Randeep Singh Surjewala will win and go to Rajya Sabha. BJP MLA Shobha Rani Kushwaha's vote was rejected during the polling in the Rajya Sabha election in Rajasthan. She is the MLA from Dholpur. BJP State President Satish Puria said the validity of vote will be decided at the time of counting. Rajasthan Cabinet Minister Pratap Singh has claimed that the BJP will suffer a big setback in the state. He said that the Congress will get 126 votes. He further said that today's result will also show the result of 2023 election. Congress party staged the protest against Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan, demanding his resignation over the gold smuggling case. This comes after Swapna Suresh's allegations against the Chief Minister. Telangana BJP leader Jita Balakrishna Reddy was arrested early this morning while State President Bandi Sanjay was booked for organizing a skit which had allegedly made derogatory remarks against the Chief Minister at an event to celebrate the Telangana Foundation Day on 2nd of June. As curfew was imposed in Kashmir's Motherward following communal clashes, shops continue to remain closed and vehicles off-road in Srinagar. Supreme Court has now dismissed a special stray round of counselling to fill the 1,456 seats in NEET PG 21 which have remained vacant after a conduct of a stray round of counselling for the All India quota. 3 prisoners who were under judicial custody in different cases escaped from the Banswara district jail by making a hole at the wall of the cell and later using blankets as a rope to cross the outer boundary of the jail. An advocate died after setting himself ablaze inside the subdivisional magistrate's office in Rajasthan Sikar, blaming the officer and Kandela SHO for his extreme step in a suicide note. The advocate alleged that Kumar had been harassing him for a bribe for every hearing in his court and used to issue notice if he did not pay the money. Uttar Pradesh police said that the action has been taken against nearly 1.3 lakh loudspeakers at religious places across the state, while more than 13,000 such devices were donated to the schools. As part of the drive by the state government, more than 72,000 loudspeakers were removed from various places of worship. 2 alleged rape accused were set ablaze by villagers in Gumla town on yesterday. A minor girl was allegedly raped by 2 persons on 8th of June, following which the girl's family members thrashed the accused and set them on fire. One of the 2 accused died while the other is undergoing treatment in RIMS. Gumla police is further investigating the matter. CCTV footage of 30th of May of an accident on Bandra-Worli Sea Link has surfaced which claimed 2 lives of 2 people after they were run over by a cab. Worli police have registered a case against the taxi driver responsible for the incident. Orissa Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik inaugurated the state's first houseboat on Chilika Lake. Launching the luxury houseboat through the video conference, Orissa Chief Minister said the facility would improve the tourism profile of Chilika Lake and attract both domestic and international travellers. Patnaik said that the lake has the potential to transform Orissa as a major tourist destination in future. A second acid attack was reported in Bengaluru in a month. A man threw acid on a woman in Kumaraswamy layout after she refused to marry him. A case has been registered and efforts are on to nab the accused. Rahul Mukherjee, son of former media baron Peter Mukherjee, told a special CBI court that Indrani Mukherjee's replies to him about her daughter Sheeta Bora's whereabouts seemed untruthful and amiss. Rahul Mukherjee deposed as a witness before the CBI's special court yesterday. 1 person was killed and 12 others were injured during a clash between 2 groups over a land dispute in Kamrup district. Kamrup Superintendent of Police has said that the incident took place in Sontali area and have arrested 4 persons in connection with the incident. Registration process of the service providers for the Amarnath Yatra has begun at Pahalgam in Anantnag district. As per the camp in charge, Department of Animal Husbandry has set up a camp for registration and insurance for the service providers. People registering for the Amarnath Yatra have to incur no charges. BJP legislator Arvind Limbawali's daughter has been accused of misbehaving with the police personnel who fined her for overspeeding. This is how she name drops and vented out at the police. After BJP MLA Arvind Limbawali's daughter was accused of misbehaving with the police personnel who fined her for overspeeding, Karnataka Home Minister has played down the incident, terming it an incident of rash driving. Incidentally, the MLA's daughter was seen on tape allegedly abusing the cops and media for covering the lawlessness. Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurated the health care complex and specialty hospital in Navsari in Gujarat and launched several projects worth 3,050 crore rupees. Speaking on the occasion, Prime Minister Modi said that in the last 8 years, emphasis was given on a holistic approach to improve the health sector of the country. Speaking at the event, Prime Minister Modi highlighted his government's focus on the health and nutrition of children and women. Prime Minister Narendra Modi got a traditional welcome by the tribals in Gujarat.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Quick roundup from the world of sports. David Miller carried his sensational IPL form to international cricket as South Africa made a mockery of the Indian bowling attack to gun down their highest ever run chase and race to a 7-wicket win in the opening T20. New Zealand captain Kane Williamson, ahead of the second test at Trent Bridge, said his side took some positives from the first test defeat to England, but he underlined that the tourists are also looking to improve on their individual performances. Two-time Olympic medalist PV Sindhu and World Championship bronze winner Lakshya Sen progressed to quarter-finals of the Indonesia Masters Super 500 badminton tournament. With contrasting wins, Sindhu was made to toil hard for over an hour by Gregoria Mariska of Indonesia before winning in the second round. The president of the Russian Olympic Committee claimed that his organization received information that Russia was not admitted to the General Assembly of the European Olympic Committee. The International Olympic Committee had earlier recommended international federations ban Russian athletes as well as Belarusian competitors from all international competitions amidst the war in Ukraine. Croatia's players trained in Copenhagen ahead of Friday's Nations League match against Denmark. Croatia have just 1 point after their first two games. Both played at home, a 3-0 defeat to Austria and 1-1 draw with the world champions France.
Luhansk's governor has said on Thursday that fighting was continuing in Severodonetsk, the eastern Ukrainian city that is key to Moscow's efforts to complete the capture of the industrial Donbas region. With the war in Ukraine now having gone on for over 100 days, a pitched battle is ongoing in the Donbas, where Russia is intent on accomplishing its strategic objective. Two British citizens and a Moroccan were sentenced to death on Thursday by pro-Moscow rebels in eastern Ukraine for fighting on Ukraine's side. A court in the self-proclaimed and Russia-recognized Donetsk People's Republic found the three men guilty of working toward a violent overthrow of power, an offense punishable by death in the unrecognized republic. Russia's state news agency reported that Aiden Azlin, Sean Pinner and Saudun Brahim were set to face a firing squad. They have a month to appeal. Putting Islamabad in a tight spot, the International Monetary Fund has asked Pakistan to renegotiate the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor energy deals before making payments of around 300 billion Pakistani rupees to the Chinese power plants. The multilateral lender has asked the Shehbaz Sharif government to treat the CPEC power plants at par with the power plants established under its 1994 and 2002 power policies. A German prosecutor on Thursday said that a man accused of
Former Chief Minister Uma Bharati has staged a very aggressive protest in front of a liquor store in Madhya Pradesh's capital city, Bhopal, where she sat in front of the liquor store and staged a protest against the selling of liquor in the residential colonies of the state. She very aggressively has asserted on the fact that this is something that should be taken cognizance of and could be a cause root of malaise in the vicinity, that is residential localities. This protest was once again conducted by Uma Bharati, whereas on Tuesday as well a similar sort of protest was conducted by the former Chief Minister. She, while staging this particular protest, a word over the fact that selling of liquor in residential colony is a hazard and must be taken cognizance of, and that action should be taken. She wishes that resale of liquor in residential areas should be banned in the state of Madhya Pradesh.
On the other side, we'll get you the latest from Howrah district, where there's been massive violence that has been reported.
Luhansk's governor has said on Thursday that fighting was continuing in Severodonetsk, the eastern Ukrainian city that is key to Moscow's efforts to complete the capture of the industrial Donbas region. With the war in Ukraine now having gone on for over 100 days, a pitched battle is ongoing in the Donbas, where Russia is intent on accomplishing its strategic objective. Two British citizens and a Moroccan were sentenced to death on Thursday by pro-Moscow rebels in eastern Ukraine for fighting on Ukraine's side. A court in the self-proclaimed and Russia-recognized Donetsk People's Republic found the three men guilty of working toward a violent overthrow of power, an offense punishable by death in the unrecognized republic. Russia's state news agency reported that Aiden Aslan, Sean Pinner and Saudun Brahim were set to face a firing squad. They have a month to appeal. Putting Islamabad in a tight spot, the International Monetary Fund has asked Pakistan to renegotiate the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor energy deals before making payments of around 300 billion Pakistani rupees to the Chinese power plants. The multilateral lender has asked the Shehbaz Sharif government to treat the CPEC power plants at par with the power plants established under its 1994 and 2002 power policies. A German prosecutor on Thursday said that a man accused of driving into a school group in Berlin appears to have a history of mental illness, adding that there was no sign of a terrorist motive. Prosecutor Sebastian added that the man would likely be sent to a secure psychiatric hospital. He is suspected of murder and 31 counts of attempted murder, among other offences, but it's not clear if he could be held criminally responsible. US President Joe Biden has called for the strengthening of economic partnerships in the Western Hemisphere at his opening pitch in America's summit. Nonetheless, the summit was overshadowed by Cuba, Venezuela and Nicaragua not being invited by the US.
A federal aviation accident investigator will be sent to Hawaii to investigate after a tour helicopter crashed on a remote Big Island lava field, injuring all 6 on board. The Bell 407 helicopter left Kona International Airport about 5 p.m. on Wednesday on a sightseeing tour and crashed about 30 minutes later near the southernmost tip of the island.
जामा मस्जिद दिल्ली की सबसे बड़ी मस्जिद है, यहाँ पर प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा है। पैगंबर के खिलाफ, प्रॉफेट मोहम्मद के खिलाफ जो बयानबाजी की, उसी से नाराज होकर यहाँ पर प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा है। नुपुर शर्मा की अरेस्टिंग के खिलाफ लोग मांग कर रहे हैं।
Massive pan-India protests erupt as the big build-up unfolds after the Friday prayers. Delhi Imam clarifies, says protesters belong to Asauddin Owaisi's party AIMIM. Protests turned violent in Prayagraj, clashes erupt between protesters and police officers. Violence breaks out in Kolkata's Howrah over controversial comments made by suspended BJP leaders. Yogi sends a clear message, says lawlessness will not be tolerated. Election for the 16 Rajya Sabha seats across 4 states gets underway. Race to Rajya Sabha has now begun. Starting this edition with some breaking news now coming in. Trouble increases for the Congress Rajya Sabha candidate in Haryana as independent candidate Kartikeya Sharma has now moved the Election Commission, complaining that 2 Congress MLAs B.B. Batra and Kiran Chaudhary violated oath of secrecy by showing their votes other than the polling agent. The complaint has been sent along with videographic evidence, sources indicating that independent candidate Kartikeya has made a strong case against the Congress and the Election Commission may cancel the said 2 votes of the Congress legislators. This comes at a time that the Congress party in itself is finding it difficult given the way that their legislator Kuldeep Bishnoi has already indicated that he is going to vote with his inner conscience, not indicating that he's really backing the Congress candidate from Haryana. Let's take a look at some more details now coming in with Kartikeya Sharma. Remember, he's an independent candidate backed by the BJP and the JJP, but now making that sensational claim. In fact, he's also gone ahead and made a compelling case before the Election Commission, complaining about 2 of the Congress MLAs, B.B. Batra and Kiran Chaudhary. Now, what exactly is the complaint? We're being told that according to Kartikeya Sharma, who's put out that complaint, B.B. Batra and Kiran Chaudhary have already violated the oath of secrecy by showing their votes other than the polling agent. Remember, a similar case has also been reported from the state of Maharashtra, where the Bharatiya Janata Party has spoken about NCP leader Jitendra Awad as well as Congress's Yashomatri. Let me go across to our executive editor, Aishwarya Kapoor, who's joining us on this broadcast. Aishwarya, a big claim now being made by Kartikeya Sharma. A similar sort of incident also being reported from Maharashtra.
Well, at this point of time, he has already approached the Election Commission. We are being saying that, and this is against Congress. Congress's 2 basic MLAs. One is B.B. Batra and the other is Kiran Chaudhary. Because according to this independent candidate Kartikeya Sharma, who has moved Election Commission already, has mentioned that they have violated the oath of secrecy by showing their votes and votes to other than polling agents. And this is something which he has a videographic evidence of, and hence we are saying that the Election Commission could very well act as well, because what we are being told that videographic evidence has been given by the independent candidate Kartikeya Sharma in this regard to the Election Commission itself. So if found apt, the Election Commission could basically swiftly act, and in that case, if they act, then these 2 votes of the Congress party can be made to null and void, and that would in fact directly, and I repeat directly, help Kartikeya Sharma, who himself is in the race for the upper house. Shawan.
Well, thank you very much, Aishwarya, for getting us the latest details. Let's also go across to our colleagues joining us on this broadcast. Anuj is joining us from Chandigarh, Alisha from Mumbai, Ankit from Mumbai, as well as Amandeep. Let me first go across to my colleague Ankit, who's joining us from Mumbai right now. Ankit, a lot of developments actually taking place in the state of Maharashtra, a seesaw battle between the Mahavikas Aghadi as well as BJP. Now, the claims that have essentially been made so far by the BJP with regards to 3 votes, which they're calling it invalid. What more are you picking up?
Happened in 3 states. We know in Rajasthan 2 votes of BJP MLAs, according to sources, were not allowed. In Maharashtra, like you've said, Shavan, the BJP came out and said that a vote of a NCP MLA, a Shiv Sena MLA and a Congress MLA were invalid because they were improperly cast. They were shown to more people than just the polling officer over there who should have been shown the vote. and hence they have asked for the Election Commission to look into it and also look into the video evidence and then declare that vote invalid. We spoke to Jitendra Awad, who is one of the 3 MLAs against whom this allegation has been made, and he did not pay it any heed. And the Congress MLA also said that there is no truth in this and that the BJP is trying to spread confusion. Regardless, the BJP has moved the Election Commission, and it has also said that it wants to move the court also. And now we have this letter also now for the cancellation of the votes of MLA Kiran Chaudhary and MLA BB Batra in the Rajya Sabha polls of the Haryana state. So this is the letter that Republic TV has accessed, Shavan, and this is a letter that has at least 5 pages, and in each of the pages the details of what has been claimed has been mentioned. It is also addressed to the Honorable Chief Election Commissioner, and so that is the letter now we have access for the BJP seeking the cancellation of these 2 votes in the Haryana Rajya Sabha Assembly polls. There's only 1 hour or so to go before we find out what the results are likely to be, and this is at the late stage a very big development that's taken place, Shavan.
Well, thank you very much, Ankit, for getting us the latest details. Let's also take a look at the other state that we have been tracking very closely. Let's go across to Anuj, who's joining us from Chandigarh. Anuj, what's the scene right now as far as Haryana is concerned? We've seen Bhupender Singh Huda's son making it abundantly clear that they're very, very confident this time. In fact, they're saying that they'll be surprised that there could be more votes than what they had essentially expected. Where is the confidence coming in from?
Well, Shavan, we need to understand that this was all clear. If we talk about the Congress party, then they were very confident about the things, but the last minute hurdle could be clearly seen because now Kartikeya Sharma, the independent candidate, has already approaches to Election Commission of India, and there he has given the evidence, the video evidence, and the complaint has been already given to the Election Commission of India. If this happened, then this is going to be the trouble for the Congress party because these are going to be the 2 candidates who are going, whose vote will not be counted. So this is going to be the problem for the Congress party. On the other hand, if we talk about in total, then this is 90 seats in Haryana Assembly, and 89 has voted. Kundu was the man, the MLA who has made it very much clear that he is not going to vote either to BJP or to the Congress or to any other independent MLA. So there his stand is very much clear. Rather, we have seen the attempt from Bharatiya Janata Party leadership approaching him to convince him to come down and to vote. But at the end of the day, till now, because it is already over, the time is already over. We have more than 4. This is more than 4 at this point in time. So now, what we have been told, this is 89 in number. If we talk about in total, 89 MLAs has casted their vote. But on the other hand, now this is going to be more interesting. If any cross voting has been done, then this can be trouble for the Congress party because on the other side, this is 2 candidates against whom Kartikeya Sharma has moved to Election Commission, the independent MLA. So this is good. This can be considered as a trouble for the Congress party, and it is going to be 5 p.m. when counting will start, when the result will start coming out. Let's see, wait and watch if any of the cross voting has happened. But Congress party was seeing much confident about the thing that they are having their men together. Even Kuldeep Vishnoi was the man who was in discussion that what exactly has happened, where he has voted. Earlier, we have seen numbers of attempts by the Congress party. What exactly his inner soul is saying, because this was the line which was taken by Kuldeep Vishnoi. This is something which is going to come out at 5 p.m. because the result will be coming out after 5 p.m. So this can be more trouble for the Congress party if Election Commission take the notification of the same.
I would like to go across Alisha right now. Hold on there once. I would like to go across to Alisha. Alisha, now in Maharashtra, we are seeing a nail-biting contest there. A lot of action has happened this morning. You have been, of course, there covering minute by minute for Republic TV. There's 6 seats, but 7 candidates. 7 candidates. We also saw resort politics happening. Tell us what's happened so far. And we believe that the polling has now stopped because it's 4 p.m. already. Take us through the day's developments.
Well, yes, of course, the polling has stopped, and from 5th, there will be a voting. I'm joined with BJP MLA Ram Kadam, sir. Importantly, the allegation that has been made by the BJP. Now, the Congress MLAs, whether it is Prithviraj Chauhan or Ashok Chauhan, they have been saying that the allegation that has been made by BJP is not valid. It's just they are trying to distract the people, because as you have complained to the returning officer, yet the vote of whether it is Jitendra Award or Yashomati Thakur, that has been considered.
See, basically, one thing we need to understand. There is a CCTV camera. There is a video camera of Election Commission. And whereas there are absolutely recorded clips which has to be investigated, and where you can clearly see that Mr. Awad and Mrs. Yashomati Thakur, both are honorable cabinet ministers, and they have shown their ballot paper to the other members. And what rule says? Rule says if any member, if he shows his ballot paper to any other member, in that case, in that scenario, their vote will be invalid. So it's a very simple logic. And as far as their allegation about Mr. Mungatiwar, Mr. Bhavan Kue, he was there as a polling agent. He did not touch at all. That footage is also there. Just because of politicizing issue, they have blaming. This is absolutely ludicrous. We do not accept this, and we'll fight. We'll fight to the election officer. If he gives justice to us, it's okay.
So if he
does not give justice to us, then we are compelled to go to the honorable court.
So this means as the vote you have been saying that it was invalid, that has been considered by the returning officer. So now you'll be going to the court?
See, if I don't know what election commission said just now, because I just came out, but if election officer does not give us a justice, because there are several members, they have seen Mr. Awad's vote and Mr. Yashomati Thakur's ballot paper, and which is absolutely not as per the law. So we are compelled to go to the court.
So my last question to you, as you were there present in the house, and specifically now the voters has been stopped. The result will come out after 5 p.m. So still, now what are the chances for the BJP to win the third seat? How confident the BJP is?
There are 2 points which I would like to categorically mention here. Point number 1 is, we have seen in 1998 there was the Rajya Sabha election which was held here. After that, there was a tradition that all the parties come together, they sit together and find an amicable solution. Why this year that tradition has broken? What is the reason? Who is responsible for that? The arrogance of this government, arrogance of Shiv Sena, Congress and NCP, that is the main reason for this. And our 3 candidates will definitely win the election. Just few hours, you wait for few hours, in 2-3 hours.
This was BJP MLA Ram Kadam, who is very much confident about that BJP also in this Rajya Sabha election win the 3 seats as well. Yes.
Well, thank you very much, Alicia, for getting us the latest details from Mumbai. Now, how confident are both the parties in the state of Haryana? For more on this, let me bring in my colleague Amandeep, who's joining us. Amandeep, what was very interesting is that in the lead up to the Rajya Sabha polls, both BJP, JJP alliance and the Congress party indulged in resort politics. Both had to ensure that they protect their flock. But the fact of the matter is that it's going to be a keenly contested elections in the state of Haryana. What's the situation like? Have you been able to get any information from both camps? Which way is it headed?
We have just procured the information that the complaints that was filed by independent candidate Kartikeya Sharma against Congress MLAs, that they have casted their vote and after that they make it visible to the people. And in fact, the similar complaint was filed by the BJP candidate Kishan Lal Pawar as well, mentioning the fact that both the candidates have illegally done this and in fact seeking the cancellation of both the votes of both the MLAs. And in fact, 2 complaints are now with the Election Commission.
Well, Amandeep, getting in some more breaking news. So right now, a BJP delegation with Union Minister Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi, Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, Arjun Ram Meghwal and Jitendra Singh will be meeting the Election Commission around 5:30 this evening. That's the latest now coming in, with complaints increasing in multiple states. In fact, BJP has already complained about invalid votes in the state of Maharashtra, flagging off that at least 3 votes they're calling it completely invalid. Let's also get in more details right now. There are 4 union ministers who would be meeting the Election Commission. We'll also go across to our reporters to get the latest details as far as the agenda of the meeting is concerned. But what we are picking up right now is that at least with the complaints that have already come in, perhaps BJP is upping the ante right now with the meeting that's going to take place around 5:30 this evening. 4 union ministers: Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi, Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, Arjun Ram Meghwal and Jitendra Singh. That's the delegation that would be going to the Election Commission this evening around 5:30. We'll try and go across to our reporters as we track the latest developments for the race to Rajya Sabha. 5 p.m. is when the counting is actually going to begin. The voting is already closed in all the states, the 4 states that have gone into polls today for the upper house. Let me go across to my colleague Piyush, who's joining us on this broadcast right now. Piyush also covers the Election Commission. Piyush, what's the latest that you are picking up as far as this delegation for Union Minister meeting the Election Commissioner?
Well, Shivan, that's a very big delegation comprising of multiple union ministers. What we are now given to understand is that union ministers like Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi, Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, Arjun Ram Meghwal and Jitendra Singh, they are going to meet with the Election Commission today at the Election Commission of India headquarters at 5:30. And this meeting is on the Rajya Sabha polls which have taken place. Remember that BJP has already raised a complaint, raised apprehensions there in the state of Maharashtra and in the state of Haryana. Also, what we are given to understand is that there is some sort of controversy which is going on there in Haryana also. So BJP might complain to Election Commission of India regarding the voting pattern which has taken place in Maharashtra and Haryana. But right now I am in Rajasthan, I am in Jaipur, where sources are telling us that Congress has been able to win all the 3 seats with good support of around 126 MLAs. BJP has been able to get 1 seat. Ghanshyam Tiwari was BJP's candidate. Independent candidate from Rajasthan, Subhash Chandra, who is also media baron, he is likely to lose elections. All the 3 candidates of Congress party, they are going to win comfortably. This is what the Congress sources are telling us. Ashok Gehlot is going to do a press conference at 5, but after that at 5:30, BJP's top delegation comprising of top ministers, they are going there at the headquarters of Election Commission of India. They are going to make certain complaints to the Election Commission of India regarding the kind of controversies those are taking place not only in the state of Maharashtra but also in the state of Haryana. We'll have to wait and watch what kind of complaint which they are going to make to Election commissioners there at the ECI headquarters which is there at the Ashoka Road. But yes, sources have told us from BJP that this is regarding the Rajya Sabha polls which have taken place in 4 states. We are still waiting for the official confirmation, official reaction of these leaders when they come out after talking to Election Commissioner there at ECI headquarters at 5:30. Shawan.
All right, thank you, Piyush, for getting us all those details. Well, Shravan, and definitely we have to wait, of course, when the voting starts. Shravan, it's going to be very interesting. But Anneri is in Bengaluru, in Karnataka. There are 4 seats and 6 candidates in the fray, Anneri. And we saw a lot of action also happening there with the JDS and the Congress, a lot of fears of cross voting as well. Take us through what happened today, Anneri.
Well, that's right, Shivangi. We have been seeing a lot of war of words between the Congress and the JDS when it comes to the polling, as the JDS has been pointing out that the Congress has taken 2 of its MLAs, and now we also see that HD Kumaraswamy, speaking to us, had said that he will not take up any sort of alliance with anyone, especially the Congress, and he had also slammed the Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi for doing this. And also in the meantime, he says that JDS will come to power independently and with full majority. Only JDS will be forming its government, as Karnataka is going to see assembly polls in 2023. But prior to that, we now see that the Rajya Sabha elections which just completed, there's a massive security which is put up here at Vidhan Sabha in Bengaluru. And also, as you pointed out, yes, there are 4 seats but 6 candidates in fray for this. But also at the same time, we see that the 3 of the BJP, where we see that 2 of the BJP candidates can manage easily and win the 2 seats. But it all remains to be seen what will be the picture for the JDS and the Congress, as Congress is having near about 69 seats, but JDS is still dealing around 30 to 31 MLAs. So we'll have to see, because the majority is 45. So we'll have to see how it goes on. Will there be any war of words? Because as of now, yes, we saw that there is a lot of tussle going on between the Congress and the JDS, but definitely all eyes on the results now. And some time from now, we are expecting that the results will be here. And one of the big faces of the BJP is Nirmala Sitharaman, who will be coming here at Vidhan Sabha shortly after the counting begins. And also at the same time, we see there are arrangements which have been put in place here at Vidhan Sabha, as we just saw that the elections, the voting was completed just some time back.
Right. Well, right, Anevi, thank you for getting us all those details. Well, Shravan, it definitely is going to be a very interesting context today. What do you expect after 5 p.m. when the counting of votes happens? Because Piyush also gave us some insider information about what's happening there as well, where he's saying that Congress is likely to win 3 seats, like Piyush said, and 1 seat could go to BJP. Shravan.
Well, in fact, less than 60 minutes to that countdown, and one will certainly have to wait and watch as to what really transpires in most of these states. But the opposition ruled states, where the developments are something that everyone is keenly really watching at this point in time. We'll be tracking all the developments. Let's take a look at what else is making news at this hour. Confirming its support for the Mahavikas Aghadi in the Maharashtra Rajya Sabha polls, Asaduddin Owaisi's AIMIM announced that its MLAs will vote for the Congress candidate Imran Pratap Gadi. AIMIM parliamentarian from Maharashtra's Aurangabad, Imtiaz Jalil, tweeted the decision just hours before the polling. BJP is subjected to 3 votes cast by the MVA government. BJP has raised objection to the votes cast by Congress's Yashomati Thakur, NCP's Jitendra Awad and Shiv Sena's Suhas Kandi. They've requested the returning officer to hold their votes invalid. Meanwhile, Congress's Yashomati Thakur, accused by the BJP of casting an invalid vote, denies that it was invalid and accuses the BJP of trying to spread confusion. Thakur has alleged that the BJP is spreading distraction after it came to know its candidate was losing. Amid the ongoing Rajya Sabha polls in Karnataka, former State Chief Minister and Janata Dal Secular Supremo HD Kumaraswamy has lashed out at the Congress after its leader Siddaramaiah asked JDS MLAs to vote for the Grand Old Party's candidate for the Rajya Sabha polls.
Well, much more coming up on the other side. It's a very short break, viewers. Remember, today, of course, Rajya Sabha polling has just ended, but we are tracking some other stories, including violence breaks out in Kolkata's Havra over controversial comments made by suspended BJP leaders. Stay tuned.
reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
A federal aviation accident investigator will be sent to Hawaii to investigate after a tour helicopter crashed on a remote Big Island lava field, injuring all 6 on board. The Bell 407 helicopter left Kona International Airport about 5 p.m. on Wednesday on a sightseeing tour and crashed about 30 minutes later. Near the southernmost tip of the island, all 6 on board were injured. US President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris met with Caribbean leaders at the Summit of the Americas to emphasize deepening US-Caribbean ties and strengthening the partnership with America's neighbors. The meeting was an important opportunity for the President and Vice President to connect with the Caribbean community leaders to talk about the challenges the nations face and the best way to collaborate with these regional partners. The new president of Somalia has warned that his country faces another famine as it remains gripped by a prolonged drought. Hassan Sheikh Mohamud issued the warning after his inauguration as the country's new president earlier this week. UN humanitarian agencies also warned of a historic 4th consecutive failed rainy season in Somalia. The president also spoke of the security challenges posed by extremist groups in the country. A man opened fire at a business in western Maryland, killing 3 people before the suspect and a state trooper were wounded in the shootout. The Washington County Sheriff's Office says a 4th victim is critically injured. The suspect then fled in a vehicle. He was tracked down by Maryland State Police. The suspect and a trooper were also wounded in an exchange of gunfire. Both were being treated for their wounds. A wildfire in southern Spain forced the evacuation of 2,000 people amid fears that torrid weather may feed the blaze. Emergency agencies deployed almost 1,000 firefighters, military personnel and support crews to fight it as water-dropping helicopters could be seen in the area. Emergency centers have been set up to help those evacuated, including in Benahavis.
As the term of President Ramnath Kovind is about to complete on July 24th, and the Election Commission of India yesterday announced the date for the upcoming presidential elections, Chief Election Commissioner Rajiv Kumar said that the elections for the new president will take place on July 18th and the counting of votes, if required, will be held on July 21st. The Mumbai police has directed officials not to book individuals under the POCSO Act without recommendation of the ACP and permission of the zonal DCP. The National Commission for Protection of Child Rights commented on the development and stated that the order will cause a serious infringement upon the right of victims of sexual abuse and cause undue delay for the victim to their access to justice. The police in Telangana are considering filing a petition with the Juvenile Justice Board to treat the 5 juveniles who have been arrested in the Jubilee Hills gang rape case as adults. 6 people have been arrested in connection with the case, with 5 of them being minors. The chief of the police in Kerala has constituted a 12-member SIT with regards to the gold smuggling.
Top headlines at 4:30 p.m. Ban India pandemonium. Massive protests erupt across India. Delhi Imam clarifies, says protesters belong to Asauddin Owaisi's party, AIMIM. Protests turned violent in Prayagraj. Clashes erupt between protesters and police officers. Violence breaks out in Kolkata's Havara over controversial comments made by suspended BJP leaders. Yogi sends a clear message, says lawlessness will not be tolerated. And elections for 16 Rajya Sabha seats across 4 states gets underway. The race to Rajya Sabha has now begun. We're getting some breaking news at this point of time now. Following the controversial comment by the former BJP leaders, protests have broken out across India in multiple cities. Police was forced to use tear gas to disperse protesters in many areas. Violence was also reported in some of the cities. But we are seeing a lot of mayhem today, Shaman.
Well, in fact, violence broke out in multiple cities, starting from the national capital, also in Lucknow, Deoband and Saharanpur also. Now, what we are picking up is that just a quick timeline of what we know so far in places like in Jammu, where violence broke out. This was after a hate speech that was delivered, and thereafter we've seen at several places after the Friday prayers similar sort of scenes that have come out. What you're seeing right now is the latest visual that's come in from Uttar Pradesh, from Saharanpur. Also, the local administration indicating that the situation seems to be under control right now. Let's begin with what's the situation right now in the national capital, and then I'll take our viewers through the latest details coming in from Lucknow, Moradabad and Saharanpur. On your screens right now, the visuals of the protest taking place in Jama Masjid. In fact, Imam of Jama Masjid has essentially denied, saying that no such permission was actually granted for the protests to take place. But there's been some indication that there could be a political party behind this protest. In fact, Delhi police has already put out a statement indicating that action will be taken against those who carried out the protest, saying that there was no such permission that was granted. What's the situation really on the ground right now? Let me go across to my colleague Harsha joining us from Jama Masjid. Harsha, let me first begin by asking you, what's the situation on the ground, and then perhaps you could also throw some light on what sort of action are we to expect? We'll try and reconnect with Harsha in a short while from now. But these images that you are seeing, viewers, they're not live visuals. These are visuals that came in a short while back into a newsroom from various cities. The situation perhaps in the state of Uttar Pradesh still being quite tense. But having said that, Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath, has put out a very strong statement indicating that action will be taken and lawlessness will not be tolerated. Now, that's the latest statement that came in from the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh. In fact, we'll be playing out that bite once it is ready. But on your screens right now, images that came in from Saharanpur, Jammu and Lucknow. The situation in Jammu, perhaps around 10 o'clock and 11 o'clock this morning, we have seen the kind of protests that were taking place. Internet that was suspended also. And these images that you see of Saharanpur, volatile situation, but the administration maintaining that the situation is under control. So what we are showing to you are earlier visuals that came in a short while back. We're also getting in some breaking news right now. In fact, the latest coming in from Prayagraj. Let's also put out this details, the visuals that came in from Prayagraj a short while ago. There's been a massive uproar after the Friday prayers in Prayagraj. Unfortunate news now coming in. District Magistrate as well as the ADG has sustained some injuries, is what we are being told. 6 policemen have been injured due to the stone pelting. On your screens right now are the images of Saharanpur. I'll also ask the producers to show you the visuals that came in from Prayagraj a short while back. In fact, a confirmation now coming in that 6 policemen have been injured due to stone pelting. That's the latest now coming in from Prayagraj on your screens. Now that's the stone pelting that took place a while back We'll also try and find out for you viewers what's the situation right now in Prayagraj. These happened about 45 minutes ago, a little more than that. And now the latest details coming in about 6 policemen sustaining injuries. We haven't got any report as of now for casualties or any injuries in other cities. In fact, advisories have also been issued, is what we are being told by the police, to stay vigilant at this point in time. And an indication that came in from the ADG Law and Order of Uttar Pradesh Police that this could very well be pre-planned. They are looking into this matter. Let's listen into some of the reactions that are coming in.
जी, आपने सही कहा। जुमे की नमाज की संवेदनशीलता को देखते हुए हम लोग काफ़ी अलर्ट हैं। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री ने और हमारे सीनियर अफसर्स डीजीपी साहब, ECS होम साहब ने इसके संबंध में व्यापक निर्देश दिए हैं। तो जो हमारे मेन मस्जिद हैं जहाँ पर भारी संख्या में लोग आते हैं, वहाँ पर हमने पर्याप्त पुलिस प्रबंध किए हैं। साथ ही साथ जो इनके धर्मगुरु हैं, जो मुतवल्ली हैं, मौलाना, उन सबसे हमारी लगातार बात चल रही है और उन सब ने हमें यही आश्वस्त दिया है कि वो लोग जो भी बातें कहेंगे अपने तकरीर के दौरान अमन चैन की बात करेंगे। लोग जो इनके मुख्य जो नेता हैं उनसे भी बात हो रही है और हमने सबको यही बताया कि जो भी मुद्दे हैं उन सब मुद्दों का न्यायालय में विचारण हो रहा है, न्यायालय के अनुसार कार्रवाई की जाएगी। किसी की बात को लेकर के जैसे किसी को भड़काने या अफवाह फैलाने की जरूरत नहीं है। एहतियात के तौर पर हम लोगों ने कल शाम जो भी संवेदनशील एरिया में है उसमें हमारे सारे पुलिस फोर्स ने फ्लैग मार्च किया है। हम लोग ड्रोन से निगरानी रख रहे हैं। जहाँ जहाँ जरूरत पड़ेगी वहाँ पर सारे हमारे एंटी राइट गन भी ड्रिल भी चालू रहेगा। कुल मिलाकर के हमें लखनऊ की आम जनता से यही मेरा आग्रह है, अपील है कि जो जुमे की नमाज की संवेदनशीलता है उसको ध्यान में रखते हुए अमन चैन कायम रखें। ज़रूर जाएं, अपना नमाज अदा करें, शांतिपूर्वक अपने घर को चले जाएं, कहीं भी किसी प्रकार की अप्रिय घटना को पैदा ना होने दें। आपकी जो कोई भी समस्या है, कोई भी दिक्कतें हैं, कोई भी आपका सुझाव है, उसका हम लोग सुनने के लिए तैयार हैं। उसकी बातें सरकार तक सुनाने के लिए तैयार हैं। लेकिन आप सबसे ये अपील है कि यहाँ पर शांति बनाए रखें।
आज जैसे कि जुमे की नमाज होती है, फ्राइडे प्रेयर जो होती है इसके लिए वहाँ पे गैदरिंग थी। मस्जिद के अंदर करीब 1500 के लगभग लोग थे। जब ये प्रेयर ख़त्म हुई, नमाज ख़त्म होने के बाद कुछ लोग सीढ़ियों पर ही इकट्ठा हो गए और वहीं से ग्रुप बना के बाहर आए। बाहर कुछ लोग उनमें आके मिले, उन्होंने फिर कुछ प्लेकार्ड्स दिखाए हैं और एलिजिडली जो कमेंट्स हुए थे, जो नूपुर और नवीन ने जो किए थे, वो उनके बारे में जो कमेंट्स थे उसके अगेंस्ट ये लोग प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे थे। लगभग 300-350 के करीब एक टाइम पे गैदरिंग हो गई थी, लेकिन शांतिपूर्वक रहा है और 10-15 मिनट के अंदर ही हमने इस पर काबू पा लिया और भीड़ को जो है वहाँ से हटा दिया गया।
मैम, क्या कोई डिटेन भी किया गया है? क्योंकि जिस तरह से ये लोग इकट्ठा हो गए थे और जामा मस्जिद में ही प्रोटेस्ट करने लगे, तो क्या कोई हिरासत में भी लिया गया?
प्रोटेस्ट बाहर किया गया है, लोग अंदर से इकट्ठा हो गया है, लेकिन प्रोटेस्ट बाहर की सड़क पे किया गया है। बिना परमिशन के किया गया था, तो इसमें लीगल एक्शन लेंगे।
आज पूर्णतया शांति है। सभी जगह लगातार लोग भ्रमणशील हैं और बहुत सारी जगहों पे जुमे की नमाज सकुशल संपन्न हो चुकी है। कुछ जगहों पर वो समय के हिसाब से चीज़ें चल रही हैं और व्यापक पुलिस प्रबंध कराए गए हैं। लगभग 130 कंपनी PSC के डिप्लॉयड हैं और हमारे सारे अधिकारी और मजिस्ट्रेट्स लगातार भ्रमणशील हैं और सोशल मीडिया की मॉनिटरिंग भी चल रही है। साथ साथ ये भी देखा जा रहा है कि कोई जानबूझ के माहौल को ख़राब न करे। धर्म गुरुओं के द्वारा भी इस पूरे प्रकरण में बहुत ही सहयोग मिला है। उन लोगों ने जगह जगह पे शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से नमाज संपन्न कराने हेतु सबसे अपील की है। इसका बहुत अच्छा असर है और हम लोग पूरे सौहार्दपूर्ण वातावरण में फ्राइडे का जो ये नमाज है।
Getting some breaking news right now. This is from the SSP of Saharanpur, who's now confirmed that 21 people have been arrested in Saharanpur district for taking part in the protest without any permission. Action already being taken right now. This comes hours after Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has made it abundantly clear that lawlessness will not be tolerated. But remember, what's the situation right now in multiple cities of Uttar Pradesh? We have seen in Kanpur 2 clashes that have taken place, but the situation seems to be under control. But now spiraling in other cities. Apart from Saharanpur, we've been told clashes have been reported in Lucknow, Prayagraj. These are the places where the clashes took place earlier in the day. Apart from Uttar Pradesh, we've also seen violence breaking out in states in the national capital as well as in Jammu and in Srinagar too. There have been reports of violence that have taken place. But that's the latest news now coming in from Saharanpur, where 21 people have been arrested in Saharanpur for taking part in protest without permission. Let's also take you through some of the details that are coming in from other parts of Uttar Pradesh. In fact, in Prayagraj, there's been a massive uproar following the Friday prayers. 6 policemen were injured. Let me bring in our executive editor, Aishwarya Kapoor, is joining us on this broadcast. Aishwarya, 2 details coming into our newsroom. One from Saharanpur, 21 people have been arrested, and in Prayagraj, 6 policemen have sustained injuries. Walk us through the details that you're picking up. Aishwarya, if you can hear me, walk us through the details that you are picking up right now. One with regards to Saharanpur, where 21 people have been arrested, and in Prayagraj, we are being told that 6 policemen have sustained injuries. We'll try and reconnect with Aishwarya in a short while from now, but that's the latest details that we are getting in right now. In fact, Uttar Pradesh police have already indicated that they are working on the lines, whether at all these were pre-planned or not. Let's also shift our focus now to the other state where violence has broken out. This is coming in from the state of West Bengal, where in Howrah district, violence had also broken out. These are the latest images now coming in, where the police as well as riot control police trying to control the situation on the ground. Remember, this has happened as soon after the Friday prayers in most of the states. Protests that are taking place right now in Howrah. We'll also try and get you some more details with regards to what are the steps that the administration is taking right now. In other parts of Uttar Pradesh, we're being told that the situation has been brought under control. What you see right now on the screens is an attempt that has been made by the riot control police to bring the situation under control. But in most of the places, there have been massive stone pelting that has been reported here too in Howrah. The latest visuals that are coming in, a clear indication that stone pelting has taken place a short while back, and thereafter the riot police as well as local administration trying to control and disperse the crowd that have been gathered in the district of Howrah. Let's also take a quick look at what's happening in Prayagraj in Uttar Pradesh, the latest shots that are coming in to our newsroom. But unfortunate news also coming in from Prayagraj, where we're being told that 6 policemen have sustained injuries. On the other side, we'll continue our coverage of these massive protests that have broken out in multiple states.
जामा मस्जिद दिल्ली की सबसे बड़ी मस्जिद है, यहाँ पर प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा है। पैगंबर के खिलाफ, प्रॉफेट मोहम्मद के खिलाफ जो बयानबाजी की, उसी से नाराज होकर यहाँ पर प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा है। नुपुर शर्मा की अरेस्टिंग के खिलाफ लोग मांग कर रहे हैं।
Luhansk's governor has said on Thursday that fighting was continuing in Severodonetsk, the eastern Ukrainian city that is key to Moscow's efforts to complete the capture of the industrial Donbas region. With the war in Ukraine now having gone on for over 100 days, a pitched battle is ongoing in the Donbas, where Russia is intent on accomplishing its strategic objective. Two British citizens and a Moroccan were sentenced to death on Thursday by pro-Moscow rebels in eastern Ukraine for fighting on Ukraine's side. A court in the self-proclaimed and Russia-recognized Donetsk People's Republic found the 3 men guilty of working toward a violent overthrow of power, an offense punishable by death in the unrecognized republic. Russia's state news agency reported that Aiden Azlin, Sean Pinner and Saudun Brahim were set to face a firing squad. They have a month to appeal. Putting Islamabad in a tight spot, the International Monetary Fund has asked Pakistan to renegotiate the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor energy deals before making payments of around 300 billion Pakistani rupees to the Chinese power plants. The multilateral lender has asked the Shehbaz Sharif government to treat the CPEC power plants at par with the power plants established under its 1994 and 2002 power policies. A German prosecutor on Thursday said that a man accused of driving into a school group in Berlin appears to have a history of mental illness, adding that there was no sign of a terrorist motive. Prosecutor Sebastian added that the man would likely be sent to a secure psychiatric hospital. He is suspected of murder and 31 counts of attempted murder, among other offences, but it's not clear if he could be held criminally responsible. US President Joe Biden has called for the strengthening of economic
Top national updates. A massive protest broke out outside Delhi's Jama Masjid against suspended BJP leader Nupur Sharma's remarks against Prophet Muhammad. Delhi police issued a statement saying that the situation was under control and protesters are being removed. Meanwhile, the Shahi Imam of Jama Masjid distanced himself from the protest, stating that they had not lent any support to the protesters. In UP, Saharanpur, crowds could be seen holding widespread protests and resorting to sloganeering on the streets after Friday prayers. They have demanded legal action against Nupur Sharma. All right, much more coming up on the other side. 21 people arrested over the violent protest in Saharanpur district of UP. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
BJP, Shiv Sena, NCP or Congress. There's a battle of a 6 seat. They've been very confident enough to get at least 3 seats. And every vote, whether it is from the other party, the small party or the independent MLA, is very important at this point of time.
Luhansk's governor has said on Thursday that fighting was continuing in Severodonetsk, the eastern Ukrainian city that is key to Moscow's efforts to complete the capture of the industrial Donbas region. With the war in Ukraine now having gone on for over 100 days, a pitched battle is ongoing in the Donbas, where Russia is intent on accomplishing its strategic objective. Two British citizens and a Moroccan were sentenced to death on Thursday by pro-Moscow rebels in eastern Ukraine for fighting on Ukraine's side. A court in the self-proclaimed and Russia-recognized Donetsk People's Republic found the 3 men guilty of working toward a violent overthrow of power, an offense punishable by death in the unrecognized republic. Russia's state news agency reported that Aiden Azlin, Sean Pinner and Saudun Brahim were set to face a firing squad. They have a month to appeal. Putting Islamabad in a tight spot, the International Monetary Fund has asked Pakistan to renegotiate the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor energy deals before making payments of around 300 billion Pakistani rupees to the Chinese power plants. The multilateral lender has asked the Shehbaz Sharif government to treat the CPEC power plants at par with the power plants established under its 1994 and 2002 power policies. A German prosecutor on Thursday said that a man accused of driving into a school group in Berlin appears to have a history of mental illness, adding that there was no sign of a terrorist motive. Prosecutor Sebastian added that the man would likely be sent to a secure psychiatric hospital. He is suspected of murder and 31 counts of attempted murder, among other offences, but it's not clear if he could be held criminally responsible. US President Joe Biden has called for the strengthening of economic partnerships in the Western Hemisphere at his opening pitch in America's summit. Nonetheless, the summit was overshadowed by Cuba, Venezuela and Nicaragua not being invited by the US.
A federal aviation accident investigator will be sent to Hawaii to investigate after a tour helicopter crashed on a remote Big Island lava field, injuring all 6 on board. The Bell 407 helicopter left Kona International Airport about 5 p.m. on Wednesday on a sightseeing tour and crashed about 30 minutes later near the southernmost tip of the island. All 6 on board were injured. US President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris met with Caribbean leaders at the Summit of the Americas to emphasize deepening US-Caribbean ties and strengthening the partnership with America's neighbors. The meeting was an important opportunity for the President and Vice President to connect with the Caribbean community leaders to talk about the challenges the nations face and the best way to collaborate with these regional partners. The new president of Somalia has warned that his country faces another famine as it remains gripped by a prolonged drought. Hassan Sheikh Mohamud issued the warning after his inauguration as the country's new president earlier this week. UN humanitarian agencies also warned of a historic 4th consecutive failed rainy season in Somalia. The president also spoke of the security challenges posed by extremist groups in the country. A man opened fire at a business in Western Maryland, killing 3 people before the suspect and a state trooper were wounded in the shootout. The Washington County Sheriff's Office says a 4th victim is critically injured.
Well, top national updates. A massive protest also erupted in Prayagraj in UP as massive police deployment was seen trying to control the crowd. Protests turned violent in Prayagraj while protesters resorted to stone pelting. Police resorted to lathi charging the protesters. Meanwhile, UP ADG has also commented, has said that law and order situation is being brought under control. Curfew was imposed in the Baderwa town of Doda district in Jammu and Kashmir. In fact, in Jammu, and internet services were suspended following tensions over social media posts. The tensions flared up yesterday after a purported video went viral where, in fact, announcement was made from a mosque there. Following this, 2 separate FIRs have been registered. Internet services in Kishtwar and the Ramban districts have been suspended. Well, much more coming up on the other side. Protests continue, including violence reported in Ranchi. Stay tuned.
A federal aviation accident investigator will be sent to Hawaii to investigate after a tour helicopter crashed on a remote Big Island lava field, injuring all 6 on board. The Bell 407 helicopter left Kona International Airport about 5 p.m. on Wednesday on a sightseeing tour and crashed about 30 minutes later near the southernmost tip of the island. All 6 on board were injured. US President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris met with Caribbean leaders at the Summit of the Americas to emphasize deepening US-Caribbean ties and strengthening the partnership with America's neighbors. The meeting was an important opportunity for the President and Vice President to connect with the Caribbean community leaders to talk about the challenges the nations face and the best way to collaborate with these regional partners. The new president of Somalia has warned that his country faces another famine as it remains gripped by a prolonged drought. Hassan Sheikh Mohamud issued the warning after his inauguration as the country's new president earlier this week. UN humanitarian agencies also warned of a historic fourth consecutive failed rainy season in Somalia. The president also spoke of the security challenges posed by extremist groups in the country. A man opened fire at a business in western Maryland, killing 3 people before the suspect and a state trooper were wounded in the shootout. The Washington County Sheriff's Office says a 4th victim is critically injured. The suspect then fled in a vehicle. He was tracked down by Maryland State Police. The suspect and a trooper were also wounded in an exchange of gunfire. Both were being treated for their wounds. A wildfire in southern Spain.
Tension has prevailed in the Padova area of Roda district after 2 communities came in front of each other over the hate speech controversy. Right now we are in the Padova area and there's a heavy security deployment. Those persons who were sitting here for long have now removed the matting is being.
Well, we continue to be live in Breaking on Republic TV. Much more coming up on the other side. 21 people arrested over the violent protest in Saharanpur district of UP. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
दिल्ली की सबसे बड़ी मस्जिद है, यहाँ पर प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा है। पैगंबर के खिलाफ, प्रॉफेट मोहम्मद के खिलाफ जो बयानबाजी की, उसी से नाराज होकर यहाँ पर प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा है। नुपुर शर्मा की अरेस्टिंग के खिलाफ लोग मांग कर रहे हैं।
Luhansk's governor has said on Thursday that fighting was continuing in Severodonetsk, the eastern Ukrainian city that is key to Moscow's efforts to complete the capture of the industrial Donbas region. With the war in Ukraine now having gone on for over 100 days, a pitched battle is ongoing in the Donbas, where Russia is intent on accomplishing its strategic objective. Two British citizens and a Moroccan were sentenced to death on Thursday by pro-Moscow rebels in eastern Ukraine for fighting on Ukraine's side. A court in the self-proclaimed and Russia-recognized Donetsk People's Republic found the 3 men guilty of working toward a violent overthrow of power, an offense punishable by death in the unrecognized republic. Russia's state news agency reported that Aiden Azlin, Sean Pinner and Saudun Brahim were set to face a firing squad. They have a month to appeal. Putting Islamabad in a tight spot, the International Monetary Fund has asked Pakistan to renegotiate the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor energy deals before making payments of around 300 billion Pakistani rupees to the Chinese power plants. The multilateral lender has asked the Shehbaz Sharif government to treat the CPEC power plants at par with the power plants established under its 1994 and 2002 power policies. A German prosecutor on Thursday said that a man accused of driving into a school group in Berlin appears to have a history of mental illness, adding that there was no sign of a terrorist motive. Prosecutor Sebastian added that the man would likely be sent to a secure psychiatric hospital. He is suspected of murder and 31 counts of attempted murder, among other offences, but it's not clear if he could be held criminally responsible. US President Joe Biden has called for the strengthening of economic partnerships in the Western Hemisphere at his opening pitch in America's summit. Nonetheless,
लोगों से बात करने का भी मौका मिला।
मुझे याद है जब हम स्पेस सेक्टर में रिफॉर्म कर रहे थे तो कुछ लोग आशंका जता रहे थे कि स्पेस इंडस्ट्री में कौन प्राइवेट प्लेयर आएगा, लेकिन आज स्पेस सेक्टर में 60 से ज्यादा भारतीय प्राइवेट कंपनियां आज ऑलरेडी उसमें लीड कर रही हैं और उनको देख करके मुझे और प्रसन्नता हुई है। आज मुझे गर्व है कि हमारे प्राइवेट इंडस्ट्री के साथियों ने लॉन्च व्हीकल, सैटेलाइट, ग्राउंड सेगमेंट और स्पेस एप्लीकेशन के क्षेत्रों में तेजी से काम शुरू कर दिया है। पीएसएलवी रॉकेट के निर्माण के लिए भी भारत के प्राइवेट प्लेयर्स आगे आए हैं। इतना ही नहीं, कई प्राइवेट कंपनियों ने तो अपने खुद के रॉकेट की डिजाइन भी तैयार कर ली है। ये भारत के स्पेस सेक्टर की असीमित संभावनाओं की एक झलक है। इसके लिए मैं अपने साइंटिस्ट, इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट, युवा उद्यमियों और सभी देशवासियों को हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं। और इस पूरी यात्रा में ये जो नया मोड़ आया है, एक नई ऊंचाई का रास्ता चुना है, उसके लिए अगर मुझे किसी को सबसे ज्यादा बधाई देनी है, किसी को सबसे ज्यादा धन्यवाद देना है, तो मेरे इसरो के लोगों को धन्यवाद देना है। हमारे इसरो के पुराने सचिव यहां सामने बैठे हैं, जिन्होंने इस बात को लीड किया और अब हमारे सोमनाथ जी इसको आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। और इसलिए मैं इसकी पूरी क्रेडिट मेरे इन इसरो के साथियों को दे रहा हूं, इन साइंटिस्टों को दे रहा हूं। ये छोटा निर्णय नहीं है दोस्तों, और ये स्टार्टअप वालों को पता है कि इतने महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय के कारण वो हिंदुस्तान को और दुनिया को क्या कुछ देने के लिए बुलंद हौसला रखते हैं। और इसलिए इसकी पूरी क्रेडिट इसरो को जाती है। उन्होंने इस काम में बढ़ चढ़ करके कदम उठाए हैं, चीजों को तेजी से आगे बढ़ाने के लिए उन्होंने कोशिश की है। और जहां अपनी ही मालिकी थी, वो कह रहे नहीं, आइए देश के नौजवान, ये आपका है, आप आगे बढ़िए। ये अपने आप में बहुत बड़ा क्रांतिकारी डिसीजन है। साथियों, हम इस समय अपनी आजादी के 75 साल का अमृत महोत्सव मना रहे हैं। आज भारत में हमारी जिन सफलताओं ने करोड़ों देशवासियों को प्रेरणा दी, उन्हें आत्मविश्वास दिया, उनमें हमारी स्पेस उपलब्धियों का विशेष योगदान है। इसरो जब कोई रॉकेट लॉन्च करता है, कोई अभियान अंतरिक्ष में भेजता है, तो पूरा देश उससे जुड़ जाता है, गर्व महसूस करता है। देश उसके लिए प्रार्थनाएं करता है, और जब वो सफल होता है तो हर देशवासी आनंद, उमंग और गर्व से उसकी अभिव्यक्ति करता है, और उस सफलता को हिंदुस्तान का हर नागरिक खुद की सफलता मानता है। और अगर कहीं कुछ अनहोनी हो जाए, अकल्पनीय हो गया, तो भी देश अपने वैज्ञानिकों के साथ खड़े होकर उनका हौसला बढ़ाता है। कोई साइंटिस्ट है या किसान मजदूर है, विज्ञान की तकनीकियों को समझता है या नहीं समझता है, इन सब से ऊपर हमारा स्पेस मिशन देश के जन गण के मन का मिशन बन जाता है। मिशन चंद्रयान के दौरान हमने भारत की इस भावनात्मक एकजुटता को देखा था। भारत का अंतरिक्ष अभियान एक तरह से आत्मनिर्भर भारत की सबसे बड़ी पहचान रहा है। अब जब इस अभियान को भारत के प्राइवेट सेक्टर की ताकत मिलेगी तो उसकी शक्ति कितनी ज्यादा बढ़ जाएगी, आप इसका अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं। साथियों, 21वीं सदी के इस समय में आपकी हमारी जिंदगी में हर रोज स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी की भूमिका बढ़ती जा रही है। जितनी ज्यादा भूमिका, जितने ज्यादा एप्लीकेशन, उतनी ही ज्यादा संभावनाएं। 21वीं सदी में स्पेस टेक एक बड़े रिवॉल्यूशन का आधार बनने वाला है। स्पेस टेक अब केवल दूर स्पेस की नहीं, बल्कि हमारे पर्सनल स्पेस की टेक्नोलॉजी बनने जा रही है। सामान्य मानवी के जीवन में स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी की जो भूमिका है, रोजमर्रा की जिंदगी में जिस तरह स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी शामिल है, उसकी तरफ अक्सर हम लोगों का ध्यान नहीं जाता है। हम टीवी खोलते हैं, इतने सारे चैनल्स हमें उपलब्ध हैं, लेकिन बहुत कम लोगों को पता है कि ये सैटेलाइट की मदद से हो रहा है। कहीं आना जाना हो, ये देखना हो कि ट्रैफिक है या नहीं, शॉर्टेस्ट रास्ता कौन सा है, ये सब किसकी मदद से हो रहा है? सैटेलाइट की मदद से हो रहा है। अर्बन प्लानिंग के इतने काम हैं, कहीं रोड बन रहे हैं, कहीं ब्रिज बन रहे हैं, कहीं स्कूल, कहीं अस्पताल बन रहे हैं, कहीं ग्राउंड वाटर टेबल चेक करना है, इंफ्रा प्रोजेक्ट की मॉनिटरिंग करनी है। ये सारे काम सैटेलाइट की मदद से हो रहे हैं। हमारे जो कोस्टल एरियाज हैं, उनकी प्लानिंग के लिए, उनके डेवलपमेंट में भी स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी की बड़ी भूमिका है। समुद्र में जाने वाले मछुआरों को भी सैटेलाइट के जरिए फिशिंग और समुद्री तूफानों की जानकारी पहले से ही मिल जाती है। आज बारिश के जो अनुमान आ रहे हैं और करीब करीब सही निकल रहे हैं, उसी प्रकार से जब साइक्लोन आता है, एग्जैक्ट उसका फॉल पॉइंट क्या होगा, किस दिशा में जाएगा, कितने घंटे, कितनी मिनट पर वो फॉल करेगा, ये सारी बारीकियां सैटेलाइट की मदद से मिल रही है। इतना ही नहीं, एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर में चाहे फसल बीमा योजना हो, सॉइल हेल्थ कार्ड का अभियान हो, सभी में स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल हो रहा है। बिना स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी के हम आज के आधुनिक एविएशन सेक्टर की कल्पना भी नहीं कर सकते। ये सब सामान्य मानवी के जीवन से जुड़े हुए विषय हैं। भविष्य में, और आपको मालूम होगा इस बार बजट में हमने टीवी के माध्यम से बच्चों को ट्यूशन देने का, पढ़ाने का एक बड़ा अभियान करने की योजना बजट में बताई है। इतना ही नहीं, जो कॉम्पिटिटिव एग्जाम में जा रहे हैं और जिन बच्चों को गांव छोड़कर के बड़े शहरों में बहुत महंगी फी देकर के ट्यूशन लेना पड़ता है, उसको भी हम इस सैटेलाइट के माध्यम से उसके घर तक इसके रिक्वायरमेंट के अनुसार सिलेबस तैयार करवा रहे हैं, ताकि बच्चे, उनको एक्स्ट्रा खर्चा न पड़े और गरीब बच्चा भी अच्छे से अच्छी ट्यूशन सैटेलाइट के माध्यम से अपने टीवी स्क्रीन पर, अपने लैपटॉप के स्क्रीन पर, अपने मोबाइल पर आसानी से प्राप्त कर सके। उस दिशा में हम जा रहे हैं। साथियों, भविष्य में ऐसे ही अनेक क्षेत्रों में स्पेस टेक का इस्तेमाल ज्यादा से ज्यादा बढ़ने वाला है। हम कैसे स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी को सामान्य मानव के लिए ज्यादा से ज्यादा सुलभ बना सके, कैसे स्पेस टेक ईज ऑफ लिविंग को बढ़ाने का माध्यम बने और कैसे हम इस टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल देश के विकास और सामर्थ्य के लिए कर सकते हैं, इस दिशा में इन स्पेस और प्राइवेट प्लेयर्स को लगातार काम करने की जरूरत है। जियो स्पेशियल मैपिंग से भी जुड़ी कितनी ही संभावनाएं हमारे सामने हैं। प्राइवेट सेक्टर की इनमें बहुत बड़ी भूमिका हो सकती है। हमारे पास आज सरकारी सैटेलाइट का बड़ा डेटा अवेलेबल है। अब आने वाले समय में प्राइवेट सेक्टर के पास भी अपना काफी डेटा होगा। डेटा की ये पूंजी आपको दुनिया में आपको बहुत बड़ी ताकत देने वाली है। इस समय दुनिया में स्पेस इंडस्ट्री का साइज करीब $400 बिलियन का है। 2040 तक इसके $1 ट्रिलियन इंडस्ट्री बनने की संभावना पड़ी हुई है। आज हमारे पास टैलेंट भी है, एक्सपीरियंस भी है, लेकिन आज इस इंडस्ट्री में हमारे पार्टिसिपेंट केवल जनभागीदारी यानी प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप सिर्फ 2% है। हमें ग्लोबल स्पेस इंडस्ट्री में अपना शेयर बढ़ाना होगा और इसमें हमारे प्राइवेट सेक्टर की बड़ी भूमिका है। मैं आने वाले समय में स्पेस टूरिज्म और स्पेस डिप्लोमेसी के क्षेत्र में भी भारत की मजबूत भूमिका देख रहा हूं। भारत की स्पेस कंपनियां ग्लोबल बने, हमारे पास ग्लोबल स्पेस कंपनी हो, ये पूरे देश के लिए गौरव की बात होगी। साथियों, हमारे देश में अनंत संभावनाएं हैं, लेकिन अनंत संभावनाएं कभी भी सीमित प्रयासों से साकार नहीं हो सकती। मैं आपको आश्वस्त करता हूं, देश के नौजवानों को आश्वस्त करता हूं, साइंटिफिक टेम्परामेंट वाले, रिस्क टेकिंग कैपेसिटी वाले नौजवानों को आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं कि स्पेस सेक्टर में रिफॉर्म का यह सिलसिला आगे भी अनवरत जारी रहेगा। प्राइवेट सेक्टर की जरूरतों को सुना जाए, समझा जाए, व्यापार की संभावनाओं का आकलन किया जाए, इसके लिए एक मजबूत मैकेनिज्म बनाया गया है। इन स्पेस इस दिशा में प्राइवेट सेक्टर की सभी जरूरतों को पूरा करने के लिए एक सिंगल विंडो इंडिपेंडेंट नोडल एजेंसी के रूप में काम करेगा। सरकारी कंपनियां, स्पेस इंडस्ट्रीज, स्टार्टअप्स और इंस्टीट्यूट्स के बीच सामंजस्य के साथ आगे बढ़ने के लिए भारत नई भारतीय अंतरिक्ष नीति पर भी काम कर रहा है। हम स्पेस सेक्टर में ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस को बढ़ावा देने के लिए भी जल्द ही एक पॉलिसी लेकर आने वाले हैं। साथियों, मानवता का भविष्य, उसका विकास आने वाले दिनों में दो ऐसे क्षेत्र हैं जो सबसे ज्यादा प्रभावी होने वाले हैं। हम जितना जल्दी उसको एक्सप्लोर करेंगे, दुनिया की स्पर्धा में हम देरी किए बिना जितने आगे बढ़ेंगे, हम परिस्थितियों को लीड भी कर पा सकते हैं, कंट्रोल भी कर सकते हैं। और वो दो क्षेत्र हैं, एक है स्पेस, दूसरा है सी, समंदर। ये बहुत बड़ी ताकत बनने वाले हैं और आज हम नीतियों के द्वारा उन सबको एड्रेस करने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं और देश के नौजवानों को इसके साथ जुड़ने के लिए प्रोत्साहित कर रहे हैं। स्पेस के लिए हमारे युवाओं में, खास करके स्टूडेंट्स में जो क्यूरियोसिटी हो, वो भारत के स्पेस इंडस्ट्री के विकास के लिए बहुत बड़ी ताकत होती है। इसलिए हमारा प्रयास है कि देश में बनी हजारों अटल टिंकरिंग लैब्स में स्टूडेंट्स को स्पेस से जुड़े विषयों से निरंतर परिचित कराया जाए, उन्हें अपडेट रखा जाए। मैं देश के स्कूलों और कॉलेजों को भी आग्रह करूंगा कि वो अपने विद्यार्थियों को स्पेस से जुड़ी भारतीय संस्थाओं और कंपनियों के बारे में बताएं, उनकी लैब्स की विजिट कराएं। इस सेक्टर में जिस तरह लगातार भारतीय प्राइवेट कंपनियों की संख्या बढ़ रही है, उससे भी इन्हें मदद मिलने वाली है। आपको ध्यान होगा कि भारत में पहले, मुझे मालूम नहीं ऐसा क्यों था, लेकिन था, मुझे दायित्व मिला उसके पहले स्थिति ये थी कि जब सैटेलाइट लॉन्च होता था तो उस पूरे क्षेत्र में किसी को एंट्री नहीं होती थी, और हम जैसे जो नेता लोग होते हैं उनको वीआईपी की तरह वहां 12-15 लोगों को इनवाइट करके दिखाया जाता था कि सैटेलाइट लॉन्च हो रहा है, और हम भी बड़े उत्साह के साथ देख रहे थे। लेकिन मेरी सोच अलग है, मेरा काम करने का तरीका अलग है। जब मैं पहली बार वहां प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में गया तो हमने एक निर्णय किया था। हमने देखा है कि देश के छात्रों में दिलचस्पी है, क्यूरियोसिटी है, और उस बात को ध्यान में रखते हुए जहां से हमारे सैटेलाइट लॉन्च होते हैं वो श्रीहरिकोटा में हमने एक बहुत बड़ी लॉन्च देखने की, जब सैटेलाइट जाता है उसको देखने के लिए व्यू गैलरी का निर्माण किया है, और कोई भी नागरिक, कोई भी स्कूल का विद्यार्थी भी इस कार्यक्रम को देख सकता है। और बैठने की व्यवस्था भी छोटी नहीं है, 10,000 लोग बैठ करके इस सैटेलाइट लॉन्च को देख सके, इसका प्रबंध किया है। चीजें छोटी लगती हैं, लेकिन भारत के जीवन पर इसका बहुत बड़ा प्रभाव हो रहा है। साथियों, इन स्पेस हेडक्वार्टर का लोकार्पण आज हो रहा है, एक प्रकार से गतिविधि का केंद्र बनता जा रहा है। मुझे इस बात की भी खुशी है कि गुजरात अलग अलग सेक्टर्स में राष्ट्रीय और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर के बड़े संस्थानों का सेंटर बनता जा रहा है। मैं भूपेंद्र भाई और उनकी पूरी टीम को, गुजरात सरकार के हमारे सभी साथियों को, उनके इस इनिशिएटिव के लिए, प्रोएक्टिव हर नीतियों को सपोर्ट करने के लिए मैं हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। और आपको मालूम है, अभी कुछ सप्ताह पहले ही जामनगर में WHO के ग्लोबल सेंटर फॉर ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन का काम शुरू हुआ है। राष्ट्रीय रक्षा यूनिवर्सिटी हो, नेशनल लॉ यूनिवर्सिटी हो, पंडित दीनदयाल उपाध्याय एनर्जी यूनिवर्सिटी हो, नेशनल फॉरेंसिक साइंस यूनिवर्सिटी हो, नेशनल इनोवेशन फाउंडेशन हो, चिल्ड्रंस यूनिवर्सिटी हो, कितने ही नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट्स यहां आसपास में ही हैं। भास्कराचार्य इंस्टीट्यूट फॉर स्पेस एप्लीकेशन एंड जियो इंफॉर्मेटिक्स यानी बाइसेक, इसकी स्थापना देश के अन्य राज्यों को भी प्रेरणा बन गई है। इन बड़े संस्थानों के बीच अब इन स्पेस भी इस जगह की पहचान बढ़ाएगा। मेरा देश के युवाओं से, विशेषकर गुजरात के युवाओं से आग्रह है कि वो इन बेहतरीन भारतीय संस्थाओं का पूरा लाभ उठाएं। मुझे पूरा भरोसा है आपकी सक्रिय भूमिका से भारत स्पेस सेक्टर में नई ऊंचाई हासिल करेगा। और आज के इस शुभ अवसर पर मैं खास करके जो प्राइवेट सेक्टर ने उत्साह के साथ भाग लिया है, जो नौजवान नए हौसले नए संकल्प के साथ आगे आए हैं, उनको बधाई भी देता हूं और बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं भी देता हूं। मैं इसरो के सभी वैज्ञानिकों को भी, उस इसरो की पूरी टीम को भी अनेक अनेक शुभकामनाएं देता हूं, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं। और मुझे विश्वास है गोयनका प्राइवेट सेक्टर में बहुत सफल व्यक्तित्व रहा है। उनके नेतृत्व में इन स्पेस सच्चे अर्थ में जो सपना हमारा है, उस सपने को पूरा करने का सामर्थ्य लेके आगे बढ़ेगा। इन्हीं अपेक्षाओं के साथ अनेक अनेक शुभकामनाओं के साथ मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं।
All right, that was Prime Minister Narendra Modi speaking at an event in Ahmedabad, Gujarat, where he inaugurated the headquarters of InSpace, a government and private sector initiative to come together and work on making India the next space power. This would bring in private sector companies in collaboration with ISRO and take India to new heights in terms of application of space technology for greater common good both India and abroad. We have to move on and come back to our coverage of the protests that have broken out around the BJP spokesperson's comments and also, of course, the Rajya Sabha polls.
BJP, Shiv Sena, NCP or Congress. There's a battle of a 6 seat. They've been very confident enough to get at least 3 seats. And every vote, whether it is from the other party, the small party or the independent MLA, is very important at this point of time.
Luhansk's governor has said on Thursday that fighting was continuing in Severodonetsk, the eastern Ukrainian city that is key to Moscow's efforts to complete the capture of the industrial Donbas region. With the war in Ukraine now having gone on for over 100 days, a pitched battle is ongoing in the Donbas, where Russia is intent on accomplishing its strategic objective. Two British citizens and a Moroccan were sentenced to death on Thursday by pro-Moscow rebels in eastern Ukraine for fighting on Ukraine's side. A court in the self-proclaimed and Russia-recognized Donetsk People's Republic found the 3 men guilty of working toward a violent overthrow of power, an offense punishable by death in the unrecognized republic. Russia's state news agency reported that Aiden Aslan, Sean Pinner and Saudun Brahim were set to face a firing squad. They have a month to appeal. Putting Islamabad in a tight spot, the International Monetary Fund has asked Pakistan to renegotiate the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor energy deals before making payments of around 300 billion Pakistani rupees to the Chinese power plants. The multilateral lender has asked the Shehbaz Sharif government to treat the CPEC power plants at par with the power plants established under its 1994 and 2002 power policies. A German prosecutor on Thursday said that a man accused of driving into a school group in Berlin appears to have a history of mental illness, adding that there was no sign of a terrorist motive. Prosecutor Sebastian added that the man would likely be sent to a secure psychiatric hospital. He is suspected of murder and 31 counts of attempted murder, among other offences. but it's not clear if he could be held criminally responsible. US President Joe Biden has called for the strengthening of economic partnerships in the Western Hemisphere at his opening pitch in America's summit. Nonetheless, the summit was overshadowed by Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua not being invited by the US.
A federal aviation accident investigator will be sent to Hawaii to investigate after
Right, massive protests broke out outside Delhi's Jama Masjid against suspended BJP leader Nupur Sharma's remarks against Prophet Muhammad. Delhi police issued a statement saying that the situation was under control and protesters were being removed. All right, coming up, protests spread across the country, including in UP, Bengal and Jharkhand. On the other side.
A federal aviation accident investigator will be sent to Hawaii to investigate after a tour helicopter crashed on a remote Big Island lava field, injuring all 6 on board. The Bell 407 helicopter left Kona International Airport about 5 p.m. on Wednesday on a sightseeing tour and crashed about 30 minutes later. Near the southernmost tip of the island, all 6 on board were injured. US President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris met with Caribbean leaders at the Summit of the Americas to emphasize deepening US-Caribbean ties and strengthening the partnership with America's neighbors. The meeting was an important opportunity for the President and Vice President to connect with the Caribbean community leaders to talk about the challenges the nations face and the best way to collaborate with these regional partners. The new president of Somalia has warned that his country faces another famine as it remains gripped by a prolonged drought. Hassan Sheikh Mohamud issued the warning after his inauguration as the country's new president earlier this week. UN humanitarian agencies also warned of a historic 4th consecutive failed rainy season in Somalia. The president also spoke of the security challenges posed by extremist groups in the country. A man opened fire at a business in Western Maryland, killing 3 people before the suspect and a state trooper were wounded in the shootout. The Washington County Sheriff's Office says a 4th victim is critically injured. The suspect then fled in a vehicle. He was tracked down by Maryland State Police. The suspect and a trooper were also wounded in an exchange of gunfire. Both were being treated for their wounds. A wildfire in southern Spain forced the evacuation of 2,000 people amid fears that torrid weather may feed the blaze. Emergency agencies deployed almost 1,000 firefighters, military personnel and support crews to fight it as water-dropping helicopters could be seen in the area. Emergency centers have been set up to help those evacuated, including in Benahavis.
As the term of President Ramnath Kovind is about to complete on July
Top headlines at this hour from UP to Bengal. Massive pan-India protests. Stones pelted, public property damage, vehicles set on fire, pan-India protests turned violent. Multiple police vehicles vandalized, police personnel injured after violent protests. Delhi Imam clarifies, says protests were not called by the Masjid Committee, who's trying to disrupt law and order. We continue to be live and breaking on Republic TV. The top story at this hour in the entire day is a race to Rajya Sabha. Now in the latest, we're getting some breaking developments. The BJP delegation has now arrived at the Election Commission office in the national capital over the Rajya Sabha elections in the state of Haryana. So we're getting some fresh updates right now of the BJP delegation there arriving at the Election Commission office in the national capital over the Rajya Sabha elections in the state of Haryana. Remember, earlier we reported that 4 BJP leaders would be visiting the commission around 5:30 p.m. today. That was exclusive information that we had got from Piyush. Now on your screen is the BJP delegation who has arrived at the Election Commission office in the national capital over the Rajya Sabha elections in the state of Haryana. They will be discussing multiple things, we believe. I'll be joined by Republic TV's correspondent for more on this. But remember that the entire day saw voting in the Rajya Sabha elections. The polling was held for 16 seats of the Rajya Sabha across 4 states. Among the 4 states were Maharashtra with 6 seats, Rajasthan with 4 seats, Karnataka with 4 seats, and Haryana with 2 seats. And the counting will take place at 5 p.m. as well. That means the counting has already begun now for the Rajya Sabha polls. It was a nail-biting contest there between states and also the parties within as well. A lot of allegations were also heard between parties, cross-voting allegations, also requests for the votes to be rejected for not following protocols. So we're seeing fast and hectic developments happening there right now. You can see the BJP delegation there at the Election Commission office. These are visuals we're getting for you first on Republic. We will of course see exactly what the agenda was also of that meeting. But what we can tell you, viewers, that today was a nail-biting contest in couple of states. This was in regard with the Rajya Sabha elections, which had become a nail-biting contest. Now remember that 57 seats are supposed to be filled across 15 states, which had fallen vacant because of the retirement of members between June and August. Remember that Maharashtra, Karnataka, Rajasthan and Haryana were key states that we also reported on the entire day. They are key states because a lot of action was expected from these key states. A lot of candidates in Maharashtra, in fact, there were 6 seats that are vacant, but the number of candidates was 7. And before that, of course, to the countdown to the Rajya Sabha polls, we reported on Republic TV how horse trading and allegations were leveled against each other as well. I would like to go across to Amandeep, who's joining me for more. Amandeep, at this point of time, we are seeing the BJP delegation there arriving at the EC office over the elections which took place in Haryana. Tell us, what are the details of this meeting?
Well, the BJP and the independent candidate has filed a complaint with the Election Commission regarding 2 votes that were not casted according to the procedure. And in fact, they have also sought the cancellation of 2 votes of the Congress MLAs, including BB Batra and in fact Kiran Chaudhary. These are the 2 votes that has been casted not according to the procedure. And in fact, initially, independent candidate Kartikeya Sharma as well as BJP candidate Kishanlal Pawar, they both have written to Election Commission of India seeking the cancellation of votes. And following that complaint, now a BJP delegation is also reaching to Election Commission of India just because it is the number. Shivangi, it is the game of just 2 votes in Haryana Rajya Sabha elections. And in fact, the candidate BJP is very much secure with his votes. But independent and Congress candidate is fighting with each other with only 2 votes. And that is the reason. In fact, the crucial moment is that BJP and independent candidate was seeking to analyze the videography of that entire voting process where Kiran Chaudhary as well as BB Batra casted their vote for their own candidates. And in fact, they have alleged that they have shown the ballot papers which was not legal, which was not according to procedure, which is the violation of casting the votes of the Rajya Sabha poll to the public. And that is the reason they have filed a complaint with the ECI. And following that complaint, the BJP delegation, including 4 ministers, are meeting the Election Commission seeking the cancellation of the 2 votes in the Haryana Rajya Sabha poll. And in fact, now the wait and watch is situation, just because till the time BJP delegation is meeting Election Commission, the counting has put on stay. No counting process has been initiated, though the time was 5 o'clock of the counting process of Rajya Sabha polls. But now, till now, it is Election Commission of India has not permitted to begin the counting process in Haryana. So that is the reason. First, BJP delegation met, the discussion will be held, the complaint will be filed, and accordingly, Election Commission of India will give the decision. And after that, the counting process will be started in Haryana. Yes, Shivangi.
All right, Amandeep, thank you for getting us all those details. My colleague Amandeep, they're getting us minute-by-minute details right now on the Rajya Sabha polling. Now, the polling is over. Right now, what you see on your screens is the BJP delegation. They're arriving at the Election Commission office in the national capital. And Amandeep told us there were a couple of issues, including, for example, votes not being put in correctly, the protocols not being followed. So a lot of issues might come up there at that meeting between BJP delegation and the Election Commission office. Much more coming up on the other side.
After authorities imposed curfew in Bhadarwa, apprehending communal tensions following religious post-harm, hurting the sentiments of the majority of the population. Now we are in Srinagar. We are seeing that majority of the population in the Kashmir Valley too are establishing their protest, registering their protest against the post that hurts the sentiments of the majority of the Muslim population in Jammu and Kashmir. While Vijay Mubashir is showing the visuals of the deployment of Jammu and Kashmir police here at the Gantagar, and also the shops here are almost shut in the city center.
यहाँ पर बहुत अच्छे तरीके से रखा है। शायद आज के विद्यार्थियों ने रावल खुमान का नाम भी न सुना हो। उन्होंने कई बार परदेशी आक्रामकों को बाहर तक खदेड़ने का काम किया। रावल रतन सिंह और खुमान के कालखंड में भी लगभग 40 राजवंशों को एकत्रित कर एक मजबूत प्रतिकार देने का काम यहां से हुआ था। ढेर सारे कहानियों को इन्होंने संकलित किया है। महाराणा लक्ष्मण सिंह, राणा कुंभा, राणा सांगा और महाराणा प्रताप तक एक गौरवशाली युद्ध को जो पीढ़ियों तक चला, इसको संजोने का काम डॉक्टर साहब ने किया है। कई सारे लोगों ने अलग अलग अपने लेखों में इस वंश के बारे में कई टिप्पणियां भी की है। ऐसा नहीं है कि इनको न्याय नहीं मिला है। और मैं आज भी कहता हूं कि सरकार के अभ्यासक्रम से इतिहास की जानकारी मिलती है। इतिहास को पढ़ना पड़ता है, इतिहास को जानना पड़ता है, और वो सरकार पर आधारित नहीं है। अगर हम संदर्भ ग्रंथ बनाने की शुरुआत करें, अगर हम हमारे इतिहास को हमारे दृष्टिकोण से लिखने की शुरुआत करें, उस पर बहस करें और नई पीढ़ी इसका अभ्यास करे, तो कुछ देर नहीं हुई है। ये लड़ाई बहुत लंबी है और ये लड़ाई के लिए बहुत जरूरी है कि हमारे इतिहास को हम हमारे सामने रखें। हल्दी घाटी के युद्ध को तो बहुत सारे लोगों ने सुना भी होगा, मगर देवायर के युद्ध की बात करने वाला शायद दूसरा तीसरा ही पुस्तक होगा जिसमें देवायर की युद्ध की बात की गई।
Cordelia Cruises luxury liner Empress is inside the territory of Puducherry. Puducherry is a union territory here in India, where the Cordelia cruise that you can see right there is trying to move back into the international waters. Up to 12 nautical miles is the territory for Puducherry, following which it is the international waters, with the state government having yet given approval for the Cordelia to enter into Puducherry waters and enter into where it will be welcoming passengers from the Cordelia Empress into Puducherry, yet to be decided. This Cordelia cruise ship was all set to enter into Puducherry, where tourists will be arriving here for the day, visiting the tourist and temple town of Puducherry and be returning back. But 7 a.m. that the cruise has entered in, and sources and port authorities say that from 12 nautical miles outside of international waters, it has now reached somewhere inside 4 to 5 nautical miles inside Puducherry.
All right, FIR filed against Nupur Sharma and Naveen Jindal in Guwahati by the Congress party this time. The issue refuses to die down. Breaking news coming in, viewers, from Guwahati in Assam, where Congress party or a congressman has filed an FIR against Nupur Sharma and Naveen Jindal, the two BJP spokespersons, one now suspended, another expelled from the party. But then the protests that we have seen breaking out across the country today, almost as if on cue, almost as if coordinated, almost as if organized at one point, with 1 point coordination. And amidst all those protests, a fresh FIR filed against Nupur Sharma and Naveen Jindal in Guwahati in Assam. This follows an FIR by the Delhi police 3 days back, in which investigation is already in progress.